There is an explosion of laughter, sometimes a burst of rage or exultation, but overall prevails a sharp, prolonged rattle, at first somewhat confusing to the non-familiar. If we approach the tables, however, the mystery solves itself. The company is at the favorite games, draughts and dice, singly or together, and the rattle is merely of the tesserae, or ivory cubes, loudly shaken, and the moving of the hosts on the checkered boards. Who are the company? Good Flavius, said a player, holding his piece in suspended movement. Thou saidst yon Lucerna, that one in front of us on the divan. It is fresh from the shop, and hath a shoulder buckle of gold broad as a palm. Well, said Flavius, intent upon his game, I have seen such before. Wherefore thine may not be old, yet, by the girdle of Venus, it is not new. What of it? Nothing. Only I would give it to find a man who knows everything. Hot, hot, for something cheaper. I will find thee here several with purple who will take thy offer. But play, there, check, so, by all the Jupiters. Now, what sayest thou? Again, be it so, and the wager, a sestertium. Then each drew his tablets and stylus and made a memorandum. And, while they were resetting the pieces, Flavius returned to his friend's remark. A man who knows everything. Hercule, the oracles would die. What wouldst thou with such a monster? Answer to one question, my Flavius. Then, purple, I would cut his throat, and the question, I would have him tell me the hour. Hour, said I, nay, the minute. Maxentius will arrive tomorrow. Good play, I have you. And why the minute? Hast thou ever stood uncovered in the Syrian sun on the quay at which he will land? The fires of the Vesta are not so hot, and, by the stater of our father Romulus, I would die, if die I must, in Rome. Avernus is here, there, in the square before the Forum, I could stand, and, with my hand raised thus, touch the floor of the gods. Hot, by Venus, my Flavius, thou didst beguile me. I have lost. O fortune, again, I must have back my sestertium, be it so. And they played again and again. And one day, stealing through the skylights, began to dim the lamps. It found the two in the same places at the same table, still at the game. Like most of the company, they were military attaches of the consul, awaiting his arrival and amusing themselves meantime. During this conversation the party entered the room, and, unnoticed at first, proceeded to the central table. The signs were that they had come from a revel just dismissed. Some of them kept their feet with difficulty. Around the leader's brow was a chaplet which marked him master of the feast, if not the giver. The wine had made no impression upon him unless to heighten his beauty, which was of the most manly Roman style. He carried his head high raised, the blood flushed his lips and cheeks brightly, his eyes glittered, though the manner in which, shrouded in a toga spotless white and of ample folds, he walked was too nearly imperial for one sober and not a Caesar. In going to the table, he made room for himself and his followers with little ceremony and no apologies, and when at length he stopped, and looked over it and at the players, they all turned to him, with a shout like a cheer. Messala, Messala, they cried. Those in distant quarters, hearing the cry, re-echoed it where they were. Instantly there were dissolution of groups, and breaking up of games, and a general rush towards the center. Messala took the demonstration indifferently, and proceeded presently to show the ground of his popularity. A health to thee, Drusus, my friend, he said to the player next at his right. A health? And thy tablets a moment. He raised the waxen boards, glanced at the memoranda of wagers, and tossed them down. Denarii, only denarii, coin of cartmen and butchers, he said, with a scornful laugh. By the drunken simile, to what is Rome coming, when a Caesar sits o' nights waiting a turn of fortune to bring him but a beggarly denarius? The scion of the Drusi reddened to his brows, but the bystanders broke in upon his reply by surging closer around the table, and shouting, the Messala, the Messala. Men of the Tiber Messala continued, resting a box with an ice in it from a hand nearby. Who is he most favored of the gods? A Roman. Who is he lawgiver of the nations? A Roman. Who is he, by sword right, the universal master? The company were of the easily inspired, and the thought was one to which they were born. In a twinkling they snatched the answer from him. A Roman, they shouted. Yet, he lingered to catch their ears. Yet there is a better than the best of Rome. He tossed his patrician head and paused, as if to sting them with his sneer. Hear ye, he asked. There is a better than the best of Rome. I, Hercules, cried one. Bacchus yelled a satirist. Jove, thundered the crowd. No, Messala answered, among men. Name him, they demanded. I will, he said, the next lull. He who to the perfection of Rome hath added the perfection of the East, who to the arm of conquest, which is Western, hath also the art needful to the enjoyment of dominion, which is Eastern, purple. His best is a Roman, after all, someone shouted, and there was a great laugh, and long clapping of hands, an admission that Messala had the advantage. In the East he continued, we have no gods, only wine, women, and fortune, and the greatest of them is fortune. Wherefore our motto, who dareth what I dare, fit for the Senate, fit for battle, fittest for him who, seeking the best, challenges the worst. His voice dropped into an easy, familiar tone, but without relaxing the ascendancy he had gained. In the great chest up in the citadel I have 5 talents coin current in the markets, and here are the receipts for them. From his tunic he drew a roll of paper, and, flinging it on the table, continued, amidst breathless silence, every eye having him in view fixed on his, every ear listening, the sum lies there, the measure of what I dare. Who of you dares so much? You are silent. Is it too great? I will strike off 1 talent. What, still silent? Come, then, throw me once for these 3 talents, only 3, for 2, for 1. 1 at least, 1 for the honor of the river by which you were born. Rome East against Rome West. Orontes the barbarous against Tiber the sacred. He rattled the dice overhead while waiting. The Orontes against the Tiber, he repeated, with an increase of scornful emphasis. Not a man moved. Then he flung the box upon the table and, laughing, took up the receipts. Hot, by the Olympian Jove, I know now ye have fortunes to make or to mend, therefore are ye come to Antioch. Ho, Cecilius here, Messala, cried a man behind him. Here am I, perishing in the mob, and begging a drachma to settle with the ragged ferryman. But, Pluto take me, these new ones have not so much as an obelisk among them. The sally provoked a burst of laughter, under which the saloon rang and rang again. Messala alone kept his gravity. Go, thou, he said to Cecilius, to the chamber whence we came, and bid the servants bring the amphorae here, and the cups and goblets. If these are countrymen, looking for fortune, have not purses, by the Syrian Bacchus, I will see if they are not better blessed with stomachs. Haste thee. Then he turned to Drusus, with a laugh heard throughout the apartment. Hot, my friend, be thou not offended because I leveled the Caesar and thee down to the denarii. Thou sawest I did but use the name to try these fine fledglings of our old Rome. Come, my Drusus, come. He took up the box again and rattled the dice merrily. Here, for what sum thou wilt, let us measure fortunes. The manner was frank, cordial, winsome. Drusus melted in a moment. By the nymphy, yes, he said, laughing. I will throw with thee, Messala, for a denarius. A very boyish person was looking over the table watching the scene. Suddenly Messala turned to him. Who art thou? He asked. The lad drew back. Nay, by Castor, and his brother too, I meant not offense. It is a rule among men, in matters other than dice, to keep the record closest when the deal is least. I have need of a clerk. Wilt thou serve me? The young fellow drew his tablets ready to keep the score. The manner was irresistible. Hold, Messala, hold, cried Drusus. I know not if it be ominous to stay the poised dice with a question, but one occurs to me, and I must ask it though Venus slap me with her girdle. Nay, my Drusus, Venus with her girdle off is Venus in love. To thy question, I will make the throw and hold it against mischance. Thus, he turned the box upon the table and held it firmly over the dice, and Drusus asked, Did you ever see one Quintus Arrius, the duumvir? No, his son. I knew not he had a son. Well, it is nothing. Drusus added, indifferently, only, my Messala, Pollux was not more like Castor than Arrius is like thee. The remark had the effect of a signal. 20 voices took it up. True, true, his eyes, his face, they cried. What answered one, disgusted? Messala is a Roman. Arius is a Jew. Thou sayest right, a third exclaimed. He is a Jew. Or Momus lent his mother the wrong mask. There was promise of a dispute, seeing which, Messala interposed. The wine is not come, my Drusus, and, as thou sayest, I have the freckled Pythias as they were dogs in leash. As to Arius, I will accept thy opinion of him, so thou tell me more about him. Well, be he Jew or Roman, and, by the great god Pan, I say it not in disrespect of thy feelings, my Messala, this Arius is handsome and brave and shrewd. The emperor offered him favor and patronage, which he refused. He came up through mystery and keepeth distance, as if he felt himself better or knew himself worse than the rest of us. In the palestry he was unmatched. He played with the blue-eyed giants from the Rhine, and the hornless bulls of Sarmatia, as they were willow-wisps. The duumvir left him vastly rich. He has a passion for arms, and thinks of nothing but war. Maxentius admitted him into his family, and he was to have taken ship with us, but we lost him at Ravenna. Nevertheless he arrived safely. We heard of him this morning. Purple. Instead of coming to the palace or going to the citadel, he dropped his baggage at the khan, and half disappeared again. At the beginning of the speech Messala listened with polite indifference. As it proceeded, he became more attentive. At the conclusion, he took his hand from the dice box and called out, Ho, Mikes, dost thou hear? A youth at his elbow, his Myrtilus, or comrade, in the day's chariot practice, answered, much pleased with the attention. Did I not, my Messala? I were not thy friend. Dost thou remember the man who gave thee the fall today? By the love locks of Bacchus? Have I not a bruised shoulder to help me keep it in mind? And he seconded the words with a shrug that submerged his ears. Well, be thou grateful to the fates, I have found thy enemy. Listen. Thereupon Messala turned to Drusus. Tell us more of him, Purple, of him who is both Jew and Roman, by Phoebus, a combination to make a centaur lovely. What garments doth he affect, my Drusus? Those of the Jews? Hearest thou? He said Messala. The fellow is young. 1. He hath the visage of a Roman. 2. He loveth best the garb of a Jew. 3. And in the palestry fame and fortune come of arms to throw a horse or tilt a chariot, as the necessity may order. 4. And, Drusus, help thou my friend again. Doubtless this Arius hath tricks of language, otherwise he could not so confound himself, today a Jew, tomorrow a Roman, but of the rich tongue of Athene, discourseth he in that as well, with such purity, Messala, he might have been a contestant in the Isthmia. Art thou listening? He said Messala. The fellow is qualified to salute a woman, for that matter Aristomache herself, in the Greek, and as I keep the count, that is 5. What sayest thou? Thou hast found him, my Messala? He answered, or I am not myself thy pardon. Drusus, and pardon of all. For speaking in riddles thus, Messala said, in his winsome way, by all the decent gods, I would not strain thy courtesy to the point of breaking, but now help thou me. See, he put his hand on the dice box again, laughing. See how close I hold the Pythias and their secret. Thou didst speak, I think, of mystery in connection with the coming of the son of Arius. Tell me of that. 'Tis nothing, Messala, nothing. Drusus replied, a child's story. When Arius, the father, sailed in pursuit of the pirates, he was without wife or family. He returned with a boy, him of whom we speak, and next day adopted him. Adopted him, Messala repeated. By the gods, Drusus, thou dost, indeed, interest me. Where did the duumvir find the boy, and who is he? Who shall answer thee that, Messala? Who but the young Arius himself? Purple. In the fight the duumvir, then but a tribune, lost his galley. A returning vessel found him and one other, all of the crew who survived, afloat upon the same plank. I give you now the story of the rescuers, which hath this excellence, at least it hath never been contradicted. They say, the duumvir's companion on the plank was a Jew. A Jew, echoed Messala. And a slave? How, Drusus? A slave? When the two were lifted to the deck, the duumvir was in his tribune's armor, and the other in the vesture of a rower. Messala rose from leaning against the table. A galley. He checked the debasing word and looked round, for once in his life at loss. Just then a procession of slaves filed into the room, some with great jars of wine, others with baskets of fruits and confections, others again with cups and flagons, mostly silver. There was inspiration in the sight. Instantly Messala climbed upon a stool. "Men of the Tiber," he said, in a clear voice, "let us turn this waiting for our chief into a feast of Bacchus. Whom choose ye for master?" Drusus arose. "Who shall be master but the giver of the feast?" he said. "Answer, Romans." They gave their reply in a shout. Messala took the chaplet from his head, gave it to Drusus, who climbed upon the table, and, in the view of all, solemnly replaced it, making Messala master of the night. "There came with me into the room," he said, "some friends just risen from table. That our feast may have the approval of sacred custom, bring hither that one of them most overcome by wine." A din of voices answered, "Here he is, here he is," and from the floor where he had fallen, a youth was brought forward, so effeminately beautiful he might have passed for the drinking god himself, only the crown would have dropped from his head and the thyrsus from his hand. "Lift him upon the table," the master said. It was found he could not sit. "Help him, Drusus, as the fair Nyon may yet help thee." Drusus took the inebriate in his arms, then addressing the limp figure, Messala said, amidst profound silence, "O Bacchus, greatest of the gods, be thou propitious tonight. And for myself, and these thy votaries, I vow this chaplet," and from his head he raised it reverently, "I vow this chaplet to thy altar in the grove of Daphne." He bowed, replaced the crown upon his locks, then stooped and uncovered the dice, saying, with a laugh, "See, my Drusus, by the ass of Silenus, the denarius is mine." There was a shout that set the floor to quaking, and the grim Atlantes to dancing, and the orgies began. Chapter 13. Shekildarim was a man of too much importance to go about with a small establishment. He had a reputation to keep with his tribe, such as became a prince and patriarch of the greatest following in all the desert east of Syria. With the people of the cities he had another reputation, which was that of one of the richest personages, not a king, in all the east. And, being rich in fact, in money as well as in servants, camels, horses, and flocks of all kinds, he took pleasure in a certain state, which, besides magnifying his dignity with strangers, contributed to his personal pride and comfort. Wherefore the reader must not be misled by the frequent reference to his tent in the orchard of palms. He had there really a respectable dower, that is to say, he had there 3 large tents, one for himself, one for visitors, one for his favorite wife and her women, and 6 or 8 lesser ones, occupied by his servants and such tribal retainers as he had chosen to bring with him as a bodyguard, strong men of approved courage, and skillful with bow, spear, and horses. To be sure, his property of whatever kind was in no danger at the orchard, yet as the habits of a man go with him to town not less than the country, and as it is never wise to slip the bands of discipline, the interior of the dower was devoted to his cows, camels, goats, and such property in general as might tempt a lion or a thief. To do him full justice, old Aram kept well all the customs of his people, abating none, not even the smallest. In consequence his life at the orchard was a continuation of his life in the desert, nor that alone. It was a fair reproduction of the old patriarchal modes, the genuine pastoral life of primitive Israel. Recurring to the morning the caravan arrived at the orchard. "Here, plant it here," he said, stopping his horse, and thrusting a spear into the ground. "Door to the south, the lake before it thus, and these, the children of the desert, to sit under at the going down of the sun." At the last words he went to a group of 3 great palm trees, and patted one of them as he would have patted his horse's neck, or the cheek of the child of his love. Who but the she could have right say to the caravan, "Halt," or of the tent, "Here be it pitched." The spear was wrested from the ground, and over the wound it had riven in the sod the base of the first pillar of the tent was planted, marking the center of the front door. Then 8 others were planted, in all, 3 rows of pillars, 3 in a row. Then, at call, the women and children came, and unfolded the canvas from its packing on the camels. Who might do this but the women? Had they not sheared the hair from the brown goats of the flock, and twisted it into thread, and woven the thread into cloth, and stitched the cloth together, making the perfect roof, dark brown in fact, though in the distance black as the tents of Kedar? And, finally, with what jests and laughter, and pulls all together, the united following of the sheik stretched the canvas from pillar to pillar, driving the stakes and fastening the cords as they went, and when the walls of open reed matting were put in place, the finishing touch to the building after the style of the desert, with what hush of anxiety they waited the good man's judgment, when he walked in and out, looking at the house in connection with the sun, the trees, and the lake, and said, rubbing his hands with might of heartiness, well done. Make the dower now as ye well know, and tonight we will sweeten the bread with arrack, and the milk with honey, and at every fire there shall be a kid. God with ye, want of sweet water there shall not be, for the lake is our well, neither shall the bearers of burden hunger, or the least of the flock, for here is green pasture also. God with you all, my children, go, and, shouting, the many happy went their ways then to pitch their own habitations. A few remained to arrange the interior for the sheik, and of these the men servants hung a curtain to the central row of pillars, making 2 apartments, the one on the right sacred to Ildarim himself, the other sacred to his horses, his jewels of Solomon, which they let in, and with kisses and love taps set at liberty. Against the middle pillar they then erected the arms rack, and filled it with javelins and spears, and bows, arrows, and shields, outside of them hanging the master's sword, modeled after the new moon, and the glitter of its blade rivaled the glitter of the jewels bedded in its grip. Upon one end of the rack they hung the housings of the horses, gay some of them as the livery of a king's servant, while on the other end they displayed the great man's wearing apparel, his robes woolen and robes linen, his tunics and trousers, and many colored kerchiefs for the head, nor did they give over the work until he pronounced it well. Meantime the women drew out and set up the divan, more indispensable to him than the beard down flowing over his breast, white as Aaron's. They put a frame together in shape of 3 sides of a square, the opening to the door, and covered it with cushions and base curtains, and the cushions with a changeable spread striped brown and yellow. At the corners they placed pillows and bolsters sacked in cloth blue and crimson. Then around the divan they laid a margin of carpet, and the inner space they carpeted as well. And when the carpet was carried from the opening of the divan to the door of the tent, their work was done, whereupon they again waited until the master said it was good. Nothing remained then but to bring and fill the jars with water, and hang the skin bottles of arrack ready for the hand. Tomorrow the Laban, nor might an Arab see why Ildarim should not be both happy and generous, in his tent by the lake of sweet waters, under the palms of the orchard of palms. Such was the tent at the door of which we left Ben-Hur. Servants were already waiting the master's direction. One of them took off his sandals, another unlatched Ben-Hur's Roman shoes. Then the 2 exchanged their dusty outer garments for fresh ones of white linen. Enter, in God's name, enter, and take thy rest, said the host, heartily, in the dialect of the marketplace of Jerusalem. Forthwith he led the way to the divan. I will sit here, he said next, pointing, and there the stranger, a woman, in the old time she would have been called a handmaid, answered, and dexterously piled the pillows and bolsters as rests for the back, after which they sat upon the side of the divan, while water was brought fresh from the lake, and their feet bathed and dried with napkins. We have a saying in the desert, Ildarim began, gathering his beard, and combing it with his slender fingers, that a good appetite is the promise of a long life. Hast thou such? By that rule, good sheik, I will live 100 years. I am a hungry wolf at thy door. Ben-Hur replied, well, thou shalt not be sent away like a wolf. I will give thee the best of the flocks. Ildarim clapped his hands. Seek the stranger in the guest tent, and say Ildarim, send him a prayer that his peace may be as incessant as the flowing of waters. The man in waiting bowed. Say, also, Ildarim continued, that I have returned with another for breaking of bread, and, if Balthazar the wise careth to share the loaf, 3 may partake of it, and the portion of the birds be none the less. The second servant went away. Let us take our rest now. Thereupon Ildarim settled himself upon the divan, as at this day merchants sit on their rugs in the bazaars of Damascus. And when fairly at rest, he stopped combing his beard, and said, gravely, that thou art my guest, and hast drunk my Laban, and art about to taste my salt, ought not to forbid a question. Who art thou? Sheikh-il-Darim, said Ben-Hur, calmly enduring his gaze. I pray thee not to think me trifling with thy just demand, but was there never a time in thy life when to answer such a question would have been a crime to thyself? By the splendor of Solomon, yes, Il-Darim answered. Betrayal of self is at times as base as the betrayal of a tribe. Thanks, good Sheikh Ben-Hur exclaimed. Never answer became thee better. Now I know thou dost but seek assurance to justify the trust I have come to ask, and that such assurance is of more interest to thee than the affairs of my poor life. The Sheikh in his turn bowed, and Ben-Hur hastened to pursue his advantage. So it please thee then, he said. First, I am not a Roman, as the name given thee is mine implieth. Il-Darim clasped the beard overflowing his breast, and gazed at the speaker with eyes faintly twinkling through the shade of the heavy close-drawn brows. In the next place, Ben-Hur continued, I am an Israelite of the tribe of Judah. The Sheikh raised his brows a little. Nor that merely. Sheikh, I am a Jew with a grievance against Rome compared with which thine is not more than a child's trouble. The old man combed his beard with nervous haste, and let fall his brows until even the twinkle of the eyes went out. Still further, I swear to thee, Sheikh-il-Darim, I swear by the covenant the Lord made with my fathers, so thou but give me the revenge I seek, the money and the glory of the race shall be thine. Il-Darim's brows relaxed, his head arose, his face began to beam, and it was almost possible to see the satisfaction taking possession of him. Enough, he said. If at the roots of thy tongue there is a lie in coil, Solomon himself had not been safe against thee, that thou art not a Roman, that as a Jew thou hast a grievance against Rome, and revenge to compass, I believe, and on that score enough. But as to thy skill, what experience hast thou in racing with chariots, and the horses? Canst thou make them creatures of thy will, to know thee, to come at call, to go, if thou sayest it, to the last extreme of breath and strength, and then, in the perishing moment, out of the depths of thy life thrill them to one exertion the mightiest of all? The gift, my son, is not to every one. Ah, by the splendor of God, I knew a king who governed millions of men, their perfect master, but could not win the respect of a horse. Mark, I speak not of the dull brutes whose round it is to slave for slaves, the debased in blood and image, the dead in spirit, but of such as mine here, the kings of their kind, of a lineage reaching back to the brood of the first Pharaoh, my comrades and friends, dwellers in tents, whom long association with me has brought up to my plane, who to their instincts have added our wits and to their senses joined our souls, until they feel all we know of ambition, love, hate, and contempt. In war, heroes, in trust, faithful as women. Ho, there, a servant came forward. Let my Arabs come. The man drew aside part of the division curtain of the tent, exposing to view a group of horses, who lingered a moment where they were as if to make certain of the invitation. Come, Il-Darim said to them, why stand ye there? What have I that is not yours? Come, I say. They stalked slowly in. Son of Israel, the master said, thy Moses was a mighty man, but, comma, I must laugh when I think of his allowing thy fathers the plodding ox and the dull, slow-natured ass, and forbidding them property and horses. Thinkest thou he would have done so had he seen that one, and that, and this? At the word he laid his hand upon the face of the first to reach him, and patted it with infinite pride and tenderness. It is a misjudgment, Sheikh, a misjudgment, Ben-Hur said, warmly. Moses was a warrior as well as a lawgiver beloved by God. And to follow war, what is it but to love all its creatures? These among the rest, a head of exquisite turn, with large eyes, soft as a deer's, and half hidden by the dense forelock, and small ears, sharp-pointed and sloped well forward, approached then quite to his breast, the nostrils open, and the upper lip in motion. Who are you? It asked, plainly as ever man spoke. Ben-Hur recognized one of the four racers he had seen on the course, and gave his open hand to the beautiful brute. They will tell you, the blasphemers, may their days shorten as they grow fewer. The sheik spoke with the feeling of a man repelling a personal defamation. They will tell you, I say, Better horses of the best blood are derived from the Nessian pastures of Persia. God gave the first Arab a measureless waste of sand, with some treeless mountains, and here and there a well of bitter waters, and said to him, Behold thy country. And when the poor man complained, the mighty one pitied him, and said again, Be of cheer, for I will twice bless thee above other men. The Arab heard, and gave thanks, and with faith set out to find the blessings. He traveled all the boundaries first, and failed, then he made a path into the desert, and went on, and in the heart of the waste there was an island of green very beautiful to see, and in the heart of the island, lo, a herd of camels, and another of horses. He took them joyfully and kept them with care for what they were, best gifts of God. And from that green isle went forth all the horses of the earth, even to the pastures of Nessia they went, and northward to the dreadful vales perpetually threshed by blasts from the sea of chill winds. Doubt not the story, or if thou dost, may never amulet have charm for an Arab again. Nay, I will give thee proof. He clapped his hands. Bring me the records of the tribe, he said to the servant who responded. While waiting, the sheik played with the horses, patting their cheeks, combing their forelocks with his fingers, giving each one a token of remembrance. Presently 6 men appeared with chests of cedar reinforced by bands of brass, and hinged and bolted with brass. Nay, said Ilderim, when they were all set down by the divan, I meant not all of them, only the records of the horses, that one. Open it and take back the others. The chest was opened, disclosing a massive ivory tablet strung on rings of silver wire. And as the tablets were scarcely thicker than wafers, each ring held several hundreds of them. I know, said Ilderim, taking some of the rings in his hand. I know with what care and zeal, my son, the scribes of the temple in the holy city keep the names of the newly born, that every son of Israel may trace his line of ancestry to its beginning, though it antedate the patriarchs. My fathers, may the recollection of them be green forever, did not think it sinful to borrow the idea, and apply it to their dumb servants. See these tablets? Ben-Hur took the rings, and separating the tablets saw they bore rude hieroglyphs in Arabic, burned on the smooth surface by a sharp point of heated metal. Canst thou read them, O son of Israel? No, thou must tell me their meaning. Know thou, then, each tablet records the name of a foal of the pure blood born to my fathers through the hundreds of years past, and also the names of sire and dam. Take them, and note their age, that thou mayst the more readily believe. Some of the tablets were nearly worn away, all were yellow with age. In the chest there, I can tell thee now, I have the perfect history. Perfect because certified as history seldom is, showing of what stock all these are sprung, this one, and that now supplicating thy notice and caress. And as they come to us here, their seers, even the furthest removed in time, came to my seers, under a tent roof like this of mine, to eat their measure of barley from the open hand, and be taught to as children, and as children kiss the thanks they have not speech to express. And now, O son of Israel, thou mayst believe my declaration, if I am a lord of the desert, behold my ministers, take them from me, and I become as a sick man left by the caravan to die. Thanks to them, age hath not diminished the terror of me on the highways between cities, and it will not while I have strength to go with them. Hot, I could tell thee marvels done by their ancestors. In a favoring time I may do so, for the present, enough that they were never overtaken in retreat, nor, by the sword of Solomon, did they ever fail in pursuit. That, mark you, on the sands and under saddle, but now, I do not know, I am afraid, for they are under yoke the first time, and the conditions of success are so many. They have the pride and the speed and the endurance. If I find them a master, they will win. Son of Israel, so thou art the man, I swear it shall be a happy day that brought thee thither. Of thyself no speak. I know now, said Ben-Hur, why it is that in the love of an Arab his horse is next to his children. And I know, also, why the Arab horses are the best in the world. But, good sheik, I would not have you judge me by words alone, for, as you know, all promises of men sometimes fail. Give me the trial first on some plain hereabout, and put the 4 in my hand tomorrow. Ilderim's face beamed again, and he would have spoken. A moment, good sheik, a moment, said Ben-Hur. Let me say further, From the masters in Rome I learned many lessons, little thinking they would serve me in a time like this. I tell thee these thy sons of the desert, though they have separately the speed of eagles and the endurance of lions, will fail if they are not trained to run together under the yoke. For bethink thee, sheik, in every four there is one the slowest and one the swiftest, and while the race is always to the slowest, the trouble is always with the swiftest. It was so today, the driver could not reduce the best to harmonious action with the poorest. My trial may have no better result, but if so, I will tell thee of it, that I swear. Wherefore, in the same spirit I say, can I get them to run together, moved by my will, the four as one? Thou shalt have the sister, the eye and the crown, and I my revenge. What sayest thou? Ilderim listened, combing his beard the while. At the end he said, with a laugh, I think better of thee, son of Israel. We have a saying in the desert, if you will cook the meal with words, I will promise an ocean of butter. Thou shalt have the horses in the morning. At that moment there was a stir at the rear entrance to the tent. The supper, it is here, and yonder my friend Balthazar, whom thou shalt know. He had the story to tell which an Israelite should never tire of hearing. And to the servants he added, take the records away, and return my jewels to their apartment, and they did as he ordered. Chapter 14. If the reader will return now to the repast of the wise men at their meeting in the desert, he will understand the preparations for the supper in Ilderim's tent. The differences were chiefly such as were incident to ampler means and better service. 3 rugs were spread on the carpet within the space so nearly enclosed by the divan. A table not more than a foot in height was brought and set within the same place, and covered with a cloth. Off to one side, a portable earthenware oven was established under the presidency of a woman whose duty it was to keep the company in bread, or, more precisely, in hot cakes of flour from the hand mills grinding with constant sound in a neighboring tent. Meanwhile Balthazar was conducted to the divan, where Ilderim and Ben-Hur received him standing. A loose black gown covered his person, his step was feeble, and his whole movement slow and cautious, apparently dependent upon a long staff and the arm of a servant. Peace to you, my friend, said Ilderim, respectfully. Peace and welcome. The Egyptian raised his head and replied, and to thee, good sheik, to thee and thine, peace and the blessing of the one God, God the true and loving. The manner was gentle and devout, and impressed Ben-Hur with a feeling of awe, besides which the blessing included in the answering salutation had been partly addressed to him. And while that part was being spoken, the eyes of the aged guest, hollow yet luminous, rested upon his face long enough to stir an emotion new and mysterious, and so strong that he again and again during the repast scanned the much wrinkled and bloodless face for its meaning. But always there was the expression bland, placid, and trustful as a child's. A little later he found that expression habitual. This is he, O Balthazar, said the sheik, laying his hand on Ben-Hur's arm, who will break bread with us this evening. The Egyptian glanced at the young man, and looked again surprised and doubting, seeing which the sheik continued, I have promised him my horses for trial tomorrow, and if all goes well, he will drive them in the circus. Balthazar continued his gaze. He came well recommended, Ilderim pursued, much puzzled. You may know him as the son of Arius, who was a noble Roman sailor, though, the sheik hesitated, then resumed, with a laugh, though he declares himself an Israelite of the tribe of Judah, and, by the splendor of God, I believe that he tells me. Balthazar could no longer withhold explanation. Today, O most generous sheik, my life was in peril, and would have been lost had not a youth, the counterpart of this one if, indeed, he be not the very same, intervened when all others fled, and saved me. Then he addressed Ben-Hur directly. Art thou naughty? I cannot answer so far, Ben-Hur replied, with modest deference. I am he who stopped the horses of the insolent Roman, when they were rushing upon thy camel, at the fountain of Castalia. Thine otter left a cup with me. From the bosom of his tunic he produced the cup, and gave it to Balthazar. A glow lighted the faded countenance of the Egyptian. The Lord sent thee to me at the fountain today, he said, in a tremulous voice, stretching his hand towards Ben-Hur, and he sends thee to me now. I give him thanks and praise him now, for of his favor I have wherewith to give thee great reward, and I will. The cup is thine, keep it. Ben-Hur took back the gift, and Balthazar, seeing the inquiry upon Eldaram's face, related the occurrence at the fountain. What said the sheik to Ben-Hur? Thou saidst nothing of this to me, when better recommendation thou couldst not have brought. Am I not an Arab and sheik of my tribe of tens of thousands, and is not he my guest? And is it not in my guest bond, that the good or evil thou dost him is good or evil done to me? Whither shouldst thou go for reward but here? And whose the hand to give it but mine? His voice at the end of the speech rose to cutting shrillness. Good sheik, spare me, I pray. I came not for reward, great or small, and that I may be acquitted of the thought. I say the help I gave this excellent man would have been given as well to thy humblest servant. But he is my friend, my guest, not my servant. And saidst thou not in the difference the favor of fortune? Then to Balthazar the sheiks subjoined, by the splendor of God, I tell thee again he is not a Roman. With that he turned away, and gave attention to the servants, whose preparations for the supper were about complete. The reader who recollects the history of Balthazar as given by himself at the meeting in the desert, will understand the effect of Ben-Hur's assertion of disinterestedness upon that worthy. In his devotion to men there had been, it will be remembered, no distinctions, while the redemption which had been promised him in the way of reward, the redemption for which he was waiting, was universal. To him, therefore, the assertion sounded somewhat like an echo of himself. He took a step nearer Ben-Hur, and spoke to him in a childlike way. How did the sheiks say I should call you? It was a Roman name, I think, Arius, the son of Arius. Yet thou art not a Roman. All my people were Jews, saidst thou? Are they not living? The question was subtle as well as simple, but Eldaram saved Ben-Hur from reply. Come, he said to them, the meal is ready. Ben-Hur gave his arm to Balthazar, and conducted him to the table, where shortly they were all seated on their rugs Eastern fashion. The lavers were brought them, and they washed and dried their hands. Then the sheik made a sign. The servants stopped, and the voice of the Egyptian arose tremulous with holy feeling. Father of all, God, what we have is of thee. Take our thanks, and bless us, that we may continue to do thy will. It was the grace the good man had said simultaneously with his brethren Gaspar the Greek and Melchior the Hindu, the utterance in diverse tongues out of which had come the miracle attesting the divine presence at the meal in the desert years before. The table to which they immediately addressed themselves was, as may be thought, rich in the substantials and delicacies favored in the East. In cakes hot from the oven, vegetables from the gardens, meats singly, compounds of meats and vegetables, milk of kine, and honey and butter all eaten or drunk, it should be remarked, without any of the modern accessories, knives, forks, spoons, cups, or plates, and in this part of the repast but little was said, for they were hungry, but when the dessert was in course it was otherwise. They laved their hands again, had the lap cloths shaken out, and with a renewed table, and the sharp edge of their appetites gone they were disposed to talk and listen. With such a company, an Arab, a Jew, and an Egyptian, all believers alike in one God, there could be at that age but one subject of conversation, and of the three, which should be speaker but he to whom the deity had been so nearly a personal appearance, who had seen him in a star, had heard his voice and direction, had been led so far and so miraculously by his spirit, and of what should he talk but that of which he had been called to testify? Chapter 15. The shadows cast over the orchard of palms by the mountains at set of sun left no sweet margin time of violet sky, and drowsing earth between the day and night. The latter came early and swift, and against its glooming in the tent this evening the servants brought 4 candlesticks of brass, and set them by the corners of the table. To each candlestick there were 4 branches, and on each branch a lighted silver lamp and a supply cup of olive oil. In light ample, even brilliant, the group at dessert continued their conversation, speaking in the Syriac dialect, familiar to all peoples in that part of the world. The Egyptian told a story of the meeting of the 3 in the desert, and agreed with the sheik that it was in December, 27 years before, when he and his companions fleeing from Herod arrived at the tent praying shelter. The narrative was heard with intense interest, even the servants lingering when they could to catch its details. Ben-Hur received it as became a man listening to a revelation of deep concern to all humanity, and to none of more concern than the people of Israel. In his mind, as we shall presently see, There was crystallizing an idea which was to change his course of life, if not absorb it absolutely. As the recital proceeded, the impression made by Balthasar upon the young Jew increased. At its conclusion, his feeling was too profound to permit a doubt of its truth. Indeed, there was nothing left him desirable in the connection but assurances, if such were to be had, pertaining exclusively to the consequences of the amazing event. And now there is wanting an explanation which the very discerning may have heretofore demanded. Certainly it can be no longer delayed. Our tale begins, in point of date not less than fact, to trench close upon the opening of the ministry of the Son of Mary, whom we have seen but once since this same Balthasar left him worshipfully in his mother's lap in the cave by Bethlehem. Henceforth to the end the mysterious child will be a subject of continual reference, and slowly though surely the current of events with which we are dealing will bring us nearer and nearer to him, until finally we see him a man. We would like, if armed contrariety of opinion would permit it, to add, a man whom the world could not do without. Of this declaration, apparently so simple, a shrewd mind inspired by faith will make much, and in welcome. Before his time, and since, there have been men indispensable to particular people and periods, but his indispensability was to the whole race, and for all time, a respect in which it is unique, solitary, divine. To Sheikh-Ilderim the story was not new. He had heard it from the three wise men together under circumstances which left no room for doubt. He had acted upon it seriously, for the helping a fugitive escape from the anger of the first Herod was dangerous. Now one of the three sat at his table again, a welcome guest and revered friend. Sheikh-Ilderim certainly believed the story, yet, in the nature of things, its mighty central fact could not come home to him with the force and absorbing effect it came to Ben-Hur. He was an Arab, whose interest in the consequences was but general. On the other hand, Ben-Hur was an Israelite and a Jew, with more than a special interest in, if the solecism can be pardoned, the truth of the fact. He laid hold of the circumstance with a purely Jewish mind. From his cradle, let it be remembered, he had heard of the Messiah. At the colleges he had been made familiar with all that was known of that being at once the hope, the fear, and the peculiar glory of the chosen people. The prophets from the first to the last of the heroic line foretold him, and the coming had been, and yet was, the theme of endless exposition with the rabbis, in the synagogues, in the schools, in the temple, of fast days and feast days, in public and in private. The national teachers expounded and kept expounding until all the children of Abraham, wherever their lots were cast, bore the Messiah in expectation, and by it literally, and with iron severity, ruled and molded their lives. Doubtless, it will be understood from this that there was much argument among the Jews themselves about the Messiah. And so there was. But the disputation was all limited to one point, and one only: when would he come? Disquisition is for the preacher, whereas the writer is but telling a tale, and that he may not lose his character. The explanation he is making requires notice merely of a point connected with the Messiah about which the unanimity among the chosen people was matter of marvelous astonishment. He was to be, when come, the King of the Jews, their political king, their Caesar. By their instrumentality he was to make armed conquest of the earth, and then, for their profit and in the name of God, hold it down forever. On this faith, dear reader, the Pharisees or separatists, the latter being rather a political term, in the cloisters and around the altars of the temple, built an edifice of hope far overtopping the dream of the Macedonian. His but covered the earth, theirs covered the earth and filled the skies, that is to say, in their bold, boundless fantasy of blasphemous egotism, God the Almighty was in effect to suffer them for their uses to nail him by the ear to adore, in sign of eternal servitude. Returning directly to Ben-Hur, it is to be observed now that there were two circumstances in his life, the result of which had been to keep him in a state comparatively free from the influence and hard effects of the audacious faith of his separatist countrymen. In the first place, his father followed the faith of the Sadducees, who may, in a general way, be termed the liberals of their time. They had some loose opinions and denial of the soul. They were strict constructionists and rigorous observers of the law as found in the books of Moses, but they held the vast mass of rabbinical addenda to those books in derisive contempt. They were unquestionably a sect, yet their religion was more a philosophy than a creed. They did not deny themselves the enjoyments of life, and saw many admirable methods and productions among the Gentile divisions of the race. In politics they were the active opposition of the separatists. In the natural order of things, these circumstances and conditions, opinions and peculiarities, would have descended to the son as certainly and really as any portion of his father's estate, and, as we have seen, he was actually in course of acquiring them when the second saving event overtook him. Upon a youth of Ben-Hur's mind and temperament, the influence of 5 years of affluent life in Rome can be appreciated best by recalling that the great city was then, in fact, the meeting place of the nations, their meeting place politically and commercially, as well as for the indulgence of pleasure without restraint. Round and round the golden milestone in front of the Forum, now in gloom of eclipse, now in unapproachable splendor, flowed all the active currents of humanity. If excellences of manner, refinements of society, attainments of intellect, and glory of achievement made no impression upon him, how could he, as the son of Arius, pass day after day, through a period so long, from the beautiful villa near Misenum into the receptions of Caesar, and be wholly uninfluenced by what he saw there of kings, princes, ambassadors, hostages, and delegates, suitors all of them from every known land, waiting humbly the yes or no which was to make or unmake them? As mere assemblages, to be sure, there was nothing to compare with the gatherings at Jerusalem in celebration of the Passover. Yet when he sat under the purple velaria of the Circus Maximus, one of 350,000 spectators, he must have been visited by the thought that possibly there might be some branches of the family of man worthy divine consideration, if not mercy, though they were of the uncircumcised, some, by their sorrows, and, yet worse, by their hopelessness in the midst of sorrows, fitted for brotherhood in the promises to his countrymen. That he should have had such a thought under such circumstances was but natural. We think so much, at least, will be admitted, but when the reflection came to him, and he gave himself up to it, he could not have been blind to a certain distinction. The wretchedness of the masses, and their hopeless condition, had no relation whatever to religion. Their murmurs and groans were not against their gods or for want of gods. In the oak woods of Britain the Druids held their followers. Odin and Freya maintained their godships in Gaul and Germany, and among the Hyperboreans, Egypt was satisfied with her crocodiles and Anubis. The Persians were yet devoted to Ormuzd and Ahriman, holding them in equal honor, in hope of the nirvana. The Hindus moved on patient as ever in the rayless paths of Brahm. The beautiful Greek mind, in pauses of philosophy, still sang the heroic gods of Homer, while in Rome nothing was so common and cheap as gods. According to whim, the masters of the world, because they were masters, carried their worship and offerings indifferently from altar to altar, delighted in the pandemonium they had erected. Their discontent, if they were discontented, was with the number of gods, for, after borrowing all the divinities of the earth they proceeded to deify their Caesars, and vote them altars and holy service. No, the unhappy condition was not from religion, but misgovernment and usurpations and countless tyrannies. The avernus men had been tumbled into, and were praying to be relieved from, was terribly but essentially political. The supplication, everywhere alike, in Latinum, Alexandria, Athens, Jerusalem, was for a king to conquer with, not a god to worship. Studying the situation after 2,000 years, we can see and say that religiously there was no relief from the universal confusion, except some god could prove himself a true god, and a masterful one, and come to the rescue. But the people of the time, even the discerning and philosophical, discovered no hope except in crushing Rome. The relief would follow in restorations and reorganizations. Therefore they prayed, conspired, rebelled, fought, and died, drenching the soil today with blood, tomorrow with tears, and always with the same result. It remains to be said now that Ben-Hur was in agreement with the mass of men of his time, not Romans. The 5 years' residence in the capital served him with opportunity to see and study the miseries of the subjugated world, and in full belief that the evils which afflicted it were political, and to be cured only by the sword, he was going forth to fit himself for a part in the day of resort to the heroic remedy. By practice of arms he was a perfect soldier, but war has its higher fields, and he who would move successfully in them must know more than to defend with shield and thrust with spear. In those fields the general finds his tasks, the greatest of which is the reduction of the many into one, and that one himself, the consummate captain, is a fighting man armed with an army. This conception entered into the scheme of life, to which he was further swayed by the reflection that the vengeance he dreamed of, in connection with his individual wrongs, would be more surely found in some of the ways of war than in any pursuit of peace. The feelings with which he listened to Balthasar can be now understood. The story touched two of the most sensitive points of his being, so they rang within him. His heart beat fast, and faster still when, searching himself, he found not a doubt either that the recital was true in every particular, or that the child so miraculously found was the Messiah, marveling much that Israel rested so dead to the revelation, and that he had never heard of it before that day. Two questions presented themselves to him as centering all it was at that moment further desirable to know: where was the child then, and what was his mission? With apologies for the interruptions, he proceeded to draw out the opinions of Balthasar, who was in no wise loath to speak. Chapter 16. If I could answer you, Balthasar said, in his simple, earnest, devout way, oh, if I knew where he is, how quickly I would go to him. The sea should not stay me, nor the mountains. You have tried to find him, then? Asked Ben-Hur. A smile flitted across the face of the Egyptian. The first task I charged myself with after leaving the shelter given me in the desert, Balthasar cast a grateful look at Aldaram, was to learn what became of the child. But a year had passed, and I dared not go up to Judea in person, for Herod still held the throne, bloody-minded as ever. In Egypt, upon my return, there were a few friends to believe the wonderful things I told them of what I had seen and heard, a few who rejoiced with me that a Redeemer was born, a few who never tired of the story. Some of them came up for me looking after the child. They went first to Bethlehem, and found there the Khan in the cave, but the steward, he who sat at the gate the night of the birth, and the night we came following the star, was gone. The king had taken him away, and he was no more seen. But they found some proofs. Surely, said Ben-Hur, eagerly. Yes, proofs written in blood. A village in mourning, mothers yet crying for their little ones. You must know, when Herod heard of our flight, he sent down and slew the youngest born of the children of Bethlehem. Not one escaped. The faith of my messengers was confirmed, but they came to me saying the child was dead, slain with the other innocents. Dead, exclaimed Ben-Hur, aghast. Dead, sayest thou? Nay, my son, I did not say so. I said they, my messengers, told me the child was dead. I did not believe the report then, I do not believe it now. I see, thou hast some special knowledge. Not so, said Balthasar, dropping his gaze. The spirit was to go with us no farther than to the child. When we came out of the cave, after our presents were given and we had seen the babe, we looked first thing for the star, but it was gone, and we knew we were left to ourselves. The last inspiration of the Holy One, the last I can recall, was that which sent us to Aldaram for safety. Yes, said the sheik, fingering his beard nervously. You told me you were sent to me by a spirit. I remember it. I have no special knowledge. Balthasar continued, observing the dejection which had fallen upon Ben-Hur. But, my son, I have given the matter much thought. Thought continuing through years, inspired by faith, which, I assure you, calling God for witness, is as strong in me now as in the hour I heard the voice of the Spirit calling me by the shore of the lake. If you will listen, I will tell you why I believe the child is living. Both Aldaram and Ben-Hur looked assent, and appeared to summon their faculties that they might understand as well as hear. The interest reached the servants, who drew near to the divan, and stood listening. Throughout the tent there was the profoundest silence. We three believe in God. Balthasar bowed his head as he spoke. And he is the truth, he resumed. His word is God. The hills may turn to dust, and the seas be drunk dry by south winds, but his word shall stand, because it is the truth. The utterance was in a manner inexpressibly solemn. The voice, which was his, speaking to me by the lake, said, Blessed art thou, O son of Mizraim, the redemption cometh. With two others from the remotenesses of the earth, thou shalt see the Savior. I have seen the Savior. Blessed be his name. But the redemption, which was the second part of the promise, is yet to come. Sayest thou now, if the child be dead, There is no agent to bring the redemption about, and the word is not, and God, nay, I dare not say it. He threw up both hands in horror. The redemption was the work for which the child was born, and so long as the promise abides, not even death can separate him from his work until it is fulfilled, or at least in the way of fulfillment. Take you that now is one reason for my belief, then give me further attention. The good man paused. Wilt thou not taste the wine? It is at thy hand. See, said Ilderim, respectfully. Balthazar drank, and, seeming refreshed, continued, the Savior I saw was born of woman, in nature like us, and subject to all our ills, even death. Let that stand as the first proposition. Consider next the work set apart to him. Was it not a performance for which only a man is fitted? A man wise, firm, discreet, a man, not a child? To become such he had to grow as we grow. Bethink you now of the dangers his life was subject to in the interval, the long interval between childhood and maturity. The existing powers were his enemies, Herod was his enemy, and what would Rome have been? And as for Israel, that he should not be accepted by Israel was the motive for cutting him off. See you now. What better way was there to take care of his life in the helpless growing time, than by passing him into obscurity? Wherefore I say to myself, and to my listening faith, which is never moved except by yearning of love, I say he is not dead, but lost, and, his work remaining undone, he will come again. There you have the reasons for my belief. Are they not good? Ilderim's small Arab eyes were bright with understanding, and Ben-Hur, lifted from his dejection, said heartily, I, at least, may not gainsay them. What further, pray, hast thou not enough, my son? Well, he began, in calmer tone, seeing that the reasons were good, more plainly, seeing it was God's will that the child should not be found, I settled my faith into the keeping of patience, and took to waiting. He raised his eyes, full of holy trust, and broke off abstractedly, I am waiting now. He lives, keeping well his mighty secret. What though I cannot go to him, or name the hill or the vale of his abiding place? He lives. It may be as the fruit in blossom, it may be as the fruit just ripening, but by the certainty there is in the promise and reason of God, I know he lives. A thrill of awe struck Ben-Hur, a thrill which was but the dying of his half-formed doubt. Where thinkest thou he is? He asked, in a low voice, and hesitating, like one who feels upon his lips the pressure of a sacred silence. Balthazar looked at him kindly, and replied, his mind not entirely freed from its abstraction. In my house on the Nile, so close to the river that the passers-by in boats see it and its reflection in the water at the same time. In my house, a few weeks ago, I sat thinking. A man 30 years old, I said to myself, should have his fields of life all plowed, and his planting well done. For after that it is summertime, with space scarce enough to ripen his sowing. The child, I said further, is now 27, his time to plant must be at hand. I asked myself, as you here ask me, my son, and answered by coming hither, as to a good resting place close by the land thy fathers had from God. Where else should he appear, if not in Judea? In what city should he begin his work, if not in Jerusalem? Who should be first to receive the blessings he is to bring, if not the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? In love, at least, the children of the Lord. If I were bidden go seek him, I would search well the hamlets and villages on the slopes of the mountains of Judea and Galilee, falling eastwardly into the valley of the Jordan. He is there now, standing in a door or on a hilltop. Only this evening he saw the sunset, one day nearer the time when he himself shall become the light of the world. Balthazar ceased, with his hand raised and finger pointing as if at Judea. All the listeners, even the dull servants outside the divan, affected by his fervor, were startled as if by a majestic presence suddenly apparent within the tent. Nor did the sensation die away at once. Of those at the table, each sat a while thinking. The spell was finally broken by Ben-Hur. I see, good Balthazar, he said, that thou hast been much and strangely favored. I see, also, that thou art a wise man indeed. It is not in my power to tell how grateful I am for the things thou hast told me. I am warned of the coming of great events, and borrow somewhat from thy faith. Complete the obligation, I pray thee, by telling further of the mission of him for whom thou art waiting. and for whom from this night I too shall wait as becomes a believing son of Judah. He is to be a savior, thou sayest, is he not to be king of the Jews also? My son, said Balthazar, in his benignant way, the mission is yet a purpose in the bosom of God. All I think about it is wrung from the words of the voice, in connection with the prayer to which they were in answer. Shall we refer to them again? Thou art the teacher, the cause of my disquiet? Balthazar began, calmly, that which made me a preacher in Alexandria and in the villages of the Nile, that which drove me at last into the solitude where the Spirit found me, was the fallen condition of men, occasioned, as I believed, by loss of the knowledge of God. I sorrowed for the sorrows of my kind, not of one class, but all of them. So utterly were they fallen it seemed to me there could be no redemption unless God himself would make it his work. And I prayed him to come, and that I might see him. Thy good works have conquered. The redemption cometh, thou shalt see the Savior. Thus the voice spake, and with the answer I went up to Jerusalem rejoicing. Now, to whom is the redemption? To all the world. And how shall it be? Strengthen thy faith, my son. Men say, I know, that there will be no happiness until Rome is raised from her hills. That is to say, the ills of the time are not, as I thought them, from ignorance of God, but from the misgovernment of rulers. Do we need to be told that human governments are never for the sake of religion? How many kings have you heard of who were better than their subjects? Oh no, no. The redemption cannot be for a political purpose, to pull down rulers and powers, and vacate their places merely that others may take and enjoy them. If that were all of it, the wisdom of God would cease to be surpassing. I tell you, though it be but the saying of blind to blind, he that comes is to be a savior of souls. And the redemption means God once more on earth, and righteousness, that is stay here may be tolerable to himself. Disappointment showed plainly on Ben-Hur's face. His head drooped, and if he was not convinced, he yet felt himself incapable that moment of disputing the opinion of the Egyptian. Not so Ilderim. By the splendor of God, he cried, impulsively, the judgment does away with all custom. The ways of the world are fixed, and cannot be changed. There must be a leader in every community clothed with power, else there is no reform. Balthazar received the burst gravely. Thy wisdom, good sheik, is of the world, and thou dost forget that it is from the ways of the world we are to be redeemed. Man as a subject is the ambition of a king, the soul of a man for its salvation is the desire of a god. Ilderim, though silenced, shook his head, unwilling to believe. Ben-Hur took up the argument for him. Father, I call thee such by permission, he said, for whom wert thou required to ask at the gates of Jerusalem? The sheik threw him a grateful look. I was to ask of the people, said Balthazar, quietly, where is he that is born king of the Jews? And you saw him in the cave by Bethlehem. We sought and worshipped him, and gave him presents, Melchior, gold, Gaspar, frankincense, and myrrh. When thou dost speak a fact, O Father, to hear thee is to believe, said Ben-Hur, but in the matter of opinion, I cannot understand the kind of king thou wouldst make it the child. I cannot separate the ruler from his powers and duties. Son, said Balthazar, we have the habit of studying closely the things which chance to light our feet, giving but a look at the greater objects in the distance. Thou saidst now but the title, King of the Jews. Wilt thou lift thine eyes to the mystery beyond it? The stumbling block will disappear. Of the title, a word. Thy Israel hath seen better days, days in which God called thy people endearingly his people, and dealt with them through prophets. Now, if in those days he promised them the Savior I saw, promised him as King of the Jews, the appearance must be according to the promise, if only for the word's sake. Ah, thou saidst the reason of my question at the gate, thou saidst, and I will no more of it, but pass on. It may be, next, thou art regarding the dignity of the child. If so, bethink thee, what is it to be a successor of Herod, by the world's standard of honor? What? Could not God better by his beloved? If thou canst think of the Almighty Father in want of a title, and stooping to borrow the inventions of men, why was I not bidden ask for a Caesar at once? Oh, for the substance of that whereof we speak, look higher, I pray thee, ask rather of what he whom we await shall be king, for I do tell, my son, that is the key to the mystery, which no man shall understand without the key. Balthazar raised his eyes devoutly. there is a kingdom on the earth, though it is not of it, a kingdom of wider bounds than the earth, wider than the sea and the earth, though they were rolled together as finest gold and spread by the beating of hammers. Its existence is a fact as our hearts are facts, and we journey through it from birth to death without seeing it, nor shall any man see it until he hath first known his own soul, for the kingdom is not for him, but for his soul. And in its dominion there is glory such as hath not entered imagination, original, incomparable, impossible of increase. What thou sayest, Father, is a riddle to me, said Ben-Hur. I never heard of such a kingdom, nor did I, said Ilderim. And I may not tell more of it, Balthazar added, humbly dropping his eyes. What it is for, how it may be reached, none can know until the child comes to take possession of it as his own. He brings the key of the viewless gate, which he will open for his beloved, among whom will be all who love him, for of such only the redeemed will be. After that there was a long silence, which Balthazar accepted as the end of the conversation. Good Sheik, he said, in his placid way, tomorrow or the next day I will go up to the city for a time. My daughter wishes to see the preparations for the games. I will speak further about the time of our going, and, my son, I will see you again. To you both, peace and good night. They all arose from the table. The Sheik and Ben-Hur remained looking after the Egyptian, until he was conducted out of the tent. Sheik Ilderim, said Ben-Hur then, I have heard strange things tonight. Give me leave, I pray, to walk by the lake that I may think of them. Go, and I will come after you. They washed their hands again. After which, at a sign from the master, a servant brought Ben-Hur his shoes, and directly he went out. Chapter 17. Up a little way from the tower there was a cluster of palms, which threw its shade half in the water, half on the land. A bulbul sang from the branches a song of invitation. Ben-Hur stopped beneath to listen. At any other time the notes of the bird would have driven thought away, but the story of the Egyptian was a burden of wonder, and he was a laborer carrying it, and, like other laborers, there was to him no music in the sweetest music, until mind and body were happily attuned by rest. The night was quiet, not a ripple broke upon the shore. The old stars of the old East were all out, each in its accustomed place, and there was summer everywhere, on land, on lake, in the sky. Ben-Hur's imagination was heated, his feelings aroused, his will all unsettled. So the palms, the sky, the air, seemed to him of the far south zone into which Balthazar had been driven by despair for men. The lake, with its motionless surface, was a suggestion of the Nilotic mother, by which the good man stood praying, when the spirit made its radiant appearance. Had all these accessories of the miracle come to Ben-Hur, or had he been transferred to them? And what if the miracle should be repeated, and to him? He feared, yet wished, and even waited for the vision. When at last his feverish mood was cooled, permitting him to become himself, he was able to think. His scheme of life has been explained. In all reflection about it heretofore there had been one hiatus which he had not been able to bridge or fill up. One so broad he could see but vaguely to the other side of it. When, finally, he was graduated a captain as well as a soldier, to what object should he address his efforts? Revolution he contemplated, of course, but the processes of revolution have always been the same, and to lead men into them there have always been required, first, a cause or presence to enlist adherents, second, an end, or something as a practical achievement. As a rule he fights well who has wrongs to redress, but vastly better fights he who, with wrongs as a spur, has also steadily before him a glorious result in prospect, a result in which he can discern balm for wounds, compensation for valor, remembrance and gratitude in the event of death. To determine the sufficiency of either the cause or the end, it was needful that Ben-Hur should study the adherents to whom he looked when all was ready for action. Very naturally, they were his countrymen. The wrongs of Israel were to every son of Abraham, and each one was a cause vastly holy, vastly inspiring. The cause was there, but the end, what should it be? The hours and days he had given this branch of his scheme were past calculation. All with the same conclusion, a dim, uncertain, general idea of national liberty. Was it sufficient? He could not say no, for that would have been the death of his hope. He shrank from saying yes, because his judgment taught him better. He could not assure himself even that Israel was able single-handed to successfully combat Rome. He knew the resources of that great enemy. He knew her art was superior to her resources. A universal alliance might suffice, but, alas, that was impossible, except, and upon the exception how long and earnestly he had dwelt, except a hero would come from one of the suffering nations, and by martial successes accomplish a renown to fill the whole earth. What glory to Judea could she prove the Macedonia of the new Alexander? Alas, again, under the rabbi's valor was possible, but not discipline. And then the taunt of Messala in the garden of Herod, all you conquer in the 6 days, you lose on the 7th. So it happened he never approached the chasm thinking to surmount it, but he was beaten back. And so incessantly had he failed in the object that he had about given it over, except as a thing of chance. The hero might be discovered in his day, or he might not. God only knew. Such a state of mind, there need be no lingering upon the effect of Malak's skeleton recital of the story of Balthazar. He heard it with a bewildering satisfaction, a feeling that here was the solution of the trouble. Here was the requisite hero found at last. And he a son of the lion tribe, and king of the Jews. Behind the hero, lo, the world in arms. The king implied a kingdom. He was to be a warrior glorious as David, a ruler wise and magnificent as Solomon. The kingdom was to be a power against which Rome was to dash itself to pieces. There would be colossal war, and the agonies of death and birth. Then peace, meaning, of course, Judean dominion forever. Ben-Hur's heart beat hard as for an instant he had a vision of Jerusalem, the capital of the world, and Zion, the side of the throne of the universal master. It seemed to the enthusiast rare fortune that the man who had seen the king was at the tent to which he was going. He could see him there, and hear him, and learn of him what all he knew of the coming change, especially all he knew of the time of its happening. If it were at hand, the campaign with Maxentius should be abandoned, and he would go and set about organizing and arming the tribes, that Israel might be ready when the great day of the restoration began to break. Now, as we have seen, from Balthazar himself Ben-Hur had the marvelous story. Was he satisfied? There was a shadow upon him deeper than that of the cluster of palms, the shadow of a great uncertainty, which, take note, O reader, which pertained more to the kingdom than the king. What of this kingdom, and what is it to be? Ben-Hur asked himself in thought. Thus early arose the questions which were to follow the child to his end, and survive him on earth. Incomprehensible in his day, a dispute in this, an enigma to all who do not or cannot understand that every man is two in one, a deathless soul and a mortal body. What is it to be? He asked. For us, O reader, the child himself has answered. But for Ben-Hur there were only the words of Balthazar. On the earth, yet not of it, not for men, but for their souls, a dominion, nevertheless, of unimaginable glory. What wonder the hapless youth found the phrase is but the darkening of a riddle? The hand of man is not in it, he said, despairingly, nor has the king of such a kingdom use for men, neither toilers, nor counselors, nor soldiers. The earth must die or be made anew, and for government new principles must be discovered, something besides armed hands, something in place of force. But what again, a reader? That which we will not see, he could not. The power there is in love had not yet occurred to any man, much less had one come saying directly that for government and its objects, peace and order, love is better and mightier than force. In the midst of his reverie a hand was laid upon his shoulder. I have a word to say, O son of Arius, said old Aram, stopping by his side. A word, and then I must return, for the night is going. I give you welcome, Sheik, as to the things you have heard but now, said Ilderim, almost without pause. Take in belief all save that relating to the kind of kingdom the child will set up when he comes. As to so much keep virgin mind until you hear Simonides the merchant, a good man here in Antioch, to whom I will make you known. The Egyptian gives you coinage of his dreams which are too good for the earth. Simonides is wiser. He will ring you the sayings of your prophets, giving book and page. So you cannot deny that the child will be king of the Jews. In fact, by the splendor of God, a king as Herod was, only better and far more magnificent. And then, see you, we will taste the sweetness of vengeance. I have said, peace to you, stay, Sheik. If Ilderim heard his call, he did not stay. Simonides again, said Ben-Hur, bitterly. Simonides here, Simonides there, from this one now, then from that. I am like to be well ridden by my father's servant, who knows at least to hold fast that which is mine. Wherefore he is richer, if indeed he be not wiser, than the Egyptian. By the covenant, it is not to the faithless a man should go to find a faith to keep, and I will not. But, hark, singing, and the voice a woman's or an angel's. It comes this way, down the lake towards the dower came a woman singing. Her voice floated along the hushed water melodious as a flute, and louder growing each instant. Directly the dipping of oars was heard in slow measure, a little later the words were distinguishable. Words in purest Greek, best fitted of all the tongues of the day for the expression of passionate grief. The Lament. Egyptian, I sigh as I sing for the story land across the Syrian sea. The odorous winds from the musky sand were breaths of life to me. They play with the plumes of the whispering palm for me. Alas, no more, nor more does the Nile in the moonlit calm moan past the Memphian shore. O Nilus, thou god of my fainting soul, in dreams thou comest to me, and, dreaming, I play with the lotus bowl, and sing old songs to thee, and hear from afar the Memnonian strain, and calls from dear cymbal, and wake to a passion of grief and pain that ere I said, farewell. At the conclusion of the song the singer was past the cluster of palms. The last word, farewell, floated past Ben-Hur weighted with all the sweet sorrow of parting. The passing of the boat was as the passing of a deeper shadow into the deeper night. Ben-Hur drew a long breath hardly distinguishable from a sigh. I know her by the song, the daughter of Balthazar. How beautiful it was! And how beautiful is she! He recalled her large eyes curtained slightly by the drooping lids, the cheeks oval and rosy rich, the lips full and deep with dimpling in the corners, and all the grace of the tall lithe figure. How beautiful she is, he repeated. And his heart made answer by a quickening of its movement. Then, almost the same instant, another face, younger and quite as beautiful, more childlike and tender, if not so passionate, appeared as if held up to him out of the lake. Esther, he said, smiling. As I wished, a star has been sent to me. He turned and passed slowly back to the tent. His life had been crowded with griefs and with vengeful preparations, too much crowded for love. Was this the beginning of a happy change? And if the influence went with him into the tent, whose was it? Esther had given him a cup, so had the Egyptian, and both had come to him at the same time under the palms. Which, Book 5th, Chapter I. Only the actions of the just smell sweet and blossom in the dust, surely, and, through the heat of conflict, keeps the law, in calmness made, and sees what he foresaw. Wordsworth. The morning after the bacchanalia in the saloon of the palace, the divan was covered with young patricians. Maxentius might come, and the city thronged to receive him. The legion might descend from Mount Sulpius in glory of arms and armor. From Nymphium to Omphalos, there might be ceremonial splendors to shame the most notable, ever before seen or heard of in the gorgeous East. Yet would the many continue to sleep ignominiously on the divan where they had fallen or been carelessly tumbled by the indifferent slaves, that they would be able to take part in the reception that day was about as possible as for the lay figures in the studio of a modern artist to rise and go bonneted and plumed through the 1, 2, 3 of a waltz. Not all, however, who participated in the orgy were in the shameful condition. When dawn began to peer through the skylights of the saloon, Messala arose, and took the chaplet from his head, in sign that the revel was at end. Then he gathered his robe about him, gave a last look at the scene, and, without a word, departed for his quarters. Cicero could not have retired with more gravity from a night-long senatorial debate. 3 hours afterwards 2 couriers entered his room, and from his own hand received each a dispatch, sealed and in duplicate, and consisting chiefly of a letter to Valerius Gratus, the procurator, still resident in Caesarea. The importance attached to the speedy and certain delivery of the paper may be inferred. One courier was to proceed overland, the other by sea. Both were to make the utmost haste. It is of great concern now that the reader should be fully informed of the contents of the letter thus forwarded, and it is accordingly given. Antioch, 12. Cal. Joel. Messala to Gratus. O my Midas, I pray thou take no offense at the address, seeing it is one of love and gratitude, and an admission that thou art most fortunate among men, seeing, also, that thy ears are as they were derived from thy mother. only proportionate to thy matured condition. O my Midas, I have to relate to thee an astonishing event, which, though as yet somewhat in the field of conjecture, will, I doubt not, justify thy instant consideration. Allow me first to revive thy recollection. Remember, a good many years ago, a family of a prince of Jerusalem, incredibly ancient and vastly rich, by name Ben-Hur. If thy memory have a limp or ailment of any kind, there is, if I mistake not, a wound on thy head which may help thee to a revival of the circumstance. Next, to arouse thy interest, in punishment of the attempt upon thy life, for dear repose of conscience, may all the gods forbid it should ever prove to have been an accident, the family were seized and summarily disposed of, and their property confiscated. And inasmuch, O my Midas, as the action had the approval of our Caesar, who was as just as he was wise, be there flowers upon his altars forever, there should be no shame in referring to the sums which were realized to us respectively from that source, for which it is not possible I can ever cease to be grateful to thee, certainly not while I continue, as at present, in the uninterrupted enjoyment of the part which fell to me, in vindication of thy wisdom, a quality for which, as I am now advised, the son of Gordius, to whom I have boldly likened thee, was never distinguished among men or gods. I recall further that thou didst make disposition of the family of her, both of us at the time supposing the plan hit upon to be the most effective possible, for the purposes in view, which were silence and delivery over to inevitable but natural death. Thou wilt remember what thou didst with the mother and sister of the malefactor. Yet, if now I yield to a desire to learn whether they be living or dead, I know, from knowing the amiability of thy nature, O my Gratus, that thou wilt pardon me as one scarcely less amiable than thyself. As more immediately essential to the present business, however, I take the liberty of inviting to thy remembrance that the actual criminal was sent to the galleys a slave for life, so the precept ran. And it may serve to make the event, which I am about to relate, the more astonishing by saying here that I saw and read the receipt for his body delivered in course to the tribune commanding a galley. Thou mayst begin now to give me more especial heed, O my most excellent Phrygian, referring to the limit of life at the oar, the outlaw thus justly disposed of should be dead, or, better speaking, some one of the 3,000 Oceanides should have taken him to husband at least 5 years ago. And if thou wilt excuse a momentary weakness, O most virtuous and tender of men, inasmuch as I loved him in childhood, and also because he was very handsome, I used in much admiration to call him my Ganymede. He ought in right to have fallen into the arms of the most beautiful daughter of the family. Of opinion, however, that he was certainly dead, I have lived quite 5 years in calm and innocent enjoyment of the fortune for which I am in a degree indebted to him. I make the admission of indebtedness without intending it to diminish my obligation to thee. Now I am at the very point of interest. Last night, while acting as master of the feast for a party just from Rome, their extreme youth and inexperience appealed to my compassion. I heard a singular story. Maxentius, the consul, as you know, comes today to conduct a campaign against the Parthians. Of the ambitious who are to accompany him there is one, a son of the late Duumvir Quintus Arrius. I had occasion to inquire about him particularly. When Arrius set out in pursuit of the pirates, whose defeat gained him his final honors, he had no family. When he returned from the expedition, he brought back with him an heir. Now be thou composed as becomes the owner of so many talents in ready sestertii. The son and heir of whom I speak is he whom thou didst send to the galleys. The very Ben-Hur who should have died at his or 5 years ago, returned now with fortune and rank, and possibly as a Roman citizen, too. Well, thou art too firmly seated to be alarmed, but I, O my Midas, I am in danger, no need to tell thee of what. Who should know, if thou dost not? Say'st thou to all this, tut tut, when Arrius, the father, by adoption, of this apparition from the arms of the most beautiful of the Oceanides, see above my opinion of what she should be, joined battle with the pirates, his vessel was sunk, and but 2 of all her crew escaped drowning, Arrius himself and this one, his heir. The officers who took them from the plank on which they were floating say the associate of the fortunate tribune was a young man who, when lifted to the deck, was in the dress of a galley slave. This should be convincing, to say least, but lest thou say tut tut again, I tell thee, O my Midas, that yesterday, by good chance, I have a vow to fortune in consequence, I met the mysterious son of Ares face to face, and I declare now that, though I did not then recognize him, he is the very Ben-Hur who was for years my playmate, the very Ben-Hur who, if he be a man, though of the commonest grade, must this very moment of my writing be thinking of vengeance, for so would I were I he, vengeance not to be satisfied short of life, vengeance for country, mother, sister, self, and, I say at last, though thou mayst think it would be first, for fortune lost, by this time, O good my benefactor and friend, my gratis, in consideration of thy sisterty I imperil, their loss being the worst which could befall one of thy high estate, I quit calling thee after the foolish old king of Phrygia, by this time, I say, meaning after having read me so far, I have faith to believe thou hast ceased saying tut-tut, and art ready to think what ought to be done in such emergency. It were vulgar to ask thee now what shall be done, rather let me say I am thy client, or, better yet, thou art my Ulysses whose part it is to give me sound direction. And I please myself thinking I see thee when this letter is put into thy hand, I see thee read it once, thy countenance all gravity, and then again with a smile, then, hesitation ended, and thy judgment formed, it is this, or it is that, wisdom like Mercury's, promptitude like Caesar's, the sun is now fairly risen, an hour hence 2 messengers will depart from my door, each with a sealed copy hereof, one of them will go by land, the other by sea. So important do I regard it that thou shouldst be early, and particularly informed of the appearance of our enemy, in this part of our Roman world. I will await thy answer here. Ben-Hur's going and coming will of course be regulated by his master, the consul, who, though he exert himself without rest day and night, cannot get away under a month. Thou knowest what work it is to assemble and provide for an army destined to operate in a desolate, townless country. I saw the Jew yesterday in the grove of Daphne, and if he be not there now, he is certainly in the neighborhood, making it easy for me to keep him in eye. Indeed, wert thou to ask me where he is now, I should say, with the most positive assurance, he is to be found at the old orchard of palms, under the tent of the trader Sheik Ildarim, who cannot long escape our strong hand. Be not surprised if Maxentius, as his first measure, places the Arab on ship for forwarding to Rome. I am so particular about the whereabouts of the Jew because it will be important to thee, O illustrious, when thou comest to consider what is to be done. For already I know, and by the knowledge I flatter myself I am growing in wisdom, that in every scheme involving human action there are 3 elements always to be taken into account: time, place, and agency. If thou sayest this is the place, have thou then no hesitancy in trusting the business to thy most loving friend, who would be thy aptest scholar as well. Messala. Chapter 2. About the time the couriers departed from Messala's door with the dispatches, it being yet the early morning hour, Ben-Hur entered Ildarim's tent. He had taken a plunge into the lake, and breakfasted, and appeared now in an undertunic, sleeveless, and with skirt scarcely reaching to the knee. The sheik saluted him from the divan. I give thee peace, son of Ares, he said, with admiration, for, in truth, he had never seen a more perfect illustration of glowing, powerful, confident manhood. I give thee peace and goodwill. The horses are ready, I am ready, and thou, the peace thou givest me, good sheik, I give thee in return. I thank thee for so much goodwill. I am ready. Ildarim clapped his hands. I will have the horses brought. Be seated. Are they yoked? No, then suffer me to serve myself, said Ben-Hur. It is needful that I make the acquaintance of thy Arabs. I must know them by name, O sheik, that I may speak to them singly, nor less must I know their temper, for they are like men. If bold, the better of scolding; if timid, the better of praise and flattery. Let the servants bring me the harness, and the chariot, asked the sheik. I will let the chariot alone today. In its place, let them bring me a 5th horse. If thou hast it, he should be barebacked, and fleet as the others. Ildarim's wonder was aroused, and he summoned a servant immediately. Bid them bring the harness for the 4, he said, the harness for the 4, and the bridle for Sirius. Ildarim then arose, Sirius is my love, and I am his, O son of Aries. We have been comrades for 20 years, in tent, in battle, in all stages of the desert we have been comrades. I will show him to you." Going to the division curtain, he held it, while Ben-Hur passed under. The horses came to him in a body, one with a small head, luminous eyes, neck like the segment of a bended bow, and mighty chest, curtained thickly by a profusion of mane soft and wavy as a damsel's locks, nickered low and gladly at sight of him. "Good horse," said the sheik, patting the dark brown cheek. "Good horse, good morning." Turning then to Ben-Hur, he added, "This is Sirius, father of the four here. Mira, the mother, awaits a return, being too precious to be hazarded in a region where there is a stronger hand than mine. And much I doubt," he laughed as he spoke, "much I doubt, O son of Aries, if the tribe could endure her absence. She is their glory, they worship her. Did she gallop over them, they would laugh. 10,000 horsemen, sons of the desert, will ask today, 'Have you heard of Mira?' And to the answer, 'She is well,' they will say, 'God is good, blessed be God.' Mira, Sirius, names of stars, are they not?" O sheik asked Ben-Hur, going to each of the four, and to the sire, offering his hand. "And why not?" replied Ilderim. "Wert thou ever abroad on the desert at night? No, then thou canst not know how much we Arabs depend upon the stars. We borrow their names in gratitude, and give them in love. My fathers all had their Miras, as I have mine, and these children are stars no less. There, see thou, is Rigel, and their Antares, that one is Adder, and he whom thou goest to know is Aldebaran, the youngest of the brood, but none the worse of that, no, not he. Against the wind he will carry thee till it roar in thy ears like Aqaba, and he will go where thou sayest. Son of Aries, I, by the glory of Solomon, he will take thee to the lion's jaws, if thou darest so much." The harness was brought. With his own hands Ben-Hur equipped the horses, with his own hands he led them out of the tent, and there attached the reins. "Bring me Sirius," he said. An Arab could not have better sprung to seat on the courser's back. And now the reins, they were given him, and carefully separated. "Good sheik," he said, "I am ready. Let a guide go before me to the field, and send some of thy men with water." There was no trouble at starting. The horses were not afraid. Already there seemed a tacit understanding between them and the new driver, who had performed his part calmly, and with the confidence which always begets confidence. The order of going was precisely that of driving, except that Ben-Hur sat upon Sirius instead of standing in the chariot. Ilderim's spirit arose. He combed his beard, and smiled with satisfaction as he muttered, "He is not a Roman. No, by the splendor of God." He followed on foot, the entire tenantry of the dower, men, women, and children, pouring after him, participants all in his solicitude, if not in his confidence. The field, when reached, proved ample and well fitted for the training, which Ben-Hur began immediately by driving the four at first slowly, and in perpendicular lines, and then in wide circles. Advancing a step in the course, he put them next into a trot. Again progressing, he pushed into a gallop. At length he contracted the circles, and yet later drove eccentrically here and there, right, left, forward, and without a break. An hour was thus occupied. Slowing the gait to a walk, he drove up to Ilderim. "The work is done, nothing now but practice," he said. "I give you joy, Sheik Ilderim, that you have such servants as these. See," he continued, dismounting and going to the horses, "see, the gloss of their red coats is without spot, they breathe lightly as when I began. I give thee great joy, and it will go hard if—" He turned his flashing eyes upon the old man's face. "If we have not the victory and are—" He stopped, colored, bowed. At the sheik's side he observed, for the first time, Balthazar, leaning upon his staff, and two women closely veiled. At one of the latter he looked a second time, saying to himself, with a flutter about his heart, "'Tis she. 'Tis the Egyptian." Ilderim picked up his broken sentence. "The victory, and our revenge?" Then he said aloud, "I am not afraid, I am glad. Son of Aries, thou art the man. Be the end like the beginning, and thou shalt see of what stuff is the lining of the hand of an Arab who is able to give. I thank thee." Good Sheik Ben-Hur returned, modestly. Let the servants bring drink for the horses. With his own hands he gave the water. Remounting Sirius, he renewed the training, going as before from walk to trot, from trot to gallop. Finally, he pushed the steady racers into the run, gradually quickening it to full speed. The performance then became exciting, and there were applause for the dainty handling of the reins, and admiration for the four, which were the same, whether they flew forward or wheeled in varying curvature. In their action there were unity, power, grace, pleasure, all without effort or sign of labor. The admiration was unmixed with pity or reproach, which would have been as well bestowed upon swallows in their evening flight. In the midst of the exercises, and the attention they received from all the bystanders, Malik came upon the ground, seeking the sheik. "I have a message for you, O sheik," he said, availing himself of a moment he supposed favorable for the speech. "A message from Simonides, the merchant." "Simonides?" ejaculated the Arab. "Ah, 'tis well. May Abaddon take all his enemies. He bade me give thee first the holy peace of God," Malik continued, "and then this dispatch, with prayer that thou read it the instant of receipt." Ilderim, standing in his place, broke the sealing of the package delivered to him, and from a wrapping of fine linen took 2 letters, which he proceeded to read. Number 1, Simonides to Sheik Ilderim. "O friend, assure thyself first of a place in my inner heart. Then, there is in thy dower a youth of fair presence, calling himself the son of Arius, and such he is by adoption. He is very dear to me. He hath the wonderful history, which I will tell thee. Come thou today or tomorrow, that I may tell thee the history, and have thy counsel. Meantime, favor all his requests, so they be not against honor. Should there be need of reparation, I am bound to thee for it. That I have interest in this youth, keep thou private. Remember me to thy other guest. He, his daughter, thyself, and all whom thou mayst choose to be of thy company, must depend upon me at the circus the day of the games. I have seats already engaged. To thee and all thine, peace. What should I be, O my friend, but thy friend? Simonides. Number 2, Simonides to Sheik Ilderim. O friend, out of the abundance of my experience, I send you a word. There is a sign which all persons not Romans, and who have monies or goods subject to despoilment, accept as warning, that is, the arrival at a seat of power of some high Roman official charged with authority. Today comes the consul Maxentius. Be thou warned. Another word of advice. A conspiracy, to be of effect against thee, O friend, must include the Herods as parties. Thou hast great properties in their dominions, wherefore keep thou watch. Send this morning to thy trusty keepers of the roads leading south from Antioch, and bid them search every courier going and coming. If they find private dispatches relating to thee or thine affairs, thou shouldst see them. You should have received this yesterday, though it is not too late, if you act promptly. If couriers left Antioch this morning, your messengers know the byways, and can get before them with your orders. Do not hesitate. Burn this after reading. O my friend, thy friend, Simonides. Ilderim read the letters a second time, and refolded them in the linen wrap, and put the package under his girdle. The exercises in the field continued but a little longer, in all about 2 hours. At their conclusion, Ben-Hur brought the 4 to a walk, and drove to Ilderim. With leave, O sheik, he said, I will return thy Arabs to the tent, and bring them out again this afternoon. Ilderim walked to him as he sat on Sirius, and said, I give them to you, son of Arius, to do with as you will until after the games. You have done with them in 2 hours what the Roman, may jackals nor his bones fleshless, could not in as many weeks. We will win, by the splendor of God, we will win. At the tent Ben-Hur remained with the horses while they were being cared for. Then, after a plunge in the lake and a cup of arak with the sheik, whose flow of spirits was royally exuberant, he dressed himself in his Jewish garb again, and walked with Malik on into the orchard. There was much conversation between the two, not all of it important. One part, however, must not be overlooked. Ben-Hur was speaking. I will give you, he said, an order for my property stored in the khan this side the river by the Solution Bridge. Bring it to me today, if you can. And, good Malik, if I do not overtask you. Malik protested heartily his willingness to be of service. Thank you, Malik, thank you, said Ben-Hur. I will take you at your word, remembering that we are brethren of the old tribe, and that the enemy is a Roman. First, then, as you are a man of business, which I much fear she-killed Aram is not. Arabs seldom are, said Malak, gravely. Nay, I do not impeach their shrewdness, Malak. It is well, however, to look after them, to save all forfeit or hindrance in connection with the race. You would put me perfectly at rest by going to the office of the circus, and seeing that he has complied with every preliminary rule. And if you can get a copy of the rules, the service may be of great avail to me. I would like to know the colors I am to wear, and particularly the number of the crypt I am to occupy at the starting. If it be next Messail is on the right or left, it is well. If not, and you can have it changed so as to bring me next the Roman, do so. Have you good memory, Malak? It has failed me, but never. Son of Arius, where the heart helped it is now. I will venture, then, to charge you with one further service. I saw yesterday that Messala was proud of his chariot, as he might be, for the best of Caesars scarcely surpass it. Can you not make its display an excuse which will enable you to find if it be light or heavy? I would like to have its exact weight and measurements, and, Malak, though you fail in all else, bring me exactly the height his axle stands above the ground. You understand, Malak, I do not wish him to have any actual advantage of me. I do not care for his splendor. If I beat him, it will make his fall the harder, and my triumph the more complete. If there are advantages really important, I want them. I see, said Malak. A line dropped from the center of the axle is what you want. Thou hast it, and be glad, Malak. It is the last of my commissions. Let us return to the dower. At the door of the tent they found a servant replenishing the smoke-stained bottles of Laban freshly made, and stopped to refresh themselves. Shortly afterwards Malak returned to the city. During their absence, a messenger well-mounted had been dispatched with orders as suggested by Simonides. He was an Arab, and carried nothing written. Chapter 3. Iris, the daughter of Balthazar, sends me with salutation and a message, said a servant to Ben-Hur, who was taking his ease in the tent. Give me the message. Would it please you to accompany her upon the lake? I will carry the answer myself. Tell her so. His shoes were brought him, and in a few minutes Ben-Hur sallied out to find the fair Egyptian. The shadow of the mountains was creeping over the orchard of palms in advance of night. Afar through the trees came the tinkling of sheep bells, the lowing of cattle, and the voices of the herdsmen bringing their charges home. Life at the orchard, it should be remembered, was in all respects as pastoral as life on the scantier meadows of the desert. She-killed Aram had witnessed the exercises of the afternoon, being a repetition of those of the morning, after which he had gone to the city in answer to the invitation of Simonides. He might return in the night, but, considering the immensity of the field to be talked over with his friend, it was hardly possible. Ben-Hur, thus left alone, had seen his horses cared for, cooled and purified himself in the lake, exchanged the field garb for his customary vestments, all white, as became a Sadducean of the pure blood, supped early, and, thanks to the strength of youth, was well recovered from the violent exertion he had undergone. It is neither wise nor honest to detract from beauty as a quality. There cannot be a refined soul insensible to its influence. The story of Pygmalion and his statue is as natural as it is poetical. Beauty is of itself a power, and it was now drawing Ben-Hur. The Egyptian was to him a wonderfully beautiful woman, beautiful of face, beautiful of form. In his thoughts she always appeared to him as he saw her at the fountain, and he felt the influence of her voice. Sweeter because in tearful expression of gratitude to him, and of her eyes, the large, soft, black, almond-shaped eyes declarative of her race, eyes which looked more than lies in the supremest wealth of words to utter, and recurrences of the thought of her were returns just so frequent of a figure tall, slender, graceful, refined, wrapped in rich and floating drapery, wanting nothing but a fitting mind to make her, like the Shulamite, and in the same sense, terrible as an army with banners. In other words, as she returned to his fancy, the whole passionate song of Solomon came with her, inspired by her presence. With this sentiment and that feeling, he was going to see if she actually justified them. It was not love that was taking him, but admiration and curiosity, which might be the heralds of love. The landing was a simple affair, consisting of a short stairway, and a platform garnished by some lamp posts. Yet at the top of the steps he paused, arrested by what he beheld. There was a shallop resting upon the clear water lightly as an eggshell. An Ethiop, the camel driver at the Castalian fount, occupied the rower's place, his blackness intensified by a livery of shining white. All the boat aft was cushioned and carpeted with stuffs brilliant with Tyrian red. On the rudder seat sat the Egyptian herself, sunk in Indian shawls and a very vapor of most delicate veils and scarves. Her arms were bare to the shoulders, and, not nearly faultless in shape, they had the effect of compelling attention to them. Their pose, their action, their expression, the hands, the fingers even, seemed endowed with graces and meaning. Each was an object of beauty. The shoulders and neck were protected from the evening air by an ample scarf, which yet did not hide them. In the glance he gave her, Ben-Hur paid no attention to these details. There was simply an impression made upon him, and, like strong light, it was a sensation, not a thing of sight or enumeration. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, thy temples are like a piece of pomegranate within thy locks. Rise up, my love, my fair one, and come away, for, lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time of the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. Such was the impression she made upon him translated into words. Come, she said, observing him stop, come, or I shall think you a poor sailor. The red of his cheek deepened. Did she know anything of his life upon the sea? He descended to the platform at once. I was afraid, he said, as he took the vacant seat before her. Of what? Of sinking the boat, he replied, smiling. Wait until we are in deeper water, she said, giving a signal to the black, who dipped the oars, and they were off. If Love and Ben-Hur were enemies, the latter was never more at mercy. The Egyptian sat where he could not but see her, she, whom he had already engrossed in memory as his ideal of the Shulamite, with her eyes giving light to his. The stars might come out, and he not see them, and so they did. The night might fall with unrelieved darkness everywhere else, her look would make illumination for him. And then, as everybody knows, given youth and such companionship, there is no situation in which the fancy takes such complete control as upon tranquil waters under a calm night sky, warm with summer. It is so easy at such time to glide imperceptibly out of the commonplace into the ideal. Give me the rudder, he said. No, she replied, that were to reverse the relation. Did I not ask you to ride with me? I am indebted to you, and would begin payment. You may talk and I will listen, or I will talk and you will listen. That choice is yours, but it shall be mine to choose where we go, and the way thither, and where may that be? You are alarmed again, O fair Egyptian. I but asked you the first question of every captive. Call me Egypt. I would rather call you Iras. You may think of me by that name, but call me Egypt. Egypt is a country, and means many people. Yes, yes, and such a country. I see, it is to Egypt we are going. Would we were, I would be so glad. She sighed as she spoke. You have no care for me, then, he said. Ah, by that I know you were never there. I never was. Oh, it is the land where there are no unhappy people, the desired of all the rest of the earth, the mother of all the gods, and therefore supremely blessed. There, O son of Arius, there the happy find increase of happiness, and the wretched, going, drink once of the sweet water of the sacred river, and laugh and sing, rejoicing like children. Are not the very poor with you there as elsewhere? The very poor in Egypt are the very simple in wants and ways, she replied. They have no wish beyond enough, and how little that is, a Greek or a Roman cannot know. But I am neither Greek nor Roman, she laughed. I have a garden of roses, and in the midst of it is a tree, and its bloom is the richest of all. Whence came it, think you? From Persia, the home of the rose. No? From India? Then? No, one of the isles of Greece. I will tell you, she said. A traveler found it perishing by the roadside on the plain of Rephaim. Oh, in Judea. I put it in the earth left bare by the receding Nile, and the soft south wind blew over the desert and nursed it, and the sun kissed it in pity, after which it could not else than grow and flourish. I stand in its shade now, and it thanks me with much perfume. As with the roses, so with the men of Israel. Where shall they reach perfection but in Egypt? Moses was but one of millions, nay, there was a reader of dreams. Will you forget him? The friendly pharaohs are dead. Ah, yes, the river by which they dwelt sings to them in their tombs, yet the same sun tempers the same air to the same people. Alexandria is but a Roman town, she has but exchanged scepters. Caesar took from her that of the sword, and in its place left that of learning. Go with me to the Praetorium, and I will show you the College of Nations, to the Serapeum, and see the perfection of architecture, to the library, and read the immortals, to the theater, and hear the heroics of the Greeks and Hindus, to the quay, and count the triumphs of commerce. Descend with me into the streets, O son of Arius, and, when the philosophers have dispersed, and taken with them the masters of all the arts, and all the gods have home their votaries, and nothing remains of the day but its pleasures, you shall hear the stories that have amused men from the beginning, and the songs which will never, never die. As he listened, Ben-Hur was carried back to the night when, in the summer house in Jerusalem, his mother, in much the same poetry of patriotism, declaimed the departed glories of Israel. I see now why you wish to be called Egypt. Will you sing me a song if I call you by that name? I heard you last night. That was a hymn of the Nile, she answered, a lament which I sing when I would fancy I smell the breath of the desert, and hear the surge of the dear old river. Let me rather give you a piece of the Indian mind. When we get to Alexandria, I will take you to the corner of the street where you can hear it from the daughter of the Ganga, who taught it to me. Kapila, you should know, was one of the most revered of the Hindu sages. Then, as if it were a natural mode of expression, she began the song, Kapila, I Kapila, Kapila, so young and true, I yearn for a glory like thine, and hail thee from battle to Askanu, can ever thy valor be mine? Kapila sat on his charger dun, a hero never so brave, who loveth all things hath fear of none, 'tis love that maketh me brave. A woman gave me her soul one day, the soul of my soul to be alway. Thence came my valor to me. Go try it, and see, too. Kapila, Kapila, so old and gray, the queen is calling for me. But ere I go hence, I wish thou wouldst say, how wisdom first came to thee. Kapila stood in his temple door, a priest in Aramite guise. It did not come as men get their lore, 'tis faith that maketh me wise. A woman gave me her heart one day, the heart of my heart to be alway. Thence came my wisdom to me. Go try it, and see. Ben-Hur had not time to express his thanks for the song before the keel of the boat grated upon the underlying sand, and, next moment, the bow ran upon the shore. A quick voyage, O Egypt, he cried, and a briefer stay, she replied, as, with a strong push, the black sent them shooting into the open water again. You will give me the rudder now? Oh no, said she, laughing. To you, the chariot, to me, the boat. We are merely at the lake's end, and the lesson is that I must not sing any more. Having been to Egypt, let us now to the grove of Daphne, without a song on the way, he said, in deprecation. Tell me something of the Roman from whom you saved us today, she asked. The request struck Ben-Hur unpleasantly. I wish this were the Nile, he said, evasively. The kings and queens, having slept so long, might come down from their tombs, and ride with us. They were of the Colossi, and would sink our boat. The Pygmies would be preferable. But tell me of the Roman. He is very wicked, is he not? I cannot say. Is he of noble family? And rich? I cannot speak of his riches. How beautiful his horses were! And the bed of his chariot was gold, and the wheels ivory, and his audacity. The bystanders laughed as he rode away, they, who were so nearly under his wheels. She laughed at the recollection. They were rabble, said Ben-Hur, bitterly. He must be one of the monsters who are said to be growing up in Rome, Apollo's ravenous Cerberus. Does he reside in Antioch? He is of the east somewhere. Egypt would suit him better than Syria. Hardly, Ben-Hur replied. Cleopatra is dead. That instant the lamps burning before the door of the tent came into view. The dower, she cried. Ah, then, we have not been to Egypt. I have not seen Karnak or Philae Abydos. This is not the Nile. I have but heard a song of India, and been boating in a dream. Philae, Karnak. Mourn rather that you have not seen the Ramesses at Abu Simbel, looking at which makes it so easy to think of God, the maker of the heavens and earth. Or why should you mourn at all? Let us go on to the river, and if I cannot sing, she laughed, because I have said I would not. Yet I can tell you stories of Egypt. Go on. Till morning comes, and the evening, and the next morning, he said, vehemently. Of what shall my stories be? Of the mathematicians? Oh no. Of the philosophers? No, no. Of the magicians and genii? If you will. Of war? Yes. Of love? Yes. I will tell you a cure for love. It is the story of a queen. Listen reverently. The papyrus from which it was taken by the priest Saphile was wrested from the hand of the heroine herself. It is correct in form and must be true. Any Hafra. There is no parallelism in human lives. No life runs a straight line. The most perfect life develops as a circle and terminates in its beginning, making it impossible to say, this is the commencement, that the end. Perfect lives are the treasures of God. Of great days he wears them on the ring finger of his hard hand. 2. Nana Hafra dwelt in a house close by Esauin, yet closer to the first cataract. So close, indeed, that the sound of the eternal battle waged there between river and rocks was of the place apart. She grew in beauty day by day, so that it was said of her, as of the poppies in her father's garden, what will she not be in the time of blooming? Each year of her life was the beginning of a new song more delightful than any of those which went before. Child was she of a marriage between the north, bounded by the sea, and the south, bounded by the desert beyond the Luna mountains. And one gave her its passion, the other its genius. So when they beheld her, both laughed, saying, not meanly, she is mine, but generously, hot, she is ours. All excellences in nature contributed to her perfection and rejoiced in her presence. Did she come or go, the birds ruffled their wings in greeting. The unruly wind sank to cooling zephyrs. The white lotus rose from the water's depth to look at her. The solemn river loitered on its way. The palm trees, nodding, shook all their plumes, and they seemed to say, this one, I gave her of my grace. That, I gave her of my brightness. The other, I gave her of my purity. And so each as it had a virtue to give. At 12, Nana Hafra was the delight of Esauin. At 16, the fame of her beauty was universal. At 20, there was never a day which did not bring to her door princes of the desert on swift camels, and lords of Egypt in gilded barges, and, going away disconsolate, they reported everywhere, I have seen her, and she is not a woman, but after herself 3. Now of the 330 successors of good King Menes, 18 were Ethiopians, of whom Orenetes was 110 years old. He had reigned 76 years. Under him the people thrived, and the land groaned with fatness of plenty. He practiced wisdom because, having seen so much, he knew what it was. He dwelt in Memphis, having there his principal palace, his arsenals, and his treasure house. Frequently he went down to Budas to talk with Latona. The wife of the good king died. Too old was she for perfect embalmment, yet he loved her, and mourned as the inconsolable, seeing which, a Colchite presumed one day to speak to him. O Orenetes, I am astonished that one so wise and great should not know how to cure sorrow like this. Tell me a cure, said the king. 3 times the Colchite kissed the floor, and then he replied, knowing the dead could not hear him, at Esauin lives Nana Hafra, beautiful as Ather the beautiful. Send for her. She has refused all the lords and princes, and I know not how many kings, but who can say no to Orenetes? IV. Nana Hafra descended the Nile in a barge richer than any ever before seen, attended by an army in barges each but a little less fine, all Nubia and Egypt, and a myriad from Libya, and a host of troglodytes, and not a few Macrobii from beyond the mountains of the moon. Lined attended shores to see the cortege pass, wafted by perfumed winds and golden oars, through a dramos of sphinxes and couch and double-winged lions she was borne, and set down before Orenetes sitting on a throne specially erected at the sculptured pylon of the palace. He raised her up, gave her place by his side, clasped the uraeus upon her arm, kissed her, and Nana Hafra was queen of all queens. That was not enough for the wise Orenetes. He wanted love, and a queen happy in his love. So he dealt with her tenderly, showing her his possessions, cities, palaces, people, his armies, his ships, and with his own hand he led her through his treasure house, saying, Oh, Nana Hafra, but kiss me in love, and they are all thine. And, thinking she could be happy. If she was not, then she kissed him once, twice, thrice, kissed him thrice, his 110 years notwithstanding. The first year she was happy, and it was very short. The third year she was wretched, and it was very long. Then she was enlightened. That which she thought love of Oreitz was only days of his power. Well for her had the days endured. Her spirits deserted her. She had long spells of tears, and her women could not remember when they heard her laugh. Of the roses on her cheeks only ashes remained. She languished and faded gradually, but certainly. Some said she was haunted by the Aryan eyes for cruelty to a lover, others, that she was stricken by some god envious of Oreitz. Whatever the cause of her decline, the charms of the magicians availed not to restore her, and the prescript of the doctor was equally without virtue. Nenehafra was given over to die. Oreitz chose a crypt for her up in the tombs of the queens, and, calling the master sculptors and painters to Memphis, he set them to work upon designs more elaborate than any even in the great galleries of the dead kings. "O thou beautiful as Ather herself, my queen," said the king, whose 113 years did not lessen his ardor as a lover, "tell me, I pray, the ailment of which, alas, thou art so certainly perishing before my eyes." "You will not love me any more if I tell you," she said, in doubt and fear. "Not love you, I will love you the more. I swear it, by the genii of Ammon, by the eye of Osiris, I swear it." "Speak," he cried, passionate as a lover, authoritative as a king. "Here, then," she said, "there is an anchorite, the oldest and holiest of his class, in a cave near Assalan. His name is Minofa. He was my teacher and guardian. Send for him, Oreitz, and he will tell you that you seek to know. He will also help you find the cure for my affliction." Oreitz arose rejoicing. He went away in spirit 100 years younger than when he came. "Speak," said Oreitz to Minofa, in the palace at Memphis. And Minofa replied, "Most mighty king, if you were young, I should not answer, because I am yet pleased with life. As it is, I will say the queen, like any other mortal, is paying the penalty of a crime." "A crime?" exclaimed Oreitz, angrily. Minofa bowed very low. "Yes," to herself. "I am not in mood for riddles," said the king. "What I say is not a riddle, as you shall hear. Nenehafra grew up under my eyes, and confided every incident of her life to me, among others, that she loved the son of her father's gardener, Barbek by name." Oreitz's frown, strangely enough, began to dissipate. With that love in her heart, O king, she came to you. Of that love she is dying. "Where is the gardener's son now?" asked Oreitz. "In Assawan." The king went out and gave 2 orders. To one Oris he said, "Go to Assawan and bring hither a youth named Barbek. You will find him in the garden of the queen's father." To another, "Assemble workmen and cattle and tools, and construct for me in Lake Chemis an island, which, though laden with a temple, a palace, and a garden, and all manner of trees bearing fruit, and all manner of vines, shall nevertheless float about as the winds may blow it. Make the island, and let it be fully furnished by the time the moon begins to wane." Then to the queen he said, "Be of cheer, I know all, and have sent for Barbek." Nenehafra kissed his hands. "You shall have him to yourself, and he you to himself, nor shall any disturb your loves for a year." She kissed his feet. He raised her, and kissed her in return. And the rose came back to her cheek, the scarlet to her lips, and the laughter to her heart. 6. For 1 year Nenehafra and Barbek, the gardener, floated as the winds blew on the island of Chemis, which became one of the wonders of the world. Never a home of love more beautiful. 1 year, seeing no one and existing for no one but themselves. Then she returned in state to the palace in Memphis. "Now whom lovest thou best?" asked the king. She kissed his cheek and said, "Take me back, O good king, for I am cured." Oreitz laughed, none the worse, that moment, of his 114 years. "Then it is true, as Minofa said, hot, 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 it is true. The cure of love is love." "Even so," she replied. Suddenly his manner changed, and his look became terrible. "I did not find it so," he said. She shrank affrighted. "Thou guilty," he continued. "Thy offense to Oreitz the man he forgives, but thy offense to Oreitz the king remains to be punished." She cast herself at his feet. Hush, he cried. Thou art dead. He clapped his hands, and a terrible procession came in. A procession of parachists, or embalmers, each with some implement or material of his loathsome art. The king pointed to Nenehafra. She is dead. Do thy work well. 7. Nenehafra the beautiful, after 72 days, was carried to the crypt chosen for her the year before, and laid with her queenly predecessors. Yet there was no funeral procession in her honor across the sacred lake. At the conclusion of the story, Ben-Hur was sitting at the Egyptian's feet, and her hand upon the tiller was covered by his hand. Minofa was wrong, he said. How? Love lives by loving, then there is no cure for it. Yes, or it needs found the cure. What was it? Death? You are a good listener, O son of Arius. And so with conversation and stories, they whiled the hours away. As they stepped ashore, she said, Tomorrow we go to the city, but you will be at the games. He asked. Oh yes, I will send you my colors. With it they separated. Chapter 4. Ilderim returned to the tower next day about the 3rd hour. As he dismounted, a man whom he recognized as of his own tribe came to him and said, O Sheik, I was bidden give thee this package, with request that thou read it at once. If there be answer, I was to wait thy pleasure. Ilderim gave the package immediate attention. The seal was already broken. The address ran, to Valerius Gratus at Caesarea. Abaddon take him, growled the sheik, at discovering a letter in Latin. Had the missive been in Greek or Arabic, he could have read it. As it was, the utmost he could make out was the signature in bold Roman letters, Messala, whereat his eyes twinkled. Where is the young Jew? He asked. In the field with the horses, a servant replied. The sheik replaced the papyrus in its envelopes, and, tucking the package under his girdle, remounted the horse. That moment a stranger made his appearance, coming, apparently, from the city. I am looking for Sheik Ilderim, surnamed the Generous, the stranger said. His language and attire bespoke him a Roman. What he could not read, he yet could speak, so the old Arab answered, with dignity, I am Sheik Ilderim. The man's eyes fell. He raised them again, and said, with forced composure, I heard you had need of a driver for the games. Ilderim's lip under the white mustache curled contemptuously. Go thy way, he said. I have a driver. He turned to ride away, but the man, lingering, spoke again. Sheik, I am a lover of horses, and they say you have the most beautiful in the world. The old man was touched. He drew rein, as if on the point of yielding to the flattery, but finally replied, Not today, not today. Some other time I will show them to you. I am too busy just now. He rode to the field, while the stranger betook himself to town again with a smiling countenance. He had accomplished his mission, and every day thereafter, down to the great day of the games, a man, sometimes 2 or 3 men, came to the sheik at the orchard, pretending to seek an engagement as driver. In such manner Messala kept watch over Ben-Hur. Chapter 5. The sheik waited, well satisfied, until Ben-Hur drew his horses off the field for the forenoon. Well satisfied, for he had seen them, after being put through all the other paces, run full speed in such manner, that it did not seem there were one the slowest and another the fastest. Run, in other words, as if the 4 were one. This afternoon, O sheik, I will give Sirius back to you. Ben-Hur patted the neck of the old horse as he spoke. I will give him back, and take to the chariot so soon, Ilderim asked. With such as these, good sheik, one day suffices. They are not afraid, they have a man's intelligence, and they love the exercise. This one, he shook a rein over the back of the youngest of the 4, you called him Aldebaran, I believe, is the swiftest. In once round a stadium he would lead the others thrice his length. Ilderim pulled his beard, and said, with twinkling eyes, Aldebaran is the swiftest, but what of the slowest? This is he. Ben-Hur shook the rein over Antares. This is he, but he will win, for, look you, sheik, he will run his utmost all day, and, as the sun goes down, he will reach his swiftest. Right again, said Ilderim. I have but one fear, O sheik. The sheik became doubly serious. In his greed of triumph, a Roman cannot keep honor pure. In the games, all of them, mark you, their tricks are infinite. In chariot racing their knavery extends to everything, from horse to driver, from driver to master. Wherefore, good sheik, Look well to all thou hast, from this till the trial is over. Let no stranger so much as see the horses. Would you be perfectly safe, do more, keep watch over them with armed hand as well as sleepless eye, then I will have no fear of the end. At the door of the tent they dismounted. What you say shall be attended to. By the splendor of God, no hand shall come near them except it belong to one of the faithful. Tonight I will set watches. But, son of Arius, Eldaram drew forth the package, and opened it slowly, while they walked to the divan and seated themselves. Son of Arius, see thou here, and help me with thy Latin. He passed the dispatch to Ben-Hur. There, read, and read aloud, rendering what thou findest into the tongue of thy fathers. Latin is an abomination. Ben-Hur was in good spirits, and began the reading carelessly. Messala tu gratis. He paused. A premonition drove the blood to his heart. Eldaram observed his agitation. Well, I am waiting. Ben-Hur prayed pardon, and recommenced the paper, which, it is sufficient to say, was one of the duplicates of the letter dispatched so carefully to Gratus by Messala the morning after the revel in the palace. The paragraphs in the beginning were remarkable only as proof that the writer had not outgrown his habit of mockery. When they were past, and the reader came to the parts intended to refresh the memory of Gratus, his voice trembled, and twice he stopped to regain his self-control. By a strong effort he continued, I recall further he read, that thou didst make disposition of the family of her. There the reader again paused and drew a long breath, both of us at the time supposing the plan hit upon to be the most effective possible, for the purposes in view, which were silence and delivery over to inevitable but natural death. Here Ben-Hur broke down utterly. The paper fell from his hands, and he covered his face. They are dead, dead. I alone am left. The sheik had been a silent, but not unsympathetic, witness of the young man's suffering. Now he arose and said, Son of Arius, it is for me to beg thy pardon. Read the paper by thyself. When thou art strong enough to give the rest of it to me, send word, and I will return. He went out of the tent, and nothing in all his life became him better. Ben-Hur flung himself on the divan and gave way to his feelings. When somewhat recovered, he recollected that a portion of the letter remained unread, and, taking it up, he resumed the reading. Thou wilt remember, the missive ran, what thou didst with the mother and sister of the malefactor. Yet, if now I yield to a desire to learn if they be living or dead. Ben-Hur started, and read again, and then again, and at last broke into exclamation. He does not know they are dead, he does not know it. Blessed be the name of the Lord, there is yet hope. He finished the sentence, and was strengthened by it, and went on bravely to the end of the letter. They are not dead, he said, after reflection. They are not dead, or he would have heard of it. A second reading, more careful than the first, confirmed him in the opinion. Then he sent for the sheik. In coming to your hospitable tent, O sheik, he said, calmly, when the Arab was seated and they were alone, it was not in my mind to speak of myself further than to assure you I had sufficient training to be entrusted with your horses. I decline to tell you my history, but the chances which have sent this paper to my hand and given it to me to be read are so strange that I feel bidden to trust you with everything, and I am the more inclined to do so by knowledge here conveyed that we are both of us threatened by the same enemy, against whom it is needful that we make common cause. I will read the letter and give you explanation, after which you will not wonder I was so moved. If you thought me weak or childish, you will then excuse me. The sheik held his peace, listening closely, until Ben-Hur came to the paragraph in which he was particularly mentioned. I saw the Jew yesterday in the grove of Daphne. So ran the part, and if he be not there now, he is certainly in the neighborhood, making it easy for me to keep him in eye. Indeed, wert thou to ask me where he is now, I should say, with the most positive assurance, he is to be found at the old orchard of palms. Exclaimed Eldaram. In such a tone one might hardly say he was more surprised than angry. At the same time, he clutched his beard. At the old orchard of palms, Ben-Hur repeated, under the tent of the traitor Sheik Eldaram. Traitor, the old man cried, in his shrillest tone, while lip and beard curled with ire, and on his forehead and neck the veins swelled and beat as they would burst. Yet a moment, Sheik, said Ben-Hur, with a deprecatory gesture, such is Messala's opinion of you. Hear his threat, and he read on, under the tent of the traitor Sheik Eldaram. who cannot long escape our strong hand. Be not surprised if Maxentius, as his first measure, places the Arab on ship for forwarding to Rome. Me, Ilderim, sheik of 10,000 horsemen with spears, me to Rome. He leaped rather than rose to his feet, his arms outstretched, his fingers spread and curved like claws, his eyes glittering like a serpent's. O God, nay, by all the gods except of Rome, when shall this insolence end? A freeman am I, free are my people. Must we die slaves? Or, worse, must I live a dog, crawling to a master's feet? Must I lick his hand, lest he lash me? What is mine is not mine, I am not my own, for breadth of body I must be beholden to a Roman. Oh, if I were young again! Oh, could I shake off 20 years, or 10, or 5? He ground his teeth and shook his hands overhead. Then, under the impulse of another idea, he walked away and back again to Ben-Hur swiftly, and caught his shoulder with a strong grasp. If I were as thou, son of Arius, as young, as strong, as practiced in arms, if I had a motive hissing me to revenge, a motive, like thine, great enough to make hate holy, away with disguise on thy part and on mine, son of Hur, I say. At that name all the currents of Ben-Hur's blood stopped. Surprised, bewildered, he gazed into the Arab's eyes, now close to his, and fiercely bright. Son of Hur, I say, were I as thou, with half thy wrongs, bearing about with me memories like thine, I would not, I could not, rest, never pausing, his words following each other torrent-like, the old man swept on. To all my grievances, I would add those of the world, and devote myself to vengeance. From land to land I would go firing all mankind. No war for freedom but should find me engaged, no battle against Rome in which I would not bear a part. I would turn Parthian if I could not better. If men failed me, still I would not give over the effort. Hot, by the splendor of God, I would herd with wolves and make friends of lions and tigers, in hope of marshalling them against the common enemy. I would use every weapon. So my victims were Romans, I would rejoice in slaughter. Quarter I would not ask, quarter I would not give. To the flames everything Roman, to the sword every Roman born. Of nights I would pray the gods, the good and the bad alike, to lend me their special terrors, tempests, drought, heat, cold, and all the nameless poisons they let loose in air, all the thousand things of which men die on sea and on land. Oh, I could not sleep. The sheik stopped for want of breath, panting, wringing his hands. And, sooth to say, of all the passionate burst Ben-Hur retained but a vague impression wrought by fiery eyes, a piercing voice, and a rage too intense for coherent expression. For the first time in years, the desolate youth heard himself addressed by his proper name. One man at least knew him, and acknowledged it without demand of identity, and he an Arab fresh from the desert. How came the man by his knowledge? The letter? No. It told the cruelties from which his family had suffered, it told the story of his own misfortunes, but it did not say he was the very victim whose escape from doom was the theme of the heartless narrative. That was the point of explanation. He had notified the sheik would follow the reading of the letter. He was pleased and thrilled with hope restored, yet kept an air of calmness. Good sheik, tell me how you came by this letter. My people keep the roads between cities, Ilderim answered, bluntly. They took it from a courier. Are they known to be thy people? No. To the world they are robbers, whom it is mine to catch and slay. Again, sheik, you call me son of Hur, my father's name. I did not think myself known to a person on earth. How came you by the knowledge? Ilderim hesitated, but, rallying, he answered, I know you, yet I am not free to tell you more. Someone holds you in restraint. The sheik closed his mouth and walked away, but, observing Ben-Hur's disappointment, he came back and said, let us say no more about the matter now. I will go to town. When I return, I may talk to you fully. Give me the letter. Ilderim rolled the papyrus carefully, restored it to its envelopes, and became once more all energy. What sayest thou? He asked, while waiting for his horse and retinue. I told what I would do, were I thou, and thou hast made no answer. I intended to answer, sheik, and I will. Ben-Hur's countenance and voice changed with the feeling invoked. All thou hast said, I will do, all at least in the power of a man. I devoted myself to vengeance long ago. Every hour of the 5 years past, I have lived with no other thought. I have taken no respite. I have had no pleasures of youth. The blandishments of Rome were not for me. I wanted her to educate me for revenge. I resorted to her most famous masters and professors, not those of rhetoric or philosophy. Alas, I had no time for them. The arts essential to a fighting man were my desire. I associated with gladiators, and with winners of prizes in the circus, and they were my teachers. The drill masters in the great camp accepted me as a scholar, and were proud of my attainments in their line. O Sheik, I am a soldier, but the things of which I dream require me to be a captain. With that thought, I have taken part in the campaign against the Parthians. When it is over, then, if the Lord spare my life and strength, then, he raised his clenched hands, and spoke vehemently, then I will be an enemy Roman taught in all things. Then Rome shall account to me and Roman lives for her ills. You have my answer. Sheik Ilderim put an arm over his shoulder, and kissed him, saying, passionately, if thy God favor thee not, son of her, it is because he is dead. Take thou this from me, sworn to, if so thy preference run, thou shalt have my hands, and their fullness, men, horses, camels, and the desert for preparation. I swear it, for the present, enough. Thou shalt see or hear from me before night. Turning abruptly off, the sheik was speedily on the road to the city. Chapter 6. The intercepted letter was conclusive upon a number of points of great interest to Ben-Hur. It had all the effect of a confession, that the writer was a party to the putting away of the family with murderous intent, that he had sanctioned the plan adopted for the purpose, that he had received a portion of the proceeds of the confiscation, and was yet in enjoyment of his part, that he dreaded the unexpected appearance of what he was pleased to call the chief malefactor, and accepted it as a menace, that he contemplated such further action as would secure him in the future, and was ready to do whatever his accomplice in Caesarea might advise. And, now that the letter had reached the hand of him really its subject, it was notice of danger to come, as well as a confession of guilt. So when Ilderim left the tent, Ben-Hur had much to think about, requiring immediate action. His enemies were as adroit and powerful as any in the East. If they were afraid of him, he had greater reason to be afraid of them. He strove earnestly to reflect upon the situation, but could not. His feelings constantly overwhelmed them. There was a certain qualified pleasure in the assurance that his mother and sister were alive, and it mattered little that the foundation of the assurance was a mere inference. That there was one person who could tell him where they were seemed to his hope, so long deferred, as if discovery were now close at hand. These were mere causes of feeling. Underlying them, it must be confessed he had a superstitious fancy that God was about to make ordination in his behalf, in which event faith whispered him to stand still. Occasionally, referring to the words of Ilderim, he wondered whence the Arab derived his information about him. Not from Malik certainly, nor from Simonides, whose interests, all adverse, would hold him dumb. Could Messala have been the informant? No, disclosure might be dangerous in that quarter. Conjecture was vain. At the same time, often as Ben-Hur was beaten back from the solution, he was consoled with the thought that whoever the person with the knowledge might be, he was a friend, and, being such, would reveal himself in good time. A little more waiting, a little more patience. Possibly the errand of the sheik was to see the worthy, possibly the letter might precipitate a full disclosure. And patient he would have been if only he could have believed Tirzah and his mother were waiting for him under circumstances permitting hope on their part strong as his. If, in other words, conscience had not stung him with accusations respecting them. To escape such accusations, he wandered far through the orchard, pausing now where the date gatherers were busy, yet not too busy to offer him of their fruit and talk with him, then, under the great trees, to watch the nesting birds, or hear the bees swarming about the berries bursting with honeyed sweetness, and filling all the green and golden spaces with the music of their beating wings. By the lake, however, he lingered longest. He might not look upon the water and its sparkling ripples, so like sensuous life, without thinking of the Egyptian and her marvelous beauty, and of floating with her here and there through the night, made brilliant by her songs and stories. He might not forget the charm of her manner, the lightness of her laugh, the flattery of her attention, the warmth of her little hand under his upon the tiller of the boat. From her it was for his thought but a short way to Balthazar, and the strange things of which he had been witness, unaccountable by any law of nature. And from him, again, to the King of the Jews, whom the good man, with such pathos of patience, was holding in holy promise, the distance was even nearer. And there his mind stayed, finding in the mysteries of that personage a satisfaction answering well for the rest he was seeking, because, it may have been, nothing is so easy as denial of an idea not agreeable to our wishes. He rejected the definition given by Balthazar of the kingdom the king was coming to establish, a kingdom of souls, if not intolerable to his Sadducean faith, seemed to him but an abstraction drawn from the depths of a devotion too fond and dreamy. A kingdom of Judea, on the other hand, was more than comprehensible, such had been, and, if only for that reason, might be again, and it suited his pride to think of a new kingdom broader of domain, richer in power, and of a more unapproachable splendor than the old one, of a new king wiser and mightier than Solomon, a new king under whom, especially, he could find both service and revenge. In that mood he resumed to the dower. The midday meal disposed of, still further to occupy himself, Ben-Hur had the chariot rolled out into the sunlight for inspection. The word but poorly conveys the careful study the vehicle underwent. No point or part of it escaped him. With a pleasure which will be better understood hereafter, he saw the pattern was Greek, in his judgment preferable to the Roman in many respects. It was wider between the wheels, and lower and stronger, and the disadvantage of greater weight would be more than compensated by the greater endurance of his Arabs. Speaking generally, the carriage makers of Rome build for the games almost solely, sacrificing safety to beauty, and durability to grace, while the chariots of Achilles and the King of Men, designed for war and all its extreme tests, still ruled the tastes of those who met and struggled for the crowns Isthmian and Olympic. Next he brought the horses, and, hitching them to the chariot, drove to the field of exercise, where, hour after hour, he practiced them in movement under the yoke. When he came away in the evening, it was with restored spirit, and a fixed purpose to defer action in the matter of Messala, until the race was won or lost. He could not forego the pleasure of meeting his adversary under the eyes of the East. That there might be other competitors seemed not to enter his thought. His confidence in the result was absolute, no doubt of his own skill, and as to the four, they were his full partners in the glorious game. Let him look to it, let him look to it. Ha, Antares, Aldebaran, shall he not, O honest Rigel, and thou, Adder, king among coursers, shall he not beware of us? Ha, good hearts. So in rests he passed from horse to horse, speaking, not as a master, but the senior of us many brethren. After nightfall, Ben-Hur sat by the door of the tent waiting for Ilderim, not yet returned from the city. He was not impatient, or vexed, or doubtful. The sheik would be heard from, at least. Indeed, whether it was from satisfaction with the performance of the four, or the refreshment there is in cold water succeeding bodily exercise, or supper partaken with royal appetite, or the reaction which, as a kindly provision of nature, always follows depression, the young man was in good humor verging upon elation. He felt himself in the hands of Providence no longer his enemy. At last there was a sound of horses' feet coming rapidly, and Malik rode up. Son of Arius, he said, cheerily, after salutation, I salute you for Sheik Ilderim, who requests you to mount and go to the city. He is waiting for you. Ben-Hur asked no questions, but went in where the horses were feeding. Aldebaran came to him, as if offering his service. He played with him lovingly, but passed on, and chose another, not of the four. They were sacred to the race. Very shortly the two were on the road, going swiftly and in silence. Some distance below the Solution Bridge, they crossed the river by a ferry, and, riding far round on the right bank, and recrossing by another ferry, entered the city from the west. The detour was long, but Ben-Hur accepted it as a precaution for which there was good reason. Down to Simonides landing they rode, and in front of the great warehouse, under the bridge, Malik drew rein. We are come, he said. Dismount. Ben-Hur recognized the place. Where is the sheik? He asked. Come with me. I will show you. A watchman took the horses, and almost before he realized it, Ben-Hur stood once more at the door of the house up on the greater one, listening to the response from within. In God's name, enter. Chapter 7. Malak stopped at the door. Ben-Hur entered alone. The room was the same in which he had formerly interviewed Simonides, and it had been in no wise changed, except now, close by the armchair, a polished brazen rod, set on a broad wooden pedestal, arose higher than a tall man, holding lamps of silver on sliding arms, half a dozen or more in number, and all burning. The light was clear, bringing into view the paneling on the walls, the cornice with its row of gilded balls, and the dome dully tinted with violet mica. Within a few steps, Ben-Hur stopped. 3 persons were present, looking at him: Simonides, Ilderim, and Esther. He glanced hurriedly from one to another, as if to find answer to the question half formed in his mind: what business can these have with me? He became calm, with every sense on the alert, for the question was succeeded by another: are they friends or enemies? At length, his eyes rested upon Esther. The man returned his look kindly. In her face there was something more than kindness, something too spiritual well for definition, which yet went to his inner consciousness without definition. Shall it be said, good reader? Back of his gaze there was a comparison in which the Egyptian arose and set herself over against the gentle Jewess. But it lived an instant, and, as is the habit of such comparisons, passed away without a conclusion. Son of her, the guest turned to the speaker. Son of her, said Simonides, repeating the address slowly, and with distinct emphasis, as if to impress all its meaning upon him most interested in understanding it. Take thou the peace of the Lord God of our fathers, take it from me. He paused, then added, from me and mine. The speaker sat in his chair. There were the royal head, the bloodless face, the masterful air, under the influence of which visitors forgot the broken limbs and distorted body of the man. The full black eyes gazed out under the white brows steadily, but not sternly. A moment thus, then he crossed his hands upon his breast. The action, taken with the salutation, could not be misunderstood, and was not. Simonides, Ben-Hur answered, much moved, the holy peace you tender is accepted. As son to father, I return it to you. Only let there be perfect understanding between us. Thus delicately he sought to put aside the submission of the merchant, and, in place of the relation of master and servant, substitute one higher and holier. Simonides let fall his hands, and, turning to Esther, said, a seat for the master, daughter. She hastened, and brought a stool, and stood, with suffused face, looking from one to the other, from Ben-Hur to Simonides, from Simonides to Ben-Hur, and they waited, each declining the superiority direction would imply. When at length the pause began to be embarrassing, Ben-Hur advanced, and gently took the stool from her, and, going to the chair, placed it at the merchant's feet. I will sit here, he said. His eyes met hers, an instant only, but both were better of the look. He recognized her gratitude, she his generosity and forbearance. Simonides bowed his acknowledgment. Esther, child, bring me the paper, he said, with a breath of relief. She went to a panel in the wall, opened it, took out a roll of papyri, and brought and gave it to him. Thou saidst well, son of her, Simonides began, while unrolling the sheets. Let us understand each other. In anticipation of the demand, which I would have made hadst thou waived it, I have here a statement covering everything necessary to the understanding required. I could see but 2 points involved, the property first, and then a relation. The statement is explicit as to both. Will it please thee to read it now? Ben-Hur received the papers, but glanced at Ilderim. Nay, said Simonides, the sheik shall not deter thee from reading. The account, such thou wilt find it, is of a nature requiring a witness. In the attesting place at the end thou wilt find, when thou comest to it, the name, Ilderim, sheik. He knows all. He is thy friend. All he has been to me, that will he be to thee also. Simonides looked at the Arab, nodding pleasantly, and the latter gravely returned the nod, saying, Thou hast said. Ben-Hur replied, I know already the excellence of his friendship, and have yet to prove myself worthy of it. Immediately he continued, later, O Simonides, I will read the papers carefully. For the present, do thou take them. And if thou be not too weary, give me their substance. Simonides took back the roll. Here, Esther, stand by me and receive the sheets, lest they fall into confusion. She took place by his chair, letting her right arm fall lightly across his shoulder, so, when he spoke, the account seemed to have rendition from both of them jointly. This, said Simonides, drawing out the first leaf, shows the money I hid of thy fathers, being the amount saved from the Romans. There was no property saved, only money, and that the robbers would have secured but for our Jewish custom of bills of exchange, the amount saved, being sums I drew from Rome, Alexandria, Damascus, Carthage, Valentia, and elsewhere within the circle of trade, was 120 talents Jewish money. He gave the sheet to Esther, and took the next one. With that amount, 120 talents, I charged myself. Here now my credits. I use the word, as thou wilt see, with reference rather to the proceeds gained from the use of the money. From separate sheets he then read footings, which, fractions omitted, were as follows. Cr. By ships, 60 talents. Goods in store, 110 cargoes in transit, 75 camels, horses, etc., 20 inches warehouses, 10 inches bills due, 54 money on hand and subject to draft, 224, total, 553 to these now, to the 550, 3 talents gained, add the original capital I'd from thy father, and thou hast 673 talents, and all thine, making thee, O son of Hur, the richest subject in the world. He took the papyri from Esther, and, reserving one, rolled them and offered them to Ben-Hur. The pride perceptible in his manner was not offensive. It might have been from a sense of duty well done. It might have been for Ben-Hur without reference to himself. And there is nothing, he added, dropping his voice, but not his eyes, there is nothing now thou mayst not do. The moment was one of absorbing interest to all present. Simonides crossed his hands upon his breast again. Esther was anxious, Alarum nervous. A man is never so on trial as in the moment of excessive good fortune. Taking the roll, Ben-Hur rose, struggling with emotion. All this is to me as a light from heaven, sent to drive away a night which has been so long I feared it would never end, and so dark I had lost the hope of seeing, he said, with a husky voice. I give first thanks to the Lord, who has not abandoned me, and my next to thee, O Simonides. Thy faithfulness outweighs the cruelty of others, and redeems our human nature. There is nothing I cannot do. Be it so. Shall any man in this my hour of such mighty privilege be more generous than I? Serve me as a witness now, Shekeldarim. Hear thou my words as I shall speak them, hear and remember. And thou, Esther, good angel of this good man, hear thou also. He stretched his hand with the roll to Simonides. The things these papers take into account, all of them, ships, houses, goods, camels, horses, money, the least as well as the greatest, give I back to thee, O Simonides, making them all thine, and sealing them to thee and thine forever. Esther smiled through her tears. Ilaram pulled his beard with rapid motion, his eyes glistening like beads of jet. Simonides alone was calm. Sealing them to thee and thine forever, Ben-Hur continued, with better control of himself, with one exception, and upon one condition. The breath of the listeners waited upon his words. The 120 talents which were my father's thou shalt return to me. Ilaram's countenance brightened, and thou shalt join me in search of my mother and sister, holding all thine subject to the expense of discovery, even as I will hold mine. Simonides was much affected. Stretching out his hand, he said, I see thy spirit, son of Hur, and I am grateful to the Lord that he hath sent thee to me such as thou art. If I served well thy father in life, and his memory afterwards, be not afraid of default to thee. Yet must I say the exception cannot stand. Exhibiting, then, the reserved sheet, he continued, thou hast not all the account. Take this and read aloud. Ben-Hur took the supplement and read it. Statement of the servants of Hur, rendered by Simonides, steward of the estate. 1. Amra, Egyptian, keeping the palace in Jerusalem. 2. Simonides, the steward, in Antioch. 3. Esther, daughter of Simonides, Now, in all his thoughts of Simonides, not once had it entered Ben-Hur's mind that, by the law, a daughter followed the parent's condition. In all his visions of her, the sweet-faced Esther had figured as the rival of the Egyptian, and an object of possible love. He shrank from the revelation so suddenly brought him, and looked at her blushing, and, blushing, she dropped her eyes before him. Then he said, while the papyrus rolled itself together, "A man with 600 talents is indeed rich, and may do what he pleases, but, rarer than the money, more priceless than the property, is the mind which amassed the wealth, and the heart it could not corrupt when amassed. O Simonides, and thou, fair Esther, fear not. She-Gildarim here shall be witness that in the same moment ye were declared my servants, that moment I declared ye free, and what I declare, that will I put in writing. Is it not enough? Can I do more?" "Son of her," said Simonides, "verily thou dost make servitude lightsome. I was wrong. There are some things thou canst not do. Thou canst not make us free in law. I am thy servant forever, because I went to the door with thy father one day, and in my ear the marks yet abide. Did my father that? Judge him not," cried Simonides, quickly. "He accepted me a servant of that class because I prayed him to do so. I never repented the step. It was the price I paid for Rachel, the mother of my child here, for Rachel, who would not be my wife unless I became what she was. Was she a servant forever even so?" Ben-Hur walked the floor in pain of impotent wish. "I was rich before," he said, stopping suddenly. "I was rich with the gifts of the generous Arius. Now comes this greater fortune, and the mind which achieved it. Is there not a purpose of God in it all? Counsel me, O Simonides. Help me to see the right and do it. Help me to be worthy my name, and what thou art in law to me, that will I be to thee in fact and deed. I will be thy servant forever." Simonides' face actually glowed. "O son of my dead master, I will do better than help. I will serve thee with all my might of mind and heart. Body I have not, it perished in thy cause, but with mind and heart I will serve thee. I swear it, by the altar of our God, and the gifts upon the altar. Only make me formally what I have assumed to be." "Name it," said Ben-Hur, eagerly. "As steward the care of the property will be mine. Count thyself steward now, or wilt thou have it in writing? Thy word simply is enough." It was so with the Father, and I will not more from the Son. And now, if the understanding be perfect. Simonides paused. "It is with me," said Ben-Hur. "And thou, daughter of Rachel, speak," said Simonides, lifting her arm from his shoulder. Esther, left thus alone, stood a moment abashed, her color coming and going. Then she went to Ben-Hur, and said, with a womanliness singularly sweet, "I am not better than my mother was. And, as she is gone, I pray you, O my master, let me care for my father." Ben-Hur took her hand, and led her back to the chair, saying, "Thou art a good child. Have thy will." Simonides replaced her arm upon his neck, and there was silence for a time in the room. Chapter 8. Simonides looked up, nonetheless a master. "Esther," he said, quietly, "the night is going fast, and, lest we become too weary for that which is before us, let the refreshments be brought." She rang a bell. A servant answered with wine and bread, which she bore round. "The understanding, good my master," continued Simonides, when all were served, "is not perfect in thy sight. Henceforth our lives will run on together like rivers which have met and joined their waters. I think their flowing will be better if every cloud is blown from the sky above them. You left my door the other day with what seemed a denial of the claims which I have just allowed in the broadest terms, but it was not so. Indeed it was not. Esther is witness that I recognized you, and that I did not abandon you." "Let Malak say." "Malak," exclaimed Ben-Hur, "one bound to a chair, like me, must have many hands far-reaching, if he would move the world from which he is so cruelly barred. I have many such, and Malak is one of the best of them. And, sometimes, he cast a grateful glance at the sheik. Sometimes I borrow from others good of heart, like Gildarim the generous, good and brave. Let him say if I either denied or forgot you." Ben-Hur looked at the Arab. "This is he, good Gildarim, this is he who told you of me?" Gildarim's eyes twinkled as he nodded his answer. "How, O my master," said Simonides, "may we without trial tell what a man is? I knew you, I saw your father in you, but the kind of man you were I did not know. There are people to whom fortune is a curse in disguise. Were you of them? I sent Malik to find out for me, and in the service he was my eyes and ears. Do not blame him. He brought me report of you which was all good. I do not, said Ben-Hur, heartily. There was wisdom in your goodness. The words are very pleasant to me, said the merchant, with feeling, very pleasant. My fear of misunderstanding is laid. Let the rivers run on now as God may give them direction. After an interval he continued, I am compelled now by truth. The weaver sits weaving, and, as the shuttle flies, the cloth increases, and the figures grow. And he dreams dreams meanwhile. So to my hands the fortune grew. And I wondered at the increase, and asked myself about it many times. I could see a care not my own went with the enterprise as I set going. The simoons which smote others on the desert jumped over the things which were mine. The storms which heaped the seashore with wrecks did but blow my ships the sooner into port. Strangest of all, I, so dependent upon others, fixed to a place like a dead thing, had never a loss by an agent, never. The elements stooped to serve me, and all my servants, in fact, were faithful. It is very strange, said Ben-Hur. So I said, and kept saying, finally, oh my master, finally I came to be of your opinion. God was in it, and, like you, I asked, what can his purpose be? Intelligence is never wasted. Intelligence like God's never stirs except with design. I have held the question in heart, lo, these many years, watching for an answer. I felt sure, if God were in it, some day, in his own good time, in his own way, he would show me his purpose, making it clear as a winded house upon a hill, and I believe he has done so. Ben-Hur listened with every faculty intent. Many years ago, with my people, thy mother was with me, Esther, beautiful as morning over old Olivet. I sat by the wayside out north of Jerusalem, near the tombs of the kings, when 3 men passed by riding great white camels, such as had never been seen in the holy city. The men were strangers, and from far countries. The first one stopped and asked me a question, where is he that is born king of the Jews, as if to allay my wonder? He went on to say, we have seen his star in the east, and have come to worship him. I could not understand, but followed them to the Damascus gate, and of every person they met on the way, of the guard at the gate, even, they asked the question. All who heard it were amazed like me. In time I forgot the circumstance, though there was much talk of it as a presage of the Messiah. Alas, alas, what children we are, even the wisest. When God walks the earth, his steps are often centuries apart. You have seen Balthazar and heard him tell his story, said Ben-Hur. A miracle, a very miracle, cried Simonides, as he told it to me. Good my master, I seemed to hear the answer I'd so long waited. God's purpose burst upon me. Poor will the king be when he comes, poor and friendless, without following, without armies, without cities or castles, a kingdom to be set up, and Rome reduced and blotted out. See, O my master, thou flushed with strength, thou trained to arms, thou burdened with riches, behold the opportunity the Lord hath sent thee. Shall not his purpose be thine? Could a man be born to a more perfect glory? Simonides put his whole force in the appeal. But the kingdom, Ben-Hur answered, eagerly. Balthazar says it is to be of souls. The pride of the Jew was strong in Simonides, and therefore the slightly contemptuous curl of the lip with which he began his reply. Balthazar has been a witness of wonderful things, of miracles, O my master, and when he speaks of them, I bow with belief, for they are of sight and sound personal to him. But he is a son of Mizraim, and not even a proselyte. Hardly may he be supposed to have special knowledge by virtue of which we must bow to him in a matter of God's dealing with our Israel. The prophets had their light from heaven directly, even as he had his, many to one, and Jehovah the same forever. I must believe the prophets. Bring me the Torah, Esther, he proceeded without waiting for her. May the testimony of a whole people be slighted, my master, though you travel from Tyre, which is by the sea in the north, to the capital of Edom, which is in the desert south. You will not find a lisper of the Shema, an almsgiver in the temple, or anyone who has ever eaten of the lamb of the Passover. To tell you the kingdom the king is coming to build for us, the children of the covenant, is other than of this world, like our father David's. Now where got they the faith, ask you? We will see presently. Esther here returned, bringing a number of rolls carefully enveloped in dark brown linen lettered quaintly in gold. Keep them, daughter, to give to me as I call for them, the father said, in the tender voice he always used in speaking to her, and continued his argument. It were long, good my master, too long, indeed, for me to repeat to you the names of the holy men who, in the providence of God, succeeded the prophets, only a little less favored than they, the seers who have written and the preachers who have taught since the captivity, the very wise who borrowed their lights from the lamp of Malachi, the last of his line, and whose great names Hillel and Shammai never tired of repeating in the colleges. Will you ask them of the kingdom? Thus, the Lord of the sheep in the book of Enoch, who is he? Who but the king of whom we are speaking? A throne is set up for him, he smites the earth, and the other kings are shaken from their thrones, and the scourges of Israel flung into a cavern of fire flaming with pillars of fire. So also the singer of the Psalms of Solomon, behold, O Lord, and raise up to Israel their king, the son of David, at the time thou knowest, O God, to rule Israel, thy children, and he will bring the peoples of the heathen under his yoke to serve him, and he shall be a righteous king taught of God, for he shall rule all the earth by the word of his mouth forever and last. Though not least, hear Ezra, the second Moses, in his visions of the night, and ask him who is the lion with human voice that says to the eagle, which is Rome, thou hast loved liars, and overthrown the cities of the industrious, and raised their walls, though they did thee no harm. Therefore, be gone, that the earth may be refreshed, and recover itself, and hope in the justice and piety of him who made her. Whereat the eagle was seen no more. Surely, O my master, the testimony of these should be enough, but the way to the fountain's head is open. Let us go up to it at once, some wine, Esther, and then the Torah. Dost thou believe the prophets, master? He asked, after drinking. I know thou dost, for of such was the faith of all thy kindred. Give me, Esther, the book which hath in it the visions of Isaiah. He took one of the rolls which she had unwrapped for him, and read, The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light, they that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to order it, and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? Now, Esther, the word of the Lord that came to Micah, she gave him the roll he asked. But thou, he began reading, but thou, Bethlehem Ephrath, though thou be little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of this shall he come forth unto me that is to be ruler in Israel. This was he, the very child Balthazar saw and worshipped in the cave. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? Give me, Esther, the words of Jeremiah receiving that roll. He read as before, Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days Judah shall be saved, and Israel shall dwell safely. As a king he shall reign, as a king, O my master. Believest thou the prophets? Now, daughter, the roll of the sayings of that son of Judah in whom there was no blemish. She gave him a book of Daniel. Here, my master, he said, I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and there was given him dominion, and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed. Believest thou the prophets, O my master? It is enough. I believe, cried Ben-Hur. What then? Asked Simonides. If the king come poor, will not my master, of his abundance, give him help him, to the last shekel and the last breath? But why speak of his coming poor? Give me, Esther, the word of the Lord as it came to Zechariah, said Simonides. She gave him one of the rolls. Hear how the king will enter Jerusalem. Then he read, Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee with justice and salvation, lowly, and riding upon an ass, and upon a colt, the foal of an ass. Ben-Hur looked away, "What see you, O my master?" "Rome," he answered, gloomily, "Rome, and her legions. I have dwelt with them in their camps. I know them." "Ah," said Simonides, "thou shalt be a master of legions for the king, with millions to choose from." "Millions?" cried Ben-Hur. Simonides sat a moment thinking. "The question of power should not trouble you," he next said. Ben-Hur looked at him inquiringly. "You were seeing the lowly king in the act of coming to his own," Simonides answered. "Seeing him on the right hand, as it were, and on the left the brassy legions of Caesar, and you were asking, what can he do?" "It was my very thought." "Oh my master," Simonides continued, "you do not know how strong our Israel is. You think of him as a sorrowful old man weeping by the rivers of Babylon. But go up to Jerusalem next Passover, and stand on the Xystus or in the street of Barter, and see him as he is. The promise of the Lord to father Jacob coming out of Paddan Aram was a law under which our people have not ceased multiplying. Not even in captivity, they grew underfoot of the Egyptian. The clench of the Roman has been but wholesome nurture to them. Now they are indeed a nation and a company of nations. Nor that only, my master. In fact, to measure the strength of Israel, which is, in fact, measuring what the king can do, you shall not bide solely by the rule of natural increase, but add thereto the other. I mean the spread of the faith, which will carry you to the far and near of the whole known earth. Further, the habit is, I know, to think and speak of Jerusalem as Israel, which may be likened to our finding an embroidered shred, and holding it up as a magisterial robe of Caesar's. Jerusalem is but a stone of the temple, or the heart in the body. Turn from beholding the legions, strong though they be, and count the hosts of the faithful waiting the old alarm. To your tens, O Israel, count them many in Persia, children of those who chose not to return with the returning. Count the brethren who swarm the marts of Egypt and farther Africa. Count the Hebrew colonists seeking profit in the West, in Laudanum and the trade courts of Spain. Count the pure of blood and the proselytes in Greece and in the isles of the sea, and over in Pontus and here in Antioch, and, for that matter, those of that city lying accursed in the shadow of the unclean walls of Rome herself. Count the worshippers of the Lord dwelling in tents along the deserts next us, as well as in the deserts beyond the Nile, and in the regions across the Caspian, and up in the old lands of Gog and Magog even. Separate those who annually sent gifts to the holy temple in acknowledgement of God, separate them, that they may be counted also. And when you have done counting, lo, my master, a census of the sword hands that await you. Lo, a kingdom ready fashioned for him who is to do judgment and justice in the whole earth, in Rome not less than in Zion. Have then the answer, what Israel can do, that can the king. The picture was fervently given. Upon Alarum it operated like the blowing of a trumpet. Oh that I had back my youth, he cried, starting to his feet. Ben-Hur sat still. The speech, he saw, was an invitation to devote his life and fortune to the mysterious being who was palpably as much the center of a great hope with Simonides, as with the devout Egyptian. The idea, as we have seen, was not a new one, but had come to him repeatedly, once while listening to Malach in the grove of Daphne, afterwards more distinctly while Balthazar was giving his conception of what the kingdom was to be. Still later, in the walk through the old orchard, it had risen almost, if not quite, into a resolve. At such times it had come and gone only an idea, attended with feelings more or less acute. Not so now. A master had it in charge, a master was working it up. Already he had exalted it into a cause brilliant with possibilities and infinitely holy. The effect was as if a door theretofore unseen had suddenly opened, flooding Ben-Hur with light, and admitting him to a service which had been his one perfect dream. A service reaching far into the future, and rich with the rewards of duty done, and prizes to sweeten and soothe his ambition. One touch more was needed. Let us concede all you say, O Simonides, said Ben-Hur, that the king will come, and his kingdom be as Solomon's. Say also I am ready to give myself and all I have to him in his cause. Yet more, say that I should do as was God's purpose in the ordering of my life, and in your quick amassment of astonishing fortune. Then what? Shall we proceed like blind men building? Shall we wait till the king comes, or until he sends for me? You have age and experience on your side. Answer, Simonides answered at once. We have no choice, none. This letter, he produced Mesala's dispatch as he spoke. This letter is the signal for action. The alliance proposed between Messala and Gratus we are not strong enough to resist. We have not the influence at Rome nor the force here. They will kill you if we wait. How merciful they are, look at me and judge. He shuddered at the terrible recollection. Oh good my master, he continued, recovering himself, how strong are you, in purpose, I mean. Ben-Hur did not understand him. I remember how pleasant the world was to me in my youth, Simonides proceeded. Yet, said Ben-Hur, you were capable of a great sacrifice. Yes, for love. Has not life other motives as strong? Simonides shook his head. There is ambition. Ambition is forbidden a son of Israel. What, then, of revenge? The spark dropped upon the inflammable passion. The man's eyes gleamed. His hands shook. He answered, quickly, revenge is a juice of right. It is the law. A camel, even a dog, will remember a wrong, cried Ilderim. Directly Simonides picked up the broken thread of his thought. There is a work for the king, which should be done in advance of his coming. We may not doubt that Israel is to be his right hand, but, alas, it is a hand of peace, without cunning in war. Of the millions, there is not one trained band, not a captain. The mercenaries of the Herods I do not count, for they are kept to crush us. The condition is as the Roman would have it. His policy has fruited well for his tyranny. But the time of change is at hand, when the shepherd shall put on armor, and take to spear and sword, and the feeding flocks be turned to fighting lions. Someone, my son, must have placed next the king at his right hand. Who shall it be if not he who does this work well? Ben-Hur's face flushed at the prospect, though he said, I see, but speak plainly. A deed to be done is one thing, how to do it is another. Simonides sipped the wine Esther brought him, and replied, the sheik, and thou, my master, shall be principals, each with a part. I will remain here, carrying on as now, and watchful that the spring go not dry. Thou shalt betake thee to Jerusalem, and thence to the wilderness, and begin numbering the fighting men of Israel, and telling them into tens and hundreds, and choosing captains and training them, and in secret places hoarding arms, for which I shall keep thee supplied. Commencing over in Perea, thou shalt go then to Galilee, whence it is but a step to Jerusalem. In Perea, the desert will be at thy back, and Ilderim in reach of thy hand. He will keep the roads, so that nothing shall pass without thy knowledge. He will help thee in many ways. Until the ripening time no one shall know what is here contracted. Mine is but a servant's part. I have spoken to Ilderim. What sayest thou? Ben-Hur looked at the sheik. It is as he says, son of Hur, the Arab responded. I have given my word, and he is content with it, but thou shalt have my oath, binding me, and the ready hands of my tribe, and whatever serviceable thing I have. The three, Simonides, Ilderim, Esther, gazed at Ben-Hur fixedly. Every man, he answered, at first sadly, has a cup of pleasure poured for him, and soon or late it comes to his hand, and he tastes and drinks, every man but me. I see, Simonides, and thou, O generous sheik, I see whither the proposal tends. If I accept and enter upon the course, farewell peace and the hopes which cluster around it. The doors I might enter and the gates of quiet life will shut behind me, never to open again. For Rome keeps them all, and her outlawry will follow me, and her hunters, and in the tombs near cities and the dismal caverns of remotest hills, I must eat my crust and take my rest. The speech was broken by a sob. All turned to Esther, who hid her face upon her father's shoulder. I did not think of you, Esther, said Simonides, gently, for he was himself deeply moved. It is well enough, Simonides, said Ben-Hur. A man bears a hard doom better, knowing there is pity for him. Let me go on. They gave him ear again. I was about to say, he continued, I have no choice, but take the part you assign me, and as remaining here is to meet an ignoble death, I will to the work at once. Shall we have writings? Asked Simonides, moved by his habit of business. I rest upon your word, said Ben-Hur, and I, Ilderim answered. Thus simply was effected the treaty which was to alter Ben-Hur's life, and almost immediately the latter added, it is done. Then, may the God of Abraham help us, Simonides exclaimed. One word now, my friends, Ben-Hur said more cheerfully. By your leave, I will be my own until after the games. It is not probable Messala will set peril on foot for me until he has given the procurator time to answer him, and that cannot be in less than 7 days from the dispatch of his letter. The meeting him in the circus is a pleasure I would buy at whatever risk. Ilderim, well pleased, assented readily, and Simonides, intent on business, added, it is well, for look you, my master, the delay will give me time to do you a good part. I understood you to speak of an inheritance derived from Arius. Is it in property? A villa near Misenum, and houses in Rome, I suggest, then, the sale of the property, and safe deposit of the proceeds. Give me an account of it, and I will have authorities drawn, and dispatch an agent on the mission forthwith. We will forestall the imperial robbers at least this once. You shall have the account tomorrow. Then, if there be nothing more, the work of the night is done, said Simonides. Ilderim combed his beard complacently, saying, and well done. The bread and wine again, Esther. Sheik Ilderim will make us happy by staying with us till tomorrow, or at his pleasure, and thou, my master. Let the horses be brought, said Ben-Hur. I will return to the orchard. The enemy will not discover me if I go now, and, he glanced at Ilderim, the four will be glad to see me. As the day dawned, he and Malik dismounted at the door of the tent. Chapter 9. Next night, about the 4th hour, Ben-Hur stood on the terrace of the great warehouse with Esther. Below them, on the landing, there was much running about, and shifting of packages and boxes, and shouting of men, whose figures, stooping, heaving, hauling, looked, in the light of the crackling torches kindled in their aid, like the laboring genii of the fantastic Eastern tales. A galley was being laden for instant departure. Simonides had not yet come from his office, in which, at the last moment, he would deliver to the captain of the vessel instructions to proceed without stop to Ostia, the seaport of Rome, and, after landing a passenger there, continue more leisurely to Valencia, on the coast of Spain. The passenger is the agent going to dispose of the estate derived from Arius the Duumvir. When the lines of the vessel are cast off, and she is put about, and her voyage begun, Ben-Hur will be committed irrevocably to the work undertaken the night before. If he is disposed to repent the agreement with Ilderim, a little time is allowed him to give notice and break it off. He is master, and has only to say the word. Such may have been the thought at the moment in his mind. He was standing with folded arms, looking upon the scene in the manner of a man debating with himself. Young, handsome, rich, but recently from the patrician circles of Roman society, it is easy to think of the world besetting him with appeals not to give more to onerous duty or ambition attended with outlawry and danger. We can even imagine the arguments with which he was pressed, the hopelessness of contention with Caesar, the uncertainty veiling everything connected with the king and his coming, the ease, honors, state, purchasable like goods in market, and, strongest of all, the sense newly acquired of home, with friends to make it delightful. Only those who have been wanderers long desolate can know the power there was in the latter appeal. Let us add now, the world, always cunning enough of itself, always whispering to the weak, stay, take thine ease, always presenting the sunny side of life. The world was in this instance helped by Ben-Hur's companion. Were you ever at Rome? He asked. No, Esther replied. Would you like to go? I think not. Why? I am afraid of Rome, she answered, with a perceptible tremor of the voice. He looked at her then, or rather down upon her, for at his side she appeared little more than a child. In the dim light he could not see her face distinctly, even the form was shadowy. But again he was reminded of Tirzah, and a sudden tenderness fell upon him. Just so the lost sister stood with him on the housetop the calamitous morning of the accident to Gratus. Poor Tirzah, where was she now? Esther had the benefit of the feeling evoked. If not his sister, he could never look upon her as his servant, and that she was his servant in fact, would make him always the more considerate and gentle towards her. I cannot think of Rome, she continued, recovering her voice, and speaking in her quiet womanly way. I cannot think of Rome as a city of palaces and temples, and crowded with people. She is to me a monster which has possession of one of the beautiful lands, and lies there luring men to ruin and death. A monster which it is not possible to resist. a ravenous beast gorging with blood. Why, she faltered, looked down, stopped. Go on, said Ben-Hur, reassuringly. She drew closer to him, looked up again, and said, why must you make her your enemy? Why not rather make peace with her and be at rest? You have had many ills, and borne them. You have survived the snares laid for you by foes. Sorrow has consumed your youth. Is it well to give it the remainder of your days? The girlish face under his eyes seemed to come nearer and get wider as the pleading went on. He stooped towards it, and asked, softly, what would you have me do, Esther? She hesitated a moment, then asked, in return, is the property near Rome a residence? Yes, and pretty. It is beautiful, a palace in the midst of gardens and shell-strewn walks, fountains without and within, statuary in the shady nooks, hills around covered with vines, and so high that Neapolis and Vesuvius are in sight, and the sea an expanse of purpling blue dotted with restless sails. Caesar has a country seat nearby, but in Rome they say the old Aryan villa is the prettiest and the life there. Is it quiet? There was never a summer day, never a moonlit night, more quiet, save when visitors come. Now that the old owner is gone, and I am here, there is nothing to break its silence. Nothing. Unless it be the whispering of servants, or the whistling of happy birds, or the noise of fountains at play. It is changeless, except as day by day old flowers fade and fall, and new ones bud and bloom, and the sunlight gives place to the shadow of a passing cloud. The life, Esther, was all too quiet for me. It made me restless by keeping always present a feeling that I, who have so much to do, was dropping into idle habits, and tying myself with silken chains, and after a while, and not a long while either, would end with nothing done. She looked off over the river. Why did you ask? He said. Good my master. No, no, Esther, not that. Call me friend, brother, if you will. I am not your master, and will not be. Call me brother. He could not see the flush of pleasure which reddened her face, and the glow of the eyes that went out lost in a void above the river. I cannot understand, she said, the nature which prefers the life you are going to. A life of violence, and it may be of blood, he said, completing the sentence. Yes, she added, the nature which could prefer that life to such as might be in the beautiful villa. Esther, you mistake. There is no preference. Alice, the Roman is not so kind. I am going of necessity. To stay here is to die, and if I go there, the end will be the same. A poisoned cup, a bravo's blow, or a judge's sentence obtained by perjury. Messala and the procurator Gratus are rich with plunder of my father's estate, and it is more important to them to keep their gains now than was their getting in the first instance. A peaceable settlement is out of reach, because of the confession it would imply. And then, Esther, if I could buy them, I do not know that I would. I do not believe peace possible to me, no, not even in the sleepy shade and sweet air of the marble porches of the old villa. No matter who might be there to help me bear the burden of the days, nor by what patience of love she made the effort. Peace is not possible to me while my people are lost, for I must be watchful to find them. If I find them, and they have suffered wrong, shall not the guilty suffer for it? If they are dead by violence, shall the murderers escape? Oh, I could not sleep for dreams, nor could the holiest love, by any stratagem, lull me to a rest which conscience would not strangle. Is it so bad then? She asked, her voice tremulous with feeling. Can nothing be done? Ben-Hur took her hand. Do you care so much for me? Yes, she answered, simply. The hand was warm, and in the palm of his it was lost. He felt it tremble. Then the Egyptian came, so the opposite of this little one, so tall, so audacious, with a flattery so cunning, a wit so ready, a beauty so wonderful, a manner so bewitching. He carried the hand to his lips and gave it back. You shall be another Tirzah to me, Esther, who is Tirzah the little sister the Roman stole from me, and whom I must find before I can rest or be happy. Just then a gleam of light flashed athwart the terrace and fell upon the two, and, looking round, they saw a servant roll Simonides in his chair out of the door. They went to the merchant, and in the after-talk he was principal. Immediately the lines of the galley were cast off, and she swung round, and, midst the flashing of torches and the shouting of joyous sailors, hurried off to the sea, leaving Ben-Hur committed to the cause of the king who was to come. Chapter 10. The day before the games, in the afternoon, all Ilaram's racing property was taken to the city, and put in quarters adjoining the circus. Along with it the good man carried a great deal of property not of that class, so with servants, retainers mounted and armed, horses in leading, cattle driven, camels laden with baggage. His outgoing from the orchard was not unlike a tribal migration. The people along the road failed not to laugh at his motley procession. On the other side, it was observed that, with all his irascibility, he was not in the least offended by their rudeness. If he was under surveillance, as he had reason to believe, the informer would describe the semi-barbarous show with which he came up to the races. The Romans would laugh, the city would be amused, but what cared he? Next morning the pageant would be far on the road to the desert, and going with it would be every movable thing of value belonging to the orchard. Everything save such as were essential to the success of his four. He was, in fact, started home, his tents were all folded. The dower was no more. In 12 hours all would be out of reach, pursue who might. A man is never safer than when he is under the laugh, and the shrewd old Arab knew it. Neither he nor Ben-Hur overestimated the influence of Masala. It was their opinion, however, that he would not begin active measures against them until after the meeting in the circus. If defeated there, especially if defeated by Ben-Hur, they might instantly look for the worst he could do. He might not even wait for advices from Gratus. With this view, they shaped their course, and were prepared to betake themselves out of harm's way. They rode together now in good spirits, calmly confident of success on the morrow. On the way, they came upon Malik in waiting for them. The faithful fellow gave no sign by which it was possible to infer any knowledge on his part of the relationship so recently admitted between Ben-Hur and Simonides, or of the treaty between them and Ilaram. He exchanged salutations as usual, and produced a paper, saying to the sheik, "I have here the notice of the editor of the games, just issued, in which you will find your horses published for the race. You will find in it also the order of exercises. Without waiting, good sheik, I congratulate you upon your victory." He gave the paper over, and, leaving the worthy to master it, turned to Ben-Hur. "To you also, son of Arius, my congratulations. There is nothing now to prevent your meeting Masala. Every condition preliminary to the race is complied with. I have the assurance from the editor himself." "I thank you, Malik," said Ben-Hur. Malik proceeded, "Your color is white, and Masala's mixed scarlet and gold. The good effects of the choice are visible already. Boys are now hawking white ribbons along the streets. Tomorrow every Arab and Jew in the city will wear them. In the circus you will see the white fairly divide the galleries with the red. The galleries, but not the tribunal over the Porta Pompey. No, the scarlet and gold will rule there. But if we win," Malik chuckled with the pleasure of the thought, "if we win, how the dignitaries will tremble. They will bet, of course, according to their scorn of everything not Roman, 2, 3, 5 to 1 on Masala. Because he is Roman." Dropping his voice yet lower, he added, "It ill becomes a Jew of good standing in the temple to put his money at such a hazard. Yet, in confidence, I will have a friend next behind the consul's seat to accept offers of 3 to 1, or 5, or 10. The madness may go to such height. I have put to his order 6,000 shekels for the purpose." "Nay, Malik," said Ben-Hur, "a Roman will wager only in his Roman coin. Suppose you find your friend tonight, and place to his order sestertii in such amount as you choose. And look you, Malik, let him be instructed to seek wagers with Masala and his supporters. Ilaram's 4 against Masala's." Malik reflected a moment. "The effect will be to center interest upon your contest, the very thing I seek." Malik, I see, Malik, would you serve me perfectly? Help me to fix the public eye upon our race, Masala's and mine." Malik spoke quickly. "It can be done." "Then let it be done," said Ben-Hur. "Enormous wagers offered will answer. If the offers are accepted, all the better." Malik turned his eyes watchfully upon Ben-Hur. "Shall I not have backed the equivalent of his robbery?" said Ben-Hur, partly to himself. "Another opportunity may not come, and if I could break him in fortune as well as in pride, our father Jacob could take no offense. A look of determined will knit his handsome face, giving emphasis to his further speech. Yes, it shall be. Hark, Malak. Stop not in thy offer of sisterty. Advance them to talents, if any there be who dare so high. 5, 10, 20 talents, 50, so the wager be with Messala himself. It is a mighty sum, said Malak. I must have security, so thou shalt. Go to Simonides, and tell him I wish the matter arranged. Tell him my heart is set on the ruin of my enemy, and that the opportunity hath such excellent promise that I choose such hazards. On our side be the God of our fathers. Go, good Malak, let this not slip. And Malak, greatly delighted, gave him parting salutation, and started to ride away, but returned presently. Your pardon, he said to Ben-Hur, there was another matter. I could not get near Messala's chariot myself, but I had another measure it, and, from his report, its hub stands quite a palm higher from the ground than yours. A palm. So much, cried Ben-Hur, joyfully. Then he leaned over to Malak. As thou art a son of Judah, Malak, and faithful to thy kin, get thee a seat in the gallery over the gate of triumph, down close to the balcony in front of the pillars, and watch well when we make the turns there, watch well, for if I have favor at all, I will. Nay, Malak, let it go unsaid. Only get thee there, and watch well. At that moment a cry burst from Ilderim. Hot, by the splendor of God! What is this? He drew near Ben-Hur with a finger pointing on the face of the notice. Read, said Ben-Hur. No, better thou. Ben-Hur took the paper, which, signed by the prefect of the province's editor, performed the office of a modern program, giving particularly the several advertisements provided for the occasion. It informed the public that there would be first a procession of extraordinary splendor, that the procession would be succeeded by the customary honors to the god Kansas, whereupon the games would begin: running, leaping, wrestling, boxing, each in the order stated. The names of the competitors were given, with their several nationalities and schools of training, the trials in which they had been engaged, the prizes won, and the prizes now offered. Under the latter head the sums of money were stated in illuminated letters, telling of the departure of the day when the simple chaplet of pine or laurel was fully enough for the victor, hungering for glory as something better than riches, and content with it. Over these parts of the program Ben-Hur sped with rapid eyes. At last he came to the announcement of the race. He read it slowly. Attending lovers of the heroic sports were assured they would certainly be gratified by an Orestian struggle unparalleled in Antioch. The city offered the spectacle in honor of the consul. 100,000 sestertii and a crown of laurel were the prizes. Then followed the particulars. The entries were 6 in all, 4s only permitted, and, to further interest in the performance, the competitors would be turned into the course together. Each 4 then received description. A 4 of Lysippus the Corinthian, 2 grays, a bay, and a black, entered at Alexandria last year, and again at Corinth, where they were winners. Lysippus, driver, color, yellow. 2. A 4 of Messala of Rome, 2 white, 2 black, victors of the Circensian as exhibited in the Circus Maximus last year. Messala, driver, colors, scarlet and gold. 3. A 4 of Cleanthes the Athenian, 3 gray, 1 bay, winners at the Isthmian last year. Cleanthes, driver, color, green, ivy. A 4 of Decaeus the Byzantine, 2 black, 1 gray, 1 bay, winners this year at Byzantium. Decaeus, driver, color, black, v. A 4 of Admetus the Sidonian, all grays, thrice entered at Caesarea, and thrice victors. Admetus, driver, color, blue. 6. A 4 of Ilderim, sheik of the desert, all bays, first race. Ben-Hur, a Jew, driver, color, white. Ben-Hur, a Jew, driver. Why that name instead of Arius? Ben-Hur raised his eyes to Ilderim. He had found the cause of the Arabs' outcry. Both rushed to the same conclusion. The hand was the hand of Messala. Chapter 11. Evening was hardly come upon Antioch, when the Omphalos, nearly in the center of the city, became a troubled fountain from which in every direction, but chiefly down to the Nymphaeum and east and west along the colonnade of Herod, flowed currents of people for the time given up to Bacchus and Apollo. For such indulgence anything more fitting cannot be imagined than the great roofed streets, which were literally miles on miles of porticos wrought of marble, polished to the last degree of finish, and all gifts to the voluptuous city by princes careless of expenditure where, as in this instance, they thought they were eternizing themselves. Darkness was not permitted anywhere, and the singing, the laughter, the shouting, were incessant, and in compound like the roar of waters dashing through hollow grots, confused by a multitude of echoes. The many nationalities represented, though they might have amazed a stranger, were not peculiar to Antioch. Of the various missions of the great empire, one seems to have been the fusion of men and the introduction of strangers to each other. Accordingly, whole peoples rose up and went at pleasure, taking with them their costumes, customs, speech, and gods, and where they chose, they stopped, engaged in business, built houses, erected altars, and were what they had been at home. There was a peculiarity, however, which could not have failed the notice of a looker on this night in Antioch. Nearly everybody wore the colors of one or other of the charioteers announced for the morrow's race. Sometimes it was in form of a scarf, sometimes a badge, often a ribbon or a feather. Whatever the form, it signified merely the wearer's partiality. Thus, green published a friend of Cleanthes the Athenian, and black an adherent of the Byzantine. This was according to a custom, old probably as the day of the race of Orestes, a custom, by the way, worthy of study as a marvel of history, illustrative of the absurd yet appalling extremities to which men frequently suffer their follies to drag them. The observer abroad on this occasion, once attracted to the wearing of colors, would have very shortly decided that there were three in predominance: green, white, and the mixed scarlet and gold. But let us from the streets to the palace on the island. The 5 great chandeliers in the saloon are freshly lighted. The assemblage is much the same as that already noticed in connection with the place. The divan has its core of sleepers and burden of garments, and the tables yet resound with the rattle and clash of dice. Yet the greater part of the company are not doing anything. They walk about, or yawn tremendously, or pause as they pass each other to exchange idle nothings. Will the weather be fair tomorrow? Are the preparations for the games complete? Do the laws of the circus in Antioch differ from the laws of the circus in Rome? Truth is, the young fellows are suffering from ennui. Their heavy work is done, that is, we would find their tablets, could we look at them, covered with memoranda of wagers. Wagers on every contest, on the running, the wrestling, the boxing, on everything but the chariot race. And why not on that? Good reader, they cannot find anybody who will hazard so much as a denarius with them against Messala. There are no colors in the saloon but his. No one thinks of his defeat. Why, they say, is he not perfect in his training? Did he not graduate from an imperial anista? Were not his horses winners at the Circensian in the Circus Maximus? And then, yes, he is a Roman. In a corner, at ease on the divan, Messala himself may be seen. Around him, sitting or standing, are his courtierly admirers, plying him with questions. There is, of course, but one topic. Enter Drusus and Cecilius. "Ah," cries the young prince, throwing himself on the divan at Messala's feet. "Ah, by Bacchus, I am tired." "Whither away?" asks Messala. "Up the street, up to the Omphalos, and beyond, who shall say how far? Rivers of people, never so many in the city before. They say we will see the whole world at the circus tomorrow." Messala laughed scornfully. "The idiots! Purple! They never beheld a Circensian with Caesar for editor. But, my Drusus, what found you? Nothing." "Oh, you forget," said Cecilius. "What?" asked Drusus. "The procession of whites," mirabile cried Drusus, half rising. "We met a faction of whites, and they had a banner. But, hot, he fell back indolently." "Cruel Drusus, not to go on," said Messala. "Scum of the desert were they, my Messala, and garbage eaters from the Jacob's temple in Jerusalem. What had I to do with them?" "Nay," said Cecilius. "Drusus is afraid of a laugh. But I am not, my Messala." "Speak thou, then." "Well, we stopped the faction, and offered them a wager," said Drusus, relenting, and taking the word from the shadow's mouth. "And, hot, one fellow with not enough skin on his face to make a worm for a carp stepped forth, and, said yes. I drew my tablets. Who is your man? I asked. Ben-Hur, the Jew, said he. Then what shall it be? How much? He answered. Excuse me, Masela. By Jove's thunder, I cannot go on for laughter. The listeners leaned forward. Masela looked to Cecilius. A shekel, said the latter. A shekel, a shekel. A burst of scornful laughter ran fast upon the repetition. And what the Druses? Asked Masela. An outcry over about the door just then occasioned a rush to that quarter. And, as the noise there continued, and grew louder, even Cecilius betook himself off, pausing only to say, the noble Drusus, my Masela, put up his tablets and lost the shekel. A white, let him come, this way, this way. These and like exclamations filled the saloon, to the stoppage of other speech. The dice players quit their games, the sleepers awoke, rubbed their eyes, drew their tablets, and hurried to the common center. I offer you, and the person so warmly received was the respectable Jew, Ben-Hur's fellow voyager from Cyprus. He entered grave, quiet, observant. His robe was spotlessly white, so was the cloth of his turban. Bowing and smiling at the welcome, he moved slowly towards the central table. Arrived there, he drew his robe about him in a stately manner, took seat, and waved his hand. The gleam of a jewel on a finger helped him not a little to the silence which ensued. Romans, most noble Romans, I salute you, he said. Easy, by Jupiter. Who is he? Asked Drusus. A dog of Israel, Sanballat by name, purveyor for the army. Residence, Rome. Vastly rich. Grown so as a contractor of furnishments which he never furnishes. He spins mischiefs, nevertheless, finer than spiders spin their webs. Come, by the girdle of Venus, let us catch him. Masela arose as he spoke, and, with Drusus, joined the mass crowded about the purveyor. It came to me on the street, said that person, producing his tablets, and opening them on the table with an impressive air of business, that there was great discomfort in the palace because offers on Masela were going without takers. The gods, you know, must have sacrifices, and here am I. You see my color, let us to the matter. Odds first, amounts next. What will you give me? The audacity seemed to stun his hearers. Haste, he said. I have an engagement with the consul. The spur was effective. 2 to 1, cried half a dozen in a voice. What? Exclaimed the purveyor, astonished. Only 2 to 1, and yours a Roman. Take 3. Then, 3 say you. Only 3, and mine but a dog of a Jew. Give me 4 it is, said a boy, stung by the taunt. 5, give me 5, cried the purveyor, instantly. A profound stillness fell upon the assemblage. The consul, your master and mine, is waiting for me. The inaction became awkward to the many. Give me 5, for the honor of Rome. 5 let it be, said one in answer. There was a sharp cheer, a commotion, and Masela himself appeared. 5 let it be, he said, and Sanballat smiled, and made ready to write. If Caesar die tomorrow, he said, Rome will not be all bereft. There is at least one other with spirit to take his place. Give me 6 be it, answered Masela. There was another shout louder than the first. 6 be it, repeated Masela. 6 to 1, the difference between a Roman and a Jew. And, having found it, now, O Redemptor of the flesh of swine, let us on. The amount, and quickly. The consul may send for thee, and I will then be bereft. Sanballat took the laugh against him coolly, and wrote, and offered the writing to Masela. Read, everybody demanded, and Masela read, men, chariot race. Masela of Rome, in wager with Sanballat, also of Rome, says he will beat Ben-Hur, the Jew. Amount of wager, 20 talents. Odds to Sanballat, 6 to 1. Witnesses, Sanballat. There was no noise, no motion. Each person seemed held in the pose the reading found him. Masela stared at the memorandum, while the eyes which had him in view opened wide, and stared at him. He felt the gaze, and thought rapidly. So lately he stood in the same place, and in the same way hectored the countrymen around him. They would remember it. If he refused to sign, his heroship was lost. And sign he could not. He was not worth 100 talents, nor the 5th part of the sum. Suddenly his mind became a blank. He stood speechless, the color fled his face. An idea at last came to his relief. "Thou Jew," he said, "where hast thou 20 talents? Show me." Sanballat's provoking smile deepened. "There," he replied, offering Messala a paper. "Read, read." Arose all around. Again Messala read, "At Antioch, Thomas 16th day, the bearer, Sanballat of Rome, hath now to his order with me 50 talents, coin of Caesar." "Simonides, 50 talents, 50 talents," echoed the throng, in amazement. Then Drusus came to the rescue. "By Hercules," he shouted, "the paper lies, and the Jew is a liar. Who but Caesar hath 50 talents at order? Down with the insolent wight." The cry was angry, and it was angrily repeated. Yet Sanballat kept his seat, and his smile grew more exasperating the longer he waited. At length Messala spoke. "Hush, 1 to 1, my countrymen, 1 to 1, for love of our ancient Roman name." The timely action recovered him his ascendancy. "O thou circumcised dog," he continued to Sanballat, "I gave thee 6 to 1, did I not?" "Yes," said the Jew, quietly. "Well, give me now the fixing of the amount, with reserve. If the amount be trifling, have thy will," answered Sanballat. "Right, then, 5 in place of 20. Hast thou so much? By the mother of the gods, I will show you receipts. Nay, the word of so brave a Roman must pass. Only make the sum even. 6 make it, and I will write it so." And forthwith they exchanged writings. Sanballat immediately arose and looked around him, a sneer in place of his smile. No man better than he knew those with whom he was dealing. "Romans," he said, "another wager, if you dare. 5 talents against 5 talents that the white will win. I challenge you collectively." They were again surprised. What he cried, louder. "Shall it be said in the circus tomorrow that a dog of Israel went into the saloon of the palace full of Roman nobles, among them the scion of a Caesar, and laid 5 talents before them in challenge, and they had not the courage to take it up?" The sting was unendurable. "Have done, O insolent," said Drusus. "Write the challenge, and leave it on the table, and tomorrow, if we find thou hast indeed so much money to put at such hopeless hazard, I, Drusus, promise it shall be taken." Sanballat wrote again, and, rising, said, unmoved as ever, "See, Drusus, I leave the offer with you. When it is signed, send it to me any time before the race begins. I will be found with the consul in a seat over the Porta Pompey. Peace to you, peace to all." He bowed and departed, careless of the shout of derision with which they pursued him out of the door. In the night the story of the prodigious wager flew along the streets and over the city, and Ben-Hur, lying with his 4, was told of it, and also that Messala's whole fortune was on the hazard, and he slept never so soundly. Chapter 12. The circus at Antioch stood on the south bank of the river, nearly opposite the island, differing in no respect from the plan of such buildings in general. In the purest sense, the games were a gift to the public, consequently, everybody was free to attend, and, vast as the holding capacity of the structure was, so fearful were the people, on this occasion, lest there should not be room for them, that, early the day before the opening of the exhibition, they took up all the vacant spaces in the vicinity, where their temporary shelter suggested an army in waiting. At midnight the entrances were thrown wide, and the rabble, surging in, occupied the quarters assigned to them, from which nothing less than an earthquake or an army with spears could have dislodged them. They dozed the night away on the benches, and breakfasted there, and there the close of the exercises found them, patient and sight-hungry as in the beginning. The better people, their seats secured, began moving towards the circus about the first hour of the morning, the noble and very rich among them distinguished by litters and retinues of liveried servants. By the second hour, the efflux from the city was a stream unbroken and innumerable. Exactly as the gnomon of the official dial-up in the citadel pointed the second hour half gone, the legion, in full panoply, and with all its standards on exhibit, descended from Mount Sulpius, and when the rear of the last cohort disappeared in the bridge, Antioch was literally abandoned. Not that the circus could hold the multitude, but that the multitude was gone out to it. Nevertheless, a great concourse on the river shore witnessed the consul come over from the island in a barge of state. As the great man landed and was received by the legion, the martial show for one brief moment transcended the attraction of the circus. At the third hour, the audience, if such it may be termed, was assembled. At last, a flourish of trumpets called for silence, and instantly the gaze of over 100,000 persons was directed towards a pile, forming the eastern section of the building. There was a basement first, broken in the middle by a broad arched passage, called the Porta Pompei, over which, on an elevated tribunal magnificently decorated with insignia and legionary standards, the consul sat in the place of honor. On both sides of the passage the basement was divided into stalls termed charioteers, each protected in front by massive gates swung to statuesque pilasters. Over the stalls next was a cornice crowned by a low balustrade, back of which the seats arose in theater arrangement, all occupied by a throng of dignitaries superbly attired. The pile extended the width of the circus, and was flanked on both sides by towers which, besides helping the architects give grace to their work, served the velaria, or purple awnings, stretched between them so as to throw the whole quarter in a shade. They became exceedingly grateful as the day advanced. This structure, it is now thought, can be made useful in helping the reader to a sufficient understanding of the arrangement of the rest of the interior of the circus. He has only to fancy himself seated on the tribunal with the consul, facing to the west, where everything is under his eye. On the right and left, if he will look, he will see the main entrances, very ample, and guarded by gates hinged to the towers. Directly below him is the arena, a level plain of considerable extent, covered with fine white sand. There all the trials will take place except the running. Looking across this sanded arena westwardly still, there is a pedestal of marble supporting 3 low conical pillars of grey stone, much carven. Many an eye will hunt for those pillars before the day is done, for they are the first goal, and mark the beginning and end of the race course. Behind the pedestal, leaving a passageway and space for an altar, commences a wall 10 or 12 feet in breadth and 5 or 6 in height, extending thence exactly 200 yards, or 1 Olympic stadium. At the farther, or westward, extremity of the wall there is another pedestal, surmounted with pillars which mark the second goal. The racers will enter the course on the right of the first goal, and keep the wall all the time to their left. The beginning and ending points of the contest lie, consequently, directly in front of the consul across the arena, and for that reason his seat was admittedly the most desirable in the circus. Now if the reader, who is still supposed to be seated on the consular tribunal over the Porta Pompei, will look up from the ground arrangement of the interior, the first point to attract his notice will be the marking of the outer boundary line of the course, that is, a plain-faced, solid wall, 15 or 20 feet in height, with a balustrade on its cope, like that over the charioteers, or stalls, in the east. This balcony, if followed round the course, will be found broken in 3 places to allow passages of exit and entrance, 2 in the north and 1 in the west, the latter very ornate, and called the Gate of Triumph, because, when all is over, the victors will pass out that way, crowned, and with triumphal escort and ceremonies. At the west end the balcony encloses the course in the form of a half-circle, and is made to uphold 2 great galleries. Directly behind the balustrade on the coping of the balcony is the first seat, from which ascend the succeeding benches, each higher than the one in front of it, giving to view a spectacle of surpassing interest. The spectacle of a vast space ruddy and glistening with human faces, and rich with varicolored costumes. The commonalty occupy quarters over in the west, beginning at the point of termination of an awning, stretched, it would seem, for the accommodation of the better classes exclusively. Having thus the whole interior of the circus under view at the moment of the sounding of the trumpets, let the reader next imagine the multitude seated and sunk to sudden silence, and motionless in its intensity of interest. Out of the Porta Pompei over in the east rises a sound mixed of voices and instruments harmonized. Presently, forth issues the chorus of the procession with which the celebration begins. The editor and civic authorities of the city, givers of the games, follow in robes and garlands, then the gods, some on platforms borne by men, others in great four-wheel carriages gorgeously decorated, next them, again, the contestants of the day, each in costume exactly as he will run, wrestle, leap, box, or drive. Slowly crossing the arena, the procession proceeds to make circuit of the course. The display is beautiful and imposing. Approval runs before it in a shout, as the water rises and swells in front of a boat in motion. If the dumb-figured gods make no sign of appreciation of the welcome, the editor and his associates are not so backward. The reception of the athletes is even more demonstrative, for there is not a man in the assemblage who has not something in wager upon them, though but a mite or farthing. And it is noticeable, as the classes move by, that the favorites among them are speedily singled out. Either their names are loudest in the uproar, or they are more profusely showered with wreaths and garlands tossed to them from the balcony. If there is a question as to the popularity with the public of the several games, it is now put to rest. To the splendor of the chariots and the super-excellent beauty of the horses, the charioteers add the personality necessary to perfect the charm of their display. Their tunics, short, sleeveless, and of the finest woolen texture, are of the assigned colors. A horseman accompanies each one of them except Ben-Hur, who, for some reason, possibly distrust, has chosen to go alone. So, too, they are all helmeted but him. As they approach, the spectators stand upon the benches, and there is a sensible deepening of the clamor, in which a sharp listener may detect the shrill piping of women and children. At the same time, the things roseate flying from the balcony thicken into a storm, and, striking the men, drop into the chariot beds, which are threatened with filling to the tops. Even the horses have a share in the ovation, nor may it be said they are less conscious than their masters of the honors they receive. Very soon, as with the other contestants, it is made apparent that some of the drivers are more in favor than others. And then the discovery follows that nearly every individual on the benches, women and children as well as men, wears a color, most frequently a ribbon upon the breast or in the hair. Now it is green, now yellow, now blue. But, searching the great body carefully, it is manifest that there is a preponderance of white, and scarlet and gold. In a modern assemblage called together as this one is, particularly where there are sums at hazard upon the race, a preference would be decided by the qualities or performance of the horses. Here, however, nationality was the rule. If the Byzantine and Sidonian found small support, it was because their cities were scarcely represented on the benches. On their side, the Greeks, though very numerous, were divided between the Corinthian and the Athenian, leaving but a scant showing of green and yellow. Messala scarlet and gold would have been but little better had not the citizens of Antioch, proverbially a race of courtiers, joined the Romans by adopting the color of their favorite. There were left then the country people, or Syrians, the Jews, and the Arabs, and they, from faith in the blood of the sheiks blent largely with hate of the Romans, whom they desired, above all things, to see beaten and humbled, mounted the white, making the most noisy, and probably the most numerous, faction of all. As the charioteers move on in the circuit, the excitement increases. At the second goal, where, especially in the galleries, the white is the ruling color, the people exhaust their flowers and rive the air with screams, Messala, Messala, Ben-Hur, Ben-Hur. Such are the cries. Upon the passage of the procession, the factionists take their seats and resume conversation. "Ah, by Bacchus, was he not handsome?" exclaims a woman, whose Romanism is betrayed by the colors flying in her hair. "And how splendid his chariot," replies a neighbor, of the same proclivities. "It is all ivory and gold. Jupiter grant he wins." The notes on the bench behind them were entirely different. 100 shekels on the Jew. The voice is high and shrill. "Nay, be thou not rash," whispers a moderating friend to the speaker. "The children of Jacob are not much given to Gentile sports, which are too often accursed in the sight of the Lord." "True, but saw you ever one more cool and assured? And what an arm he has, and what horses," says a third. "And for that," a fourth one adds, "they say he has all the tricks of the Romans." A woman completes the eulogium. "Yes, and he is even handsomer than the Roman." Thus encouraged, the enthusiast shrieks again, 100 shekels on the Jew." "Thou fool," answers an Antiochian, from a bench well forward on the balcony. "Knowest thou not there are 50 talents laid against him, 6 to 1, on Messala? Put up thy shekels, lest Abraham rise and smite thee. Hot, hot, thou ass of Antioch, cease thy bray." Knowest thou not it was Messala betting on himself? Such the reply. And so ran the controversy, not always good-natured. When at length the march was ended and the Porta-Pompey received back the procession, Ben-Hur knew he had his prayer. The eyes of the East were upon his contest with Messala. Chapter 13. About 3 o'clock, speaking in modern style, the program was concluded except the chariot race. The editor, wisely considerate of the comfort of the people, chose that time for a recess. At once the vomitoria were thrown open, and all who could hasten to the portico outside where the restaurateurs had their quarters. Those who remained yawned, talked, gossiped, consulted their tablets, and, all distinctions else forgotten, merged into but two classes, the winners, who were happy, and the losers, who were grum and captious. Now, however, a third class of spectators, composed of citizens who desired only to witness the chariot race, availed themselves of the recess to come in and take their reserved seats. By so doing they thought to attract the least attention and give the least offense. Among these were Simonides and his party, whose places were in the vicinity of the main entrance on the north side, opposite the consul. As the four stout servants carried the merchant in his chair up the aisle, curiosity was much excited. Presently someone called his name. Those about caught it and passed it on along the benches to the west, and there was hurried climbing on seats to get sight of the man about whom common report had coined and put in circulation a romance so mixed of good fortune and bad, that the like had never been known or heard of before. Ilderim was also recognized and warmly greeted, but nobody knew Balthazar or the two women who followed him closely veiled. The people made way for the party respectfully, and the ushers seated them in easy speaking distance of each other down by the balustrade overlooking the arena. In providence of comfort, they sat upon cushions and had stools for full trysts. The women were Iris and Esther. Upon being seated, the latter cast a frightened look over the circus, and drew the veil closer about her face, while the Egyptian, letting her veil fall upon her shoulders, gave herself to view, and gazed at the scene with the seeming unconsciousness of being stared at, which, in a woman, is usually the result of long social habitude. The newcomers generally were yet making their first examination of the great spectacle, beginning with the consul and his attendants, when some workmen ran in, and commenced to stretch a chalked rope across the arena from balcony to balcony in front of the pillars of the first goal. About the same time, also, 6 men came in through the Porta-Pompey and took post, one in front of each occupied stall, whereat there was a prolonged hum of voices in every quarter. See, the green goes to number 4 on the right, the Athenian is there, and Messala, yes, he is in number 2, the Corinthian, watch the white. See, he crosses over, he stops, number 1 it is, number 1 on the left. No, the black stops there, and the white at number 2, so it is. These gatekeepers, it should be understood, were dressed in tunics colored like those of the competing charioteers, so, when they took their stations, everybody knew the particular stall in which his favorite was that moment waiting. Did you ever see Messala? The Egyptian asked Esther. The Jewess shuddered as she answered no. If not her father's enemy, the Roman was Ben-Hur's. He is beautiful as Apollo. As Iris spoke, her large eyes brightened and she shook her jeweled fan. Esther looked at her with the thought, is he, then, so much handsomer than Ben-Hur? Next moment she heard Ilderim say to her father, yes, his stall is number 2 on the left of the Porta-Pompey, and, thinking it was of Ben-Hur he spoke, her eyes turned that way. Taking but the briefest glance at the wattled face of the gate, she drew the veil close and muttered a little prayer. Presently Sanballat came to the party. I am just from the stalls, O Sheik, he said, bowing gravely to Ilderim, who began combing his beard, while his eyes glittered with eager inquiry. The horses are in perfect condition, Ilderim replied simply, if they are beaten, I pray it be by some other than Messala. Turning then to Simonides, Sanballat drew out a tablet, saying, I bring you also something of interest. I reported, you will remember, the wager concluded with Messala last night, and stated that I left another which, if taken, was to be delivered to me in writing today before the race began. Here it is. Simonides took the tablet and read the memorandum carefully. Yes, he said, Their emissary came to ask me if you had so much money with me. Keep the tablet close. If you lose, you know where to come. If you win, his face knit hard. If you win, friend, see to it. See the signers escape not, hold them to the last shekel. That is what they would with us. Trust me, replied the purveyor. Will you not sit with us? Asked Simonides. You are very good, the other returned, but if I leave the consul, young Rome yonder will boil over. Peace to you, peace to all. At length the recess came to an end. The trumpeters blew a call at which the absentees rushed back to their places. At the same time, some attendants appeared in the arena, and, climbing upon the division wall, went to an entablature near the second goal at the west end, and placed upon it 7 wooden balls. Then returning to the first goal, upon an entablature there they set up 7 other pieces of wood hewn to represent dolphins. What shall they do with the balls and fishes? O sheik, asked Balthazar. Hast thou never attended a race? Never before, and hardly know I why I am here. Well, they are to keep the count. At the end of each round run thou shalt see 1 ball and 1 fish taken down. The preparations were now complete, and presently a trumpeter in gaudy uniform arose by the editor, ready to blow the signal of commencement promptly at his order. Straightway the stir of the people and the hum of their conversation died away. Every face nearby, and every face in the lessening perspective, turned to the east, as all eyes settled upon the gates of the 6 stalls which shut in the competitors. The unusual flush upon his face gave proof that even Simonides had caught the universal excitement. Ilderim pulled his beard fast and furious. Look now for the Roman, said the fair Egyptian to Esther, who did not hear her, for, with close-drawn veil and beating heart, she sat watching for Ben-Hur. The structure containing the stalls, it should be observed, was in form of the segment of a circle, retired on the right so that its central point was projected forward, and midway the course, on the starting side of the first goal, every stall, consequently, was equally distant from the starting line or jocktrope above mentioned. The trumpet sounded short and sharp, whereupon the starters, 1 for each chariot, leaped down from behind the pillars of the goal, ready to give assistance if any of the force proved unmanageable. Again the trumpet blew, and simultaneously the gatekeepers threw the stalls open. First appeared the mounted attendants of the charioteers, 5 in all, Ben-Hur having rejected the service. The chalk line was lowered to let them pass, then raised again. They were beautifully mounted, yet scarcely observed as they rode forward, for all the time the trampling of eager horses, and the voices of drivers scarcely less eager, were heard behind in the stalls, so that one might not look away an instant from the gaping doors. The chalk line up again, the gatekeepers called their men, instantly the ushers on the balcony waved their hands, and shouted with all their strength, down, down, as well as whistled to stay a storm. Forth from each stall, like missiles in a volley from so many great guns, rushed the 6 force, and up the vast assemblage arose, electrified and irrepressible, and, leaping upon the benches, filled the circus and the air above it with yells and screams. This was the time for which they had so patiently waited, this the moment of supreme interest treasured up in talk and dreams, since the proclamation of the games. He is come, there, look, cried Iras, pointing to Masala. I see him, answered Esther, looking at Ben-Hur. The veil was withdrawn. For an instant the little Jewess was brave. An idea of the joy there is in doing an heroic deed under the eyes of a multitude came to her, and she understood ever after how, at such times, the souls of men, in the frenzy of performance, laugh at death or forget it utterly. The competitors were now under view from nearly every part of the circus, yet the race was not begun. They had first to make the chalk line successfully. The line was stretched for the purpose of equalizing the start. If it were dashed upon, discomfiture of men and horses might be apprehended. On the other hand, to approach it timidly was to incur the hazard of being thrown behind in the beginning of the race, and that was certain forfeit of the great advantage always striven for, the position next the division wall on the inner line of the course. This trial, its perils and consequences, the spectators knew thoroughly, and if the opinion of old Nestor, uttered that time he handed the reins to his son, were true, it is not strength, but art, obtain the prize. And to be swift is less than to be wise. All on the benches might well look for warning of the winner to be now given, justifying the interest with which they breathlessly watched for the result. The arena swam in a dazzle of light, yet each driver looked first thing for the rope, then for the coveted inner line. So, all six aiming at the same point and speeding furiously, a collision seemed inevitable, nor that merely. What if the editor, at the last moment, dissatisfied with the start, should withhold the signal to drop the rope? Or if he should not give it in time? The crossing was about 250 feet in width. Quick the eye, steady the hand, unerring the judgment required. If now one look away, or his mind wander, or a rein slip, and what attraction in the ensemble of the thousands over the spreading balcony, calculating upon a natural impulse to give one glance, just one, in sooth of curiosity or vanity, malice might be there with an artifice, while friendship and love, did they serve the same result, might be as deadly as malice. The divine last touch in perfecting the beautiful is animation. Can we accept the saying, then these latter days, so tame in pastime and dull in sports, have scarcely anything to compare to the spectacle offered by the six contestants? Let the reader try to fancy it. Let him first look down upon the arena, and see it glistening in its frame of dull gray granite walls. Let him then, in this perfect field, see the chariots, light of wheel, very graceful, and ornate as paint and burnishing can make them, messallas rich with ivory and gold. Let him see the drivers, erect and statuesque, undisturbed by the motion of the cars, their limbs naked, and fresh and ruddy with the healthful polish of the baths, in their right hands goads, suggestive of torture dreadful to the thought, in their left hands, held in careful separation, and high, that they may not interfere with view of the steeds, the reins passing taut from the four ends of the carriage poles. Let him see the fours, chosen for beauty as well as speed. Let him see them in magnificent action, their masters not more conscious of the situation and all that is asked and hoped from them, their heads tossing, nostrils in play, now distend, now contracted, limbs too dainty for the sand which they touch but to spurn, limbs slender, yet with impact crushing as hammers, every muscle of the rounded bodies instinct with glorious life, swelling, diminishing, justifying the world in taking from them its ultimate measure of force. Finally, along with chariots, drivers, horses, let the reader see the accompanying shadows fly, and, with such distinctness as the picture comes, he may share the satisfaction and deeper pleasure of those to whom it was a thrilling fact, not a feeble fancy. Every age has its plenty of sorrows, heaven help where there are no pleasures. The competitors having started each on the shortest line for the position next the wall. Yielding would be like giving up the race, and who dared yield? It is not in common nature to change a purpose in mid-career, and the cries of encouragement from the balcony were indistinguishable and indescribable, a roar which had the same effect upon all the drivers. The fours neared the rope together, then the trumpeter by the editor's side blew a signal vigorously. 20 feet away it was not heard. Seeing the action, however, the judges dropped the rope, and not an instant too soon, for the hoof of one of Messalla's horses struck it as it fell. Nothing daunted, the Roman shook out his long lash, loosed the reins, leaned forward, and, with a triumphant shout, took the wall. "Jove with us! Jove with us!" yelled all the Roman faction, in a frenzy of delight. As Messalla turned in, the bronze lion's head at the end of his axle caught the foreleg of the Athenian's right-hand trace-mate, flinging the brute over against its yoke-fellow. Both staggered, struggled, and lost their headway. The ushers had their will at least in part. The thousands held their breath with horror. Only up where the consul sat was there shouting. "Jove with us!" screamed Drusus, frantically. "He wins!" "Jove with us!" answered his associates, seeing Messalla speed on. Tablet in hand, Sanballat turned to them. A crash from the course below stopped his speech, and he could not but look that way. Messalla having passed, the Corinthian was the only contestant on the Athenian's right, and to that side the latter tried to turn his broken fore. And then, as ill fortune would have it, the wheel of the Byzantine, who was next on the left, struck the tailpiece of his chariot, knocking his feet from under him. There was a crash, a scream of rage and fear, and the unfortunate Cleanthes fell under the hoofs of his own steeds, a terrible sight, against which Esther covered her eyes. On swept the Corinthian, on the Byzantine, on the Sidonian. Sanballat looked for Ben-Hur, and turned again to Drusus and his coterie. 100 sestertii on the Jew, he cried. Taken, answered Drusus. Another 100 on the Jew, shouted Sanballat. Nobody appeared to hear him. He called again. The situation below was too absorbing, and they were too busy shouting, Masala, Masala, Jove with us. When the Jewess ventured to look again, a party of workmen were removing the horses and broken car. Another party were taking off the man himself, and every bench upon which there was a Greek was vocal with execrations and prayers for vengeance. Suddenly she dropped her hands. Ben-Hur, unhurt, was to the front, coursing freely forward along with the Roman. Behind them, in a group, followed the Sidonian, the Corinthian, and the Byzantine. The race was on, the souls of the racers were in it, over them bent the myriads. Chapter 14. When the dash for position began, Ben-Hur, as we have seen, was on the extreme left of the six. For a moment, like the others, he was half blinded by the light in the arena. Yet he managed to catch sight of his antagonists and divine their purpose. At Masala, who was more than an antagonist to him, he gave one searching look. The air of passionless hauteur characteristic of the fine patrician face was there as of old, and so was the Italian beauty, which the helmet rather increased, but more, it may have been a jealous fancy, or the effect of the brassy shadow in which the features were at the moment cast. Still the Israelite thought he saw the soul of the man as through a glass. Darkly, cruel, cunning, desperate, not so excited as determined, a soul and attention of watchfulness and fierce resolve. In a time not longer than was required to turn to his fore again, Ben-Hur felt his own resolution harden to a like temper. At whatever cost, at all hazards, he would humble this enemy. Prize, friends, wagers, honor, everything that can be thought of as a possible interest in the race was lost in the one deliberate purpose. Regard for life even should not hold him back, yet there was no passion, on his part, no blinding rush of heated blood from heart to brain, and back again, no impulse to fling himself upon fortune. He did not believe in fortune, far otherwise. He had his plan, and, confiding in himself, he settled to the task never more observant, never more capable. The air about him seemed to glow with a renewed and perfect transparency. When not halfway across the arena, he saw that Masala's rush would, if there was no collision, and the rope fell, give him the wall. That the rope would fall, he ceased as soon to doubt. And, further, it came to him, a sudden flash-like insight, that Masala knew it was to be let drop at the last moment. Prearrangement with the editor could safely reach that point in the contest, and it suggested, what more Roman-like than for the official to lend himself to a countryman who, besides being so popular, had also so much at stake. There could be no other accounting for the confidence with which Masala pushed his four forward the instant his competitors were prudentially checking their fours in front of the obstruction, no other except madness. It is one thing to see a necessity and another to act upon it. Ben-Hur yielded the wall for the time. The rope fell, and all the fours but his sprang into the course under urgency of voice and lash. He drew head to the right, and, with all the speed of his Arabs, darted across the trails of his opponents, the angle of movement being such as to lose the least time and gain the greatest possible advance. So, while the spectators were shivering at the Athenians' mishap, and the Sidonian, Byzantine, and Corinthian were striving, with such skill as they possessed, to avoid involvement in the ruin, Ben-Hur swept around and took the course neck and neck with Masala, though on the outside. The marvelous skill shown in making the change thus from the extreme left across to the right without appreciable loss did not fail the sharp eyes upon the benches. The circus seemed to rock and rock again with prolonged applause. Then Esther clasped her hands in glad surprise. Then Sanballat, smiling, offered his 100 sestertii a second time without a taker. And then the Romans began to doubt, thinking Masala might have found an equal, if not a master, and that in an Israelite. And now, racing together side by side, a narrow interval between them, the two neared the second goal. The pedestal of the 3 pillars there, viewed from the west, was a stone wall in the form of a half-circle. around which the course and opposite balcony were bent in exact parallelism. Making this turn was considered in all respects the most telling test of a charioteer. It was, in fact, the very feat in which Oreides failed. As an involuntary admission of interest on the part of the spectators, a hush fell over all the circus, so that for the first time in the race the rattle and clang of the cars plunging after the tugging steeds were distinctly heard. Then, it would seem, Messala observed Ben-Hur, and recognized him, and at once the audacity of the man flamed out in an astonishing manner. "Down Eros, up Mars," he shouted, whirling his lash with practiced hand. "Down Eros, up Mars," he repeated, and caught the well-doing Arabs of Ben-Hur, a cut the like of which they had never known. The blow was seen in every quarter, and the amazement was universal. The silence deepened. Up on the benches behind the consul the boldest held his breath, waiting for the outcome. Only a moment thus. Then, involuntarily, down from the balcony, as thunder falls, burst the indignant cry of the people. The four sprang forward affrighted. No hand had ever been laid upon them except in love. They had been nurtured ever so tenderly, and as they grew, their confidence in man became a lesson to men beautiful to see. What should such dainty natures do under such indignity but leap as from death? Forward they sprang as with one impulse, and forward leaped the car. Past question, every experience is serviceable to us. Where got Ben-Hur the large hand and mighty grip which helped him now so well? Where but from the oar with which so long he fought the sea? And what was the spring of the floor under his feet to the dizzy eccentric lurch, with which in the old time the trembling ship yielded to the beat of staggering billows, drunk with their power? So he kept his place, and gave the four free rein, and called to them in soothing voice, trying merely to guide them round the dangerous turn. And before the fever of the people began to abate, he had backed the master Nor that only, on approaching the first goal, he was again side by side with Messala, bearing with him the sympathy and admiration of everyone not a Roman. So clearly was the feeling shown, so vigorous its manifestation, that Messala, with all his boldness, felt it unsafe to trifle further. As the cars whirled round the goal, Esther caught sight of Ben-Hur's face, a little pale, a little higher raised, otherwise calm, even placid. Immediately a man climbed on the entablature at the west end of the division wall, and took down one of the conical wooden balls. A dolphin on the east entablature was taken down at the same time. In like manner, the second ball and second dolphin disappeared, and then the third ball and third dolphin. 3 rounds concluded, still Messala held the inside position, still Ben-Hur moved with him side by side, still the other competitors followed as before. The contest began to have the appearance of one of the double races, which became so popular in Rome during the later Caesarean period. Messala and Ben-Hur in the first, the Corinthian, Sidonian, and Byzantine in the second. Meantime the ushers succeeded in returning the multitude to their seats, though the clamor continued to run the rounds, keeping, as it were, even pace with the rivals in the course below. In the 5th round the Sidonian succeeded in getting a place outside Ben-Hur, but lost it directly. The 6th round was entered upon without change of relative position. Gradually the speed had been quickened, gradually the blood of the competitors warmed with the work. Men and beasts seemed to know alike that the final crisis was near, bringing the time for the winner to assert himself. The interest which from the beginning had centered chiefly in the struggle between the Roman and the Jew, with an intense and general sympathy for the latter, was fast changing to anxiety on his account. On all the benches the spectators bent forward motionless, except as their faces turned following the contestants. Ilderim quitted combing his beard, and Esther forgot her fears. 100 sestertii on the Jew, cried Sanballat to the Romans under the consul's awning. There was no reply. A talent, or 5 talents, or 10, choose ye. He shook his tablets at them defiantly. I will take thy sestertii, answered a Roman youth, preparing to write. Do not so, interposed a friend. Why, Messala hath reached his utmost speed. See him lean over his chariot rim, the reins loose as flying ribbons. Look then at the Jew. The first one looked. By Hercules, he replied, his countenance falling. The dog throws all his weight on the bits. I see, I see. If the gods help not our friend, he will be run away with by the Israelite. No, not yet. Look, Jove with us, a cry, swelled by every Latin tongue, shook the Valaria over the consul's head. If it were true that Messala had attained his utmost speed, the effort was with effect. Slowly but certainly he was beginning to forge ahead. His horses were running with their heads low down. From the balcony their bodies appeared actually to skim the earth. Their nostrils showed blood red in expansion. Their eyes seemed straining in their sockets. Certainly the good steeds were doing their best. How long could they keep the pace? It was but the commencement of the 6th round. On they dashed. As they neared the second goal, Ben-Hur turned in behind the Romans' car. The joy of the Messala faction reached its bound. They screamed and howled, and tossed their colors, and Sanballat filled his tablets with wagers of their tendering. Malik, in the lower gallery over the Gate of Triumph, found it hard to keep his cheer. He had cherished the vague hint, dropped to him by Ben-Hur, of something to happen in the turning of the western pillars. It was the 5th round, yet the something had not come, and he had said to himself, the 6th will bring it. But, lo, Ben-Hur was hardly holding a place at the tail of his enemy's car. Over in the east end, Simonides' party held their peace. The merchant's head was bent low. Ilderim tugged at his beard, and dropped his brows till there was nothing of his eyes but an occasional sparkle of light. Esther scarcely breathed. Iras alone appeared glad. Along the home stretch, 6th round, Messala leading, next him Ben-Hur, and so close it was the old story. First flew Eumelus on Phaeacian steeds, with those of Tros bold Dion succeeds. Close on Eumelus' back they puff the wind, and seem just mounting on his car behind. Full on his neck he feels the sultry breeze, and, hovering o'er, their stretching shadows is, thus to the first goal, and round it, Messala, fearful of losing his place, hugged the stony wall with perilous clasp, a foot to the left, and he had been dashed to pieces. Yet, when the turn was finished, no man, looking at the wheel tracks of the two cars, could have said, here went Messala, there the Jew. They left but one trace behind them. As they whirled by, Esther saw Ben-Hur's face again, and it was wider than before. Simonides, shrewder than Esther, said to Ilderim, the moment the rivals turned into the course, I am no judge, good cheek, if Ben-Hur be not about to execute some design. His face hath that look, to which Ilderim answered, saw you how clean they were and fresh? By the splendor of God, friend, they have not been running. But no watch, one ball and one dolphin remained on the entablatures, and all the people drew a long breath, for the beginning of the end was at hand. First, the Sidonian gave the scourge to his fore, and, smarting with fear and pain, they dashed desperately forward, promising for a brief time to go to the front. The effort ended in promise. Next, the Byzantine and the Corinthian each made the trial with like result, after which they were practically out of the race. Thereupon, with a readiness perfectly explicable, all the factions except the Romans joined hope in Ben-Hur, and openly indulged their feeling. Ben-Hur, Ben-Hur, they shouted, and the blent voices of the many rolled overwhelmingly against the consular stand. From the benches above him as he passed, the favor descended in fierce injunctions. Speed thee, Jew, take the wall now, on, loose the Arabs. Give them rein and scourge, let them not have the turn on thee again. Now or never. Over the balustrade they stooped low, stretching their hands imploringly to him. Either he did not hear, or could not do better, for halfway round the course and he was still following, at the second goal even still no change. And now, to make the turn, Messala began to draw in his left-hand steeds, an act which necessarily slackened their speed. His spirit was high, more than one altar was richer of his vows, the Roman genius was still president. On the 3 pillars only 600 feet away were fame, increase of fortune, promotions, and a triumph ineffably sweetened by hate, all in store for him. That moment Malik, in the gallery, saw Ben-Hur lean forward over his Arabs, and give them the reins. Out flew the many-folded lash in his hand, over the backs of the startled steeds it writhed and hissed and writhed again and again. And though it fell not, there were both sting and menace in its quick report. And as the man passed thus from quiet to resistless action, his face suffused, his eyes gleaming, along the reins he seemed to flash his will, and instantly not one, but the 4 as one, answered with a leap that landed them alongside the Roman's car. Mesela, on the perilous edge of the goal, heard, but dared not look to see what the awakening portended. From the people he received no sign. Above the noises of the race there was but one voice, and that was Ben-Hur's. In the old Aramaic, as the sheik himself, he called to the Arabs. On, Adder, on, Rigel, what, Antares, dost thou linger now? Good horse, Oho, Aldebaran. I hear them singing in the tents. I hear the children singing and the women, singing of the stars, of Adder, Antares, Rigel, Aldebaran. Victory, and the song will never end. Well done. Home tomorrow, under the black tent, home, on, Antares. The tribe is waiting for us, and the master is waiting. 'Tis done, 'tis done. Hot, hot, we have overthrown the proud. The hand that smote us is in the dust. Ours the glory. Hot, hot, steady. The work is done. So ho, rest. There had never been anything of the kind more simple, seldom anything so instantaneous. At the moment chosen for the dash, Mesela was moving in a circle round the goal. To pass him, Ben-Hur had to cross the track, and good strategy required the movement to be in a forward direction, that is, on a like circle limited to the least possible increase. The thousands on the benches understood it all. They saw the signal given, the magnificent response, the four close outside Mesela's outer wheel, Ben-Hur's inner wheel behind the other's car. All this they saw. Then they heard a crash loud enough to send a thrill through the circus, and, quicker than thought, out over the course a spray of shining white and yellow flinders flew. Down on its right side toppled the bed of the Roman's chariot. There was a rebound as of the axle hitting the hard earth, another and another. Then the car went to pieces, and Mesela, entangled in the reins, pitched forward headlong. To increase the horror of the sight by making death certain, the Sidonian, who had the wall next behind, could not stop or turn out. Into the wreck full speed he drove, then over the Roman, and into the latter's four, all mad with fear. Presently, out of the turmoil, the fighting of horses, the resound of blows, the murky cloud of dust and sand, he crawled, in time to see the Corinthian and Byzantine go on down the course after Ben-Hur, who had not been an instant delayed. The people arose, and leaped upon the benches, and shouted and screamed. Those who looked that way caught glimpses of Mesela, now under the trampling of the force, now under the abandoned cars. He was still, they thought him dead, but far the greater number followed Ben-Hur in his career. They had not seen the cunning touch of the reins by which, turning a little to the left, he caught Mesela's wheel with the iron-shod point of his axle, and crushed it, but they had seen the transformation of the man, and themselves felt the heat and glow of his spirit, the heroic resolution, the maddening energy of action with which, by look, word, and gesture, he so suddenly inspired his Arabs, and such running. It was rather the long leaping of lions in harness, but for the lumbering chariot, it seemed the four were flying. When the Byzantine and Corinthian were halfway down the course, Ben-Hur turned the first goal, and the race was won. The consul arose, the people shouted themselves hoarse, the editor came down from his seat, and crowned the victors. The fortunate man among the boxers was a low-browed, yellow-haired Saxon, of such brutalized face as to attract a second look from Ben-Hur, who recognized a teacher with whom he himself had been a favorite at Rome. From him the young Jew looked up and beheld Simonides and his party on the balcony. They waved their hands to him. Esther kept her seat, but Iras arose, and gave him a smile and a wave of her fan, favors not the less intoxicating to him because we know, O reader, they would have fallen to Mesela had he been the victor. The procession was then formed, and, midst the shouting of the multitude which had had its will, passed out of the gate of triumph, and the day was over. Chapter 15. Ben-Hur tarried across the river with Ilderim, for at midnight, as previously determined, they would take the road which the caravan, then 30 hours out, had pursued. The sheik was happy, his offers of gifts had been royal, but Ben-Hur had refused everything, insisting that he was satisfied with the humiliation of his enemy. The generous dispute was long continued. Think, the sheik would say, what thou hast done for me, in every black tent down to the Aqaba and to the ocean, and across to the Euphrates, and beyond to the sea of the Scythians. The renown of my Mira and her children will go, and they who sing of them will magnify me. and forget that I am in the wane of life, and all the spears now masterless will come to me, and my sword hands multiply past counting. Thou dost not know what it is to have sway of the desert, such as will now be mine. I tell thee it will bring tribute incalculable from commerce, and immunity from kings. I, by the sword of Solomon, doth my messenger seek favor for me of Caesar, that will he get, yet nothing, nothing, and Ben-Hur would answer. Nay, Sheik, have I not thy hand and heart? Let thy increase of power and influence inure to the king who comes. Who shall say it was not allowed thee for him? In the work I am going to, I may have great need. Saying no now will leave me to ask of thee with better grace hereafter. In the midst of a controversy of the kind, two messengers arrived, Malak and one unknown. The former was admitted first. The good fellow did not attempt to hide his joy over the event of the day, but, coming to that with which I am charged, he said, the master Simonides sends me to say that, upon the adjournment of the games, some of the Roman faction made haste to protest against payment of the money prize. Ilderim started up, crying, in his shrillest tones, by the splendor of God, the East shall decide whether the race was fairly won. Nay, good Sheik, said Malik. The editor has paid the money. 'Tis well. When they said Ben-Hur struck Messala's wheel, the editor laughed and reminded them of the blow the Arabs had at the turn of the goal. And what of the Athenian? He is dead, dead, cried Ben-Hur. Dead, echoed Ilderim. What fortune these Roman monsters have! Messala escaped, yes, O Sheik, with life, but it shall be a burden to him. The physicians say he will live, but never walk again. Ben-Hur looked silently up to heaven. He had a vision of Messala, chair-bound like Simonides, and, like him, going abroad on the shoulders of servants. The good man had abode well, but what would this one with his pride and ambition? Simonides bade me say, further Malik continued, Sanballat is having trouble. Drusus, and those who signed with him, referred the question of paying the 5 talents they lost to the consul Maxentius, and he has referred it to Caesar. Messala also refused his losses, and Sanballat, in imitation of Drusus, went to the consul, where the matter is still in advisement. The better Romans say the Protestants shall not be excused, and all the adverse factions join with them. The city rings with the scandal. What says Simonides? Asked Ben-Hur. The master laughs and is well pleased. If the Roman pays, he is ruined. If he refuses to pay, he is dishonored. The imperial policy will decide the matter. To offend the East would be a bad beginning with the Parthians. To offend Sheik Ilderim would be to antagonize the desert, over which lie all Maxentius's lines of operation. Wherefore Simonides bade me tell you to have no disquiet. Messala will pay. Ilderim was at once restored to his good humor. Let us be off now, he said, rubbing his hands. The business will do well with Simonides. The glory is ours. I will order the horses. Stay, said Malik. I left a messenger outside. Will you see him? By the splendor of God, I forgot him. Malik retired, and was succeeded by a lad of gentle manners and delicate appearance, who knelt upon one knee, and said, winningly, Iares, the daughter of Balthazar, well known to good Sheik Ilderim, hath entrusted me with a message to the Sheik, who, she saith, will do her great favors, so he receive her congratulations on account of the victory of his four. The daughter of my friend is kind, said Ilderim, with sparkling eyes. Do thou give her this jewel, in sign of the pleasure I have from her message. He took a ring from his finger as he spoke. I will as thou sayest, O Sheik, the lad replied, and continued, the daughter of the Egyptian charged me further. She prays the good Sheik Ilderim to send word to the youth Ben-Hur, that her father hath taken residence for a time in the palace of Iderne, where she will receive the youth after the 4th hour tomorrow, and if, with her congratulations, Sheik Ilderim will accept her gratitude for this other favor done, she will be ever so pleased. The Sheik looked at Ben-Hur, whose face was suffused with pleasure. What will you? He asked. By your leave, O Sheik, I will see the fair Egyptian. Ilderim laughed, and said, shall not a man enjoy his youth? Then Ben-Hur answered the messenger, say to her who sent you that I, Ben-Hur, will see her at the palace of Iderne, wherever that may be, tomorrow at noon. The latter rose, and, with silent salute, departed. At midnight Ilderim took the road, having arranged to leave a horse and a guide for Ben-Hur, who was to follow him. Chapter 16. Going next day to fill his appointment with Iras, Ben-Hur turned from the Omphalos, which was in the heart of the city, into the colonnade of Herod, and came shortly to the palace of Iderne. From the street he passed first into a vestibule, on the sides of which were stairways under cover, leading up to a portico. Winged lions sat by the stairs. In the middle there was a gigantic ibis spouting water over the floor. The lions, ibis, walls, and floor were reminders of the Egyptians. Everything, even the balustrading of the stairs, was of massive gray stone. Above the vestibule, and covering the landing of the steps, arose the portico, a pillared grace, so light, so exquisitely proportioned, it was at that period hardly possible of conception except by a Greek, of marble snowy white. Its effect was that of a lily dropped carelessly upon a great bare rock. Ben-Hur paused in the shade of the portico to admire its tracery and finish, and the purity of its marble. Then he passed on into the palace. Ample folding doors stood open to receive him. The passage into which he first entered was high, but somewhat narrow. Red tiling formed the floor, and the walls were tinted to correspond. Yet this plainness was a warning of something beautiful to come. He moved on slowly, all his faculties in repose. Presently he would be in the presence of Iras. She was waiting for him, waiting with song and story and badinage, sparkling, fanciful, capricious, with smiles which glorified her glance, and glances which lent voluptuous suggestion to her whisper. She had sent for him the evening of the boat ride on the lake in the orchard of palms. She had sent for him now, and he was going to her in the beautiful palace of Iderne. He was happy and dreamful rather than thoughtless. The passage brought him to a closed door, in front of which he paused, and, as he did so, the broad leaves began to open of themselves, without creak or sound of lock or latch, or touch of foot or finger. The singularity was lost in the view that broke upon him. Standing in the shade of the dull passage, and looking through the doorway, he beheld the atrium of a Roman house, roomy and rich to a fabulous degree of magnificence. How large the chamber was cannot be stated, because of the deceit there is in exact proportions. Its depth was vista-like, something never to be said of an equal interior. When he stopped to make survey, and looked down upon the floor, he was standing upon the breast of a Leda, represented as caressing a swan, and, looking farther, he saw the whole floor was similarly laid in mosaic pictures of mythological subjects, and there were stools and chairs, each a separate design, and a work of art exquisitely composed, and tables much carven, and here and there couches which were invitations of themselves. The articles of furniture, which stood out from the walls, were duplicated on the floor distinctly as if they floated on rippled water. Even the paneling of the walls, the figures upon them in painting in bas-relief, and the fresco of the ceiling were reflected on the floor. The ceiling curved up towards the center, where there was an opening through which the sunlight poured without hindrance, and the sky, ever so blue, seemed in hand-reach. The impluvium under the opening was guarded by bronzed rails. The gilded pillars supporting the roof at the edges of the opening shone like flame where the sun struck them, and their reflections beneath seemed to stretch to infinite depth. And there were candelabra quaint and curious, and statuary and vases, the whole making an interior that would have befitted well the house on the Palatine Hill, which Cicero bought of Crassus, or that other, yet more famous for extravagance, the Tusculan villa of Scaurus. Still in his dreamful mood, Ben-Hur sauntered about, charmed by all he beheld, and waiting. He did not mind a little delay. When Iras was ready, she would come or send a servant. In every well-regulated Roman house the atrium was the reception chamber for visitors. Twice, thrice, he made the round. As often he stood under the opening in the roof, and pondered the sky and its azure depth. Then, leaning against a pillar, he studied the distribution of light and shade, and its effects. Here veil diminishing objects, their brilliance exaggerating others, yet nobody came. Time, or rather the passage of time, began at length to impress itself upon him, and he wondered why Iras stayed so long. Again he traced out the figures upon the floor, but not with the satisfaction the first inspection gave him. He paused often to listen. Directly impatience blew little fevered breath upon his spirit. Next time it blew stronger and hotter. and at last he woke to a consciousness of the silence which held the house in thrall, and the thought of it made him uneasy and distrustful. Still he put the feeling off with a smile and a promise. Oh, she is giving the last touch to her eyelids, or she is arranging a chaplet for me. She will come presently. More beautiful of the delay. He sat down then to admire a candelabrum, a bronze plinth on rollers, filigree on the sides and edges, the post at one end, and on the end opposite it an altar and a female celebrant, the lamp rests swinging by delicate chains from the extremities of drooping palm branches, altogether a wonder in its way. But the silence would obtrude itself. He listened even as he looked at the pretty object. He listened, but there was not a sound. The palace was still as a tomb. There might be a mistake. No, the messenger had come from the Egyptian, and this was the palace of Iderne. Then he remembered how mysteriously the door had opened so soundlessly, so of itself. He would see. He went to the same door. Though he walked ever so lightly, the sound of his stepping was loud and harsh, and he shrank from it. He was getting nervous. The cumbrous Roman lock resisted his first effort to raise it, and the second. The blood chilled in his cheeks. He wrenched with all his might. In vain. The door was not even shaken. A sense of danger seized him, and for a moment he stood irresolute. Who in Antioch had the motive to do him harm? Messala. And this palace of Iderne? He had seen Egypt in the vestibule, Athens in the snowy portico, but here, in the atrium, was Rome. Everything about him betrayed Roman ownership. True, the site was on the great thoroughfare of the city, a very public place in which to do him violence, but for that reason it was more accordant with the audacious genius of his enemy. The atrium underwent a change. With all its elegance and beauty, it was no more than a trap. Apprehension always paints in black. The idea irritated Ben-Hur. There were many doors on the right and left of the atrium, leading, doubtless, to sleeping chambers. He tried them, but they were all firmly fastened. Knocking might bring response. Ashamed to make outcry, he betook himself to a couch, and, lying down, tried to reflect. All too plainly he was a prisoner, but for what purpose and by whom? If the work were Messala's. He sat up, looked about, and smiled defiantly. There were weapons in every table. But birds had been starved in golden cages. Not so witty. The couches would serve him as battering rams, and he was strong, and there was such increase of might in rage and despair. Messala himself could not come. He would never walk again. He was a cripple like Simonides, still he could move others. And where were there not others to be moved by him? Ben-Hur arose and tried the doors again. Once he called out, the room echoed so that he was startled. With such calmness as he could assume, he made up his mind to wait a time before attempting to break a way out. In such a situation the mind has its ebb and flow of disquiet, with intervals of peace between. At length, how long, though, he could not have said, he came to the conclusion that the affair was an accident or mistake. The palace certainly belonged to somebody. It must have care and keeping, and the keeper would come. The evening or the night would bring him patience. So concluding, he waited. Half an hour passed, a much longer period to Ben-Hur, when the door which had admitted him opened and closed noiselessly as before, and without attracting his attention. The moment of the occurrence he was sitting at the farther end of the room. A footstep startled him. At last she has come, he thought, with a throb of relief and pleasure, and arose. The step was heavy, and accompanied with the grinding clang of coarse sandals. The gilded pillars were between him and the door. He advanced quietly, and leaned against one of them. Presently he heard voices, the voices of men, one of them rough and guttural. What was said he could not understand, as the language was not of the east or south of Europe. After a general survey of the room, the strangers crossed to their left, and were brought into Ben-Hur's view. 2 men. One very stout, both tall, and both in short tunics. They had not the air of masters of the house or domestics. Everything they saw appeared wonderful to them, everything they stopped to examine they touched. They were vulgarians. The atrium seemed profaned by their presence. At the same time, their leisurely manner and the assurance with which they proceeded pointed to some right or business, if business. With whom? With much jargon they sauntered this way and that, all the time gradually approaching the pillar by which Ben-Hur was standing. Off a little way, where a slanted gleam of the sun fell with a glare upon the mosaic of the floor, there was a statue which attracted their notice. In examining it, they stopped in delight. The mystery surrounding his own presence in the palace tended, as we have seen, to make Ben-Hur nervous. So now, when in the tall stout stranger he recognized the Northman whom he had known in Rome, and seen crowned only the day before in the circus as the winning pugilist, when he saw the man's face, scarred with the wounds of many battles, and embruted by ferocious passions, when he surveyed the fellow's naked limbs, very marvels of exercise and training, and his shoulders of Herculean breadth, a thought of personal danger started a chill along every vein. A sure instinct warned him that the opportunity for murder was too perfect to have come by chance, and here now were the Myrmidons, and their business was with him. He turned an anxious eye upon the Northman's comrade, young, black-eyed, black-haired, and altogether Jewish in appearance. He observed, also, that both the men were in costume exactly such as professionals of their class were in the habit of wearing in the arena. Putting the several circumstances together, Ben-Hur could not be longer in doubt. He had been lured into the palace with design. Out of reach of aid, in this splendid privacy, he was to die. At a loss what to do, he gazed from man to man, while there was enacted within him that miracle of mind by which life is passed before us in awful detail, to be looked at by ourselves as if it were another's, and from the evolvement, from a hidden depth, cast up, as it were, by a hidden hand, he was given to see that he had entered upon a new life, different from the old one in this, whereas, in that, he had been the victim of violences done to him. Henceforth he was to be the aggressor. Only yesterday he had found his first victim. To the purely Christian nature the presentation would have brought the weakness of remorse. Not so with Ben-Hur. His spirit had its emotions from the teachings of the first lawgiver, not the last and greatest one. He had dealt punishment, not wrong, to Masala. By permission of the Lord, he had triumphed, and he derived faith from the circumstance, faith the source of all rational strength, especially strength in peril. Nor did the influence stop there. The new life was made appear to him a mission just begun, and holy as the king to come was holy, and certain as the coming of the king was certain. A mission in which force was lawful if only because it was unavoidable. Should he, on the very threshold of such an errand, be afraid? He undid the sash around his waist, and, baring his head and casting off his white Jewish gown, stood forth in an undertunic not unlike those of the enemy, and was ready, body and mind. Folding his arms, he placed his back against the pillar, and calmly waited. The examination of the statue was brief. Directly the Northman turned, and said something in the unknown tongue, then both looked at Ben-Hur. A few more words, and they advanced towards him. "Who are you?" he asked, in Latin. The Northman fetched a smile which did not relieve his face of its brutalism, and answered, "Barbarians, this is the palace of Irony. Whom seek you? Stand and answer." The words were spoken with earnestness. The strangers stopped, and in his turn the Northman asked, "Who are you?" "A Roman." The giant laid his head back upon his shoulders. "Hot, hot, hot. I have heard how a god once came from a cow licking a salted stone, but not even a god can make a Roman of a Jew." The laugh over, he spoke to his companion again, and they moved nearer. "Hold," said Ben-Hur, quitting the pillar. "One word." They stopped again. "A word," replied the Saxon, folding his immense arms across his breast, and relaxing the menace beginning to blacken his face. "A word." "Speak." "You are Thord the Northman." The giant opened his blue eyes. "You were Lanista in Rome." Thord nodded. "I was your scholar." "No," said Thord, shaking his head. "By the beard of Iron, I had never a Jew to make a fighting man of, but I will prove my saying." "How?" "You came here to kill me." "That is true." "Then let this man fight me singly, and I will make the proof on his body." A gleam of humor shone in the Northman's face. He spoke to his companion, who made answer, then he replied with the naivete of a diverted child, "Wait till I say begin." By repeated touches of his foot, he pushed a couch out on the floor, and proceeded leisurely to stretch his burly form upon it. When perfectly at ease, he said, simply, "Now begin." "Without ado?" Ben-Hur walked to his antagonist. "Defend thyself," he said. The man, nothing loath, put up his hands. As the two thus confronted each other in approved position, there was no discernible inequality between them. On the contrary, they were as like as brothers. To the stranger's confident smile, Ben-Hur opposed an earnestness which, had his skill been known, would have been accepted fair warning of danger. Both knew the combat was to be mortal. Ben-Hur feinted with his right hand. The stranger warded, slightly advancing his left arm. Ere he could return to guard, Ben-Hur caught him by the wrist in a grip which years at the oar had made terrible as a vice. The surprise was complete, and no time given. To throw himself forward, to push the arm across the man's throat and over his right shoulder, and turn him left side front, to strike surely with the ready left hand, to strike the bare neck under the ear, were but petty divisions of the same act. No need of a second blow. The myrmidon fell heavily, and without a cry, and lay still. Ben-Hur turned to Thord. What? By the beard of Iron, the latter cried, in astonishment, rising to a sitting posture. Then he laughed. I could not have done it better myself. He viewed Ben-Hur coolly from head to foot, and, rising, faced him with undisguised admiration. It was my trick, the trick I have practiced for 10 years in the schools of Rome. You are not a Jew. Who are you? You knew Arius the Duumvir, Quintus Arius. Yes, he was my patron. He had a son. Yes, said Thord, his battered features lighting dully. I knew the boy. He would have made a king gladiator. Caesar offered him his patronage. I taught him the very trick you played on this one here, a trick impossible except to a hand and arm like mine. It has won me many a crown. I am that son of Arius. Thord drew nearer, and viewed him carefully. Then his eyes brightened with genuine pleasure, and, laughing, he held out his hand. He told me I would find a Jew here. A Jew? A dog of a Jew? Killing whom was serving the gods. Who told you so? Asked Ben-Hur, taking the hand. He, Messala. When? Thord. Last night. I thought he was hurt. He will never walk again. On his bed he told me between groans, a very vivid portrayal of hate in a few words, and Ben-Hur saw that the Roman, if he lived, would still be capable and dangerous, and follow him unrelentingly. Revenge remained to sweeten the ruined life, therefore the clinging to fortune lost in the wager with Sanballat. Ben-Hur ran the ground over, with a distinct foresight of the many ways in which it would be possible for his enemy to interfere with him in the work he had undertaken for the king who was coming. Why not he resort to the Romans' methods? The man hired to kill him could be hired to strike back. It was in his power to offer higher wages. The temptation was strong, and, half yielding, he chanced to look down at his late antagonist lying still, with wide upturned face, so like himself. A light came to him, and he asked, Thord, what was Messala to give you for killing me? 1,000 sestertii. You shall have them yet. And so you do now what I tell you. I will add 3,000 more to the sum. The giant reflected aloud. I won 5,000 yesterday, from the Roman one. 6. Give me 4, good Arius, 4 more, and I will stand firm for you. Though old Thor, my namesake, strike me with his hammer. Make it 4, and I will kill the lying patrician, if you say so. I have only to cover his mouth with my hand. Thus, he illustrated the process by clapping his hand over his own mouth. I see, said Ben-Hur, 10,000 sestertii is a fortune. It will enable you to return to Rome, and open a wine shop near the great circus, and live as becomes the first of the dynasty. The very scars on the giant's face glowed afresh with the pleasure the picture gave him. I will make it 4,000, Ben-Hur continued, and in what you shall do for the money there will be no blood on your hands. Thord, hear me now. Did not your friend here look like me? I would have said he was an apple from the same tree. Well, if I put on his tunic, and dress him in these clothes of mine, and you and I go away together, leaving him here, can you not get your sestertii from Messala all the same? You have only to make him believe it me that is dead. Thord laughed till the tears ran into his mouth. 10,000 sestertii were never won so easily, and a wine shop by the great circus, all for a lie without blood in it. Give me thy hand, O son of Arius. Get on now, and, if ever you come to Rome, fail not to ask for the wine shop of Thord the Northman. By the beard of Iron, I will give you the best, though I borrow it from Caesar. They shook hands again, after which the exchange of clothes was effected. It was arranged then that a messenger should go at night to Thor's lodging place with the 4,000 sestertii. When they were done, the giant knocked at the front door, it opened to him, and, passing out of the atrium, he led Ben-Hur into a room adjoining, where the latter completed his attire from the coarse garments of the dead pugilist. They separated directly in the omphalos. Fail not, O son of Arius, fail not the wine shop near the great circus. Hot, 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 by the beard of Iron, there was never fortune gained so cheap. The gods keep you. Upon leaving the atrium, Ben-Hur gave a last look at the Myrmidon as he lay in the Jewish vestments, and was satisfied. The likeness was striking. If Thor kept faith, the cheat was a secret to endure forever. At night, in the house of Simonides, Ben-Hur told the good man all that had taken place in the palace of Iderne, and it was agreed that, after a few days, public inquiry should be set afloat for the discovery of the whereabouts of the son of Arius. Eventually the matter was to be carried boldly to Maxentius. Then, if the mystery came not out, it was concluded that Messala and Gratus would be at rest and happy, and Ben-Hur free to betake himself to Jerusalem, to make search for his lost people. At the leave-taking, Simonides sat in his chair out on the terrace overlooking the river, and gave his farewell and the peace of the Lord with the impressment of a father. Esther went with the young man to the head of the steps. If I find my mother, Esther, thou shalt go to her at Jerusalem, and be a sister to Tirzah. And with the words he kissed her. Was it only a kiss of peace? He crossed the river next to the late quarters of Aldaram, where he found the Arab who was to serve him as guide. The horses were brought out. This one is thine, said the Arab. Ben-Hur looked, and, lo, it was Aldebaran, the swiftest and brightest of the sons of Mira. And, next to Sirius, the beloved of the sheik, and he knew the old man's heart came to him along with the gift. The corpse in the atrium was taken up and buried by night, and, as part of Messala's plan, a courier was sent off to Gratus to make him at rest by the announcement of Ben-Hur's death, this time past question. Ere long a wine shop was opened near the Circus Maximus, with inscription over the door, Thor the Northman. Book 6. Chapter I. Is that a death, and are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her skin was as white as leprosy. The nightmare life in death was she, who thicks man's blood with cold, Coleridge. Our story moves forward now 30 days from the night Ben-Hur left Antioch to go out with Sheik Ildaran into the desert. A great change has befallen, great at least as respects the fortunes of our hero. Valerius Gratus has been succeeded by Pontius Pilate. The removal, it may be remarked, cost Simonides exactly 5 talents Roman money in hand paid to Sejanus, who was then in height of power as imperial favorite, the object being to help Ben-Hur, by lessening his exposure while in and about Jerusalem attempting discovery of his people. To such pious use the faithful servant put the winnings from Drusus and his associates, all of whom, having paid their wagers, became at once and naturally the enemies of Messala, whose repudiation was yet an unsettled question in Rome. Brief as the time was, already the Jews knew the change of rulers was not for the better. The cohort sent to relieve the garrison of Antonia made their entry into the city by night. Next morning, the first sight that greeted the people resident in the neighborhood was the walls of the old tower decorated with military ensigns, which unfortunately consisted of busts of the emperor mixed with eagles and globes. A multitude, in passion, marched to Caesarea, where Pilate was lingering, and implored him to remove the detested images. 5 days and nights they beset his palace gates. At last he appointed a meeting with them in the circus. When they were assembled, he encircled them with soldiers. Instead of resisting, they offered him their lives, and conquered. He recalled the images and ensigns to Caesarea, where Gratus, with more consideration, had kept such abominations housed during the 11 years of his reign. The worst of men do once in a while vary their wickednesses by good acts. So with Pilate, he ordered an inspection of all the prisons in Judea, and a return of the names of the persons in custody, with a statement of the crimes for which they had been committed. Doubtless, the motive was the one so common with officials just installed, dread of entailed responsibility. The people, however, in thought of the good which might come of the measure, gave him credit, and, for a period, were comforted. The revelations were astonishing. Hundreds of persons were released against whom there were no accusations. Many others came to light who had long been accounted dead. Yet more amazing, there was opening of dungeons not merely unknown at the time by the people, but actually forgotten by the prison authorities. With one instance of the latter kind we have now to deal, and, strange to say, it occurred in Jerusalem. The Tower of Antonia, which will be remembered as occupying 2/3 of the sacred area on Mount Moriah, was originally a castle built by the Macedonians. Afterwards, John Hyrcanus erected the castle into a fortress for the defense of the temple, and in his day it was considered impregnable to assault. But when Herod came with his bolder genius, he strengthened its walls and extended them, leaving a vast pile which included every appurtenance necessary for the stronghold he intended it to be forever, such as offices, barracks, armories, magazines, cisterns, and last, though not least, prisons of all grades. He leveled the solid rock, and tapped it with deep excavations, and built over them, connecting the whole great mass with the temple by a beautiful colonnade, from the roof of which one could look down over the courts of the sacred structure. In such condition the tower fell at last out of his hands into those of the Romans, who were quick to see its strength and advantages, and convert it to uses becoming such masters. All through the administration of Gratus it had been a garrison citadel, and underground prison terrible to revolutionists. Woe when the cohorts poured from its gates to suppress disorder. Woe not less when a Jew passed the same gates going in under arrest. With this explanation, we hasten to our story. The order of the new procurator requiring a report of the persons in custody was received at the Tower of Antonia, and promptly executed, and 2 days have gone since the last unfortunate was brought up for examination. The tabulated statement, ready for forwarding, lies on the table of the tribune in command. In 5 minutes more it will be on the way to Pilate, sojourning in the palace up on Mount Zion. The tribune's office is spacious and cool, and furnished in a style suitable to the dignity of the commandant of a post, in every respect so important. Looking in upon him about the 7th hour of the day, the officer appears weary and impatient. When the report is dispatched, he will to the roof of the colonnade for air and exercise, and the amusement to be had watching the Jews over in the courts of the temple. His subordinates and clerks share his impatience. In the spell of waiting a man appeared in the doorway leading to an adjoining apartment. He rattled a bunch of keys, each heavy as a hammer, and at once attracted the chief's attention. "Ah, Jesus, come in," the tribune said, as the newcomer approached the table behind which the chief sat in an easy chair. Everybody present looked at him, and, observing a certain expression of alarm and mortification on his face, became silent that they might hear what he had to say. "O tribune," he began, bending low, "I fear to tell what now I bring you. Another mistake. Hot, Jesus. If I could persuade myself it is but a mistake, I would not be afraid. A crime then, or, worse, a breach of duty. Thou mayst laugh at Caesar, or curse the gods, and live. But if the offense be to the eagles, thou knowest. Jesus, go on. It is now about 8 years since Valerius Gratus elected me to be keeper of prisoners here in the tower," said the man, deliberately. "I remember the morning I entered upon the duties of my office. There had been a riot the day before, and fighting in the streets. We slew many Jews, and suffered on our side. The affair came, it was said, of an attempt to assassinate Gratus, who had been knocked from his horse by a tile thrown from a roof. I found him sitting where you now sit, O tribune, his head swathed in bandages. He told me of my selection, and gave me these keys, numbered to correspond with the numbers of the cells. They were the badges of my office, he said, and not to be parted with. There was a roll of parchment on the table. Calling me to him, he opened the roll. Here are maps of the cells, said he. There were 3 of them. This one, he went on, shows the arrangement of the upper floor. This second one gives you the second floor, and this last is of the lower floor. I give them to you in trust." I took them from his hand, and he said, "Further, now you have the keys and the maps. Go immediately, and acquaint yourself with the whole arrangement. Visit each cell, and see to its condition. When anything is needed for the security of a prisoner, order it according to your judgment, for you are the master under me, and no other." I saluted him, and turned to go away. He called me back. "Ah, I forgot," he said. "Give me the map of the third floor." I gave it to him, and he spread it upon the table. "Here, Jesus," he said, "see this cell?" He laid his finger on the one numbered V. "There are 3 men confined in that cell. Desperate characters, who by some means got hold of a state secret, and suffer for their curiosity, which," he looked at me severely, "in such matters is worse than a crime. Accordingly, they are blind and tongueless, and are placed there for life. They shall have nothing but food and drink, to be given them through a hole, which you will find in the wall covered by a slide. Do you hear, Jesus?" I made him answer. "It is well," he continued. "One thing more which you shall not forget, or," he looked at me threateningly, "the door of their cell number V on the same floor, this one, Jesus," he put his finger on the particular cell to impress my memory, "shall never be opened for any purpose, neither to let one in nor out, not even yourself." "But if they die?" I asked. "If they die," he said, "the cell shall be their tomb. They were put there to die and be lost. The cell is leprous. Do you understand?" With that he let me go. Jesus stopped, and from the breast of his tunic drew 3 parchments, all much yellowed by time and use. Selecting one of them, he spread it upon the table before the tribune, saying, simply, "This is the lower floor." The whole company looked at the map passage. Comma, plus, V, IV, 3, 2, I. This is exactly, O Tribune, as I had it from Gratus. "See, there is cell number V," said Jesus. "I see," the Tribune replied. "Go on now." "The cell was leprous," he said. "I would like to ask you a question," remarked the keeper, modestly. The Tribune assented. Had I not a right, under the circumstances, to believe the map a true one? "What else couldst thou?" "Well, it is not a true one." The chief looked up surprised. "It is not a true one," the keeper repeated. "It shows but 5 cells upon that floor, while there are 6. 6, sayest thou? I will show you the floor as it is, or as I believe it to be, upon a page of his tablets." Jesus drew the following diagram, and gave it to the Tribune. Tribune, comma, plus, V, IV, 3, 2, I, plus, .6. "Thou hast done well," said the Tribune, examining the drawing, and thinking the narrative at an end. "I will have the map corrected, or, better, I will have a new one made, and given thee. Come for it in the morning." So saying, he arose. "But hear me further, O Tribune, tomorrow." Jesus, "Tomorrow. That which I have yet to tell will not wait." The Tribune good-naturedly resumed his chair. "I will hurry," said the keeper, humbly. "Only let me ask another question. Had I not a right to believe Gratus in what he further told me as to the prisoners in cell number V? Yes? It was thy duty to believe there were 3 prisoners in the cell. Prisoners of state, blind and without tongues. "Well," said the keeper, "that was not true either." "No," said the Tribune, with returning interest. "Hear, and judge for yourself, O Tribune. As required, I visited all the cells, beginning with those on the first floor, and ending with those on the lower. The order that the door of number V should not be opened had been respected. Through all the 8 years food and drink for 3 men had been passed through a hole in the wall. I went to the door yesterday, curious to see the wretches who, against all expectation, had lived so long. The locks refused the key. We pulled a little, and the door fell down, rusted from its hinges. Going in, I found but one man, old, blind, tongueless, and naked. His hair dropped in stiffened mats below his waist. His skin was like the parchment there. He held his hands out, and the fingernails curled and twisted like the claws of a bird. I asked him where his companions were. He shook his head in denial. Thinking to find the others, we searched the cell. The floor was dry, so were the walls. If 3 men had been shut in there, and 2 of them had died, at least their bones would have endured. Wherefore thou thinkest, I think, O Tribune, there has been but 1 prisoner there in the 8 years. The chief regarded the keeper sharply, and said, "Have a care, thou art more than saying Valerius lead." Jesus bowed, but said, he might have been mistaken. "No, he was right," said the Tribune, warmly. By thine own statement he was right. Didst thou not say but now that for 8 years food and drink had been furnished 3 men? The bystanders approved the shrewdness of their chief. Yet Jesus did not seem discomfited. You have but half the story, O Tribune. When you have it all, you will agree with me. You know what I did with the man, that I sent him to the bath, and had him shorn and clothed, and then took him to the gate of the tower, and bade him go free. I washed my hands of him. Today he came back, and was brought to me. By signs and tears he at last made me understand he wished to return to his cell, and I so ordered. As they were leading him off, he broke away and kissed my feet, and, by piteous dumb imploration, insisted I should go with him, and I went. The mystery of the 3 men stayed in my mind. I was not satisfied about it. Now I am glad I yielded to his entreaty. The whole company at this point became very still. When we were in the cell again, and the prisoner knew it, he caught my hand eagerly, and led me to a hole like that through which we were accustomed to pass him his food. Though large enough to push your helmet through, it escaped me yesterday. Still holding my hand, he put his face to the hole and gave a beast-like cry. A sound came faintly back. I was astonished, and drew him away, and called out, "Ho, here!" At first there was no answer. I called again, and received back these words, "Be thou praised, O Lord." Yet more astonishing, O Tribune, the voice was a woman's, and I asked, "Who are you?" and had reply, "A woman of Israel, and charioteer with her daughter. Help us quickly, or we die." I told them to be of cheer, and hurried here to know your will. The Tribune arose hastily. "Thou wert right, Jesus," he said, "and I see now. The map was a lie, and so was the tale of the 3 men. There have been better Romans than Valerius Gratus." "Yes," said the keeper, "I gleaned from the prisoner that he had regularly given the women of the food and drink he had received." "It is accounted for," replied the Tribune, and observing the countenances of his friends, and reflecting how well it would be to have witnesses, he added, "Let us rescue the women. Come all." Jesus was pleased. "We will have to pierce the wall," he said. I found where a door had been, but it was filled solidly with stones and mortar. The Tribune stayed to say to a clerk, "Send workmen after me with tools. Make haste, but hold the report, for I see it will have to be corrected." In a short time they were gone. Chapter 2. A woman of Israel, and charioteer with her daughter. "Help us quickly, or we die." Such was the reply Jesus, the keeper, had from the cell which appears on his amended map as 6. The reader, when he observed the answer, knew who the unfortunates were, and, doubtless, said to himself, "At last the mother of Ben-Hur, and Tirzah, his sister." And so it was. The morning of their seizure, 8 years before, they had been carried to the tower, where Gratus proposed to put them out of the way. He had chosen the tower for the purpose as more immediately in his own keeping, and cell 6, because, first, it could be better lost than any other, and, secondly, it was infected with leprosy, for these prisoners were not merely to be put in a safe place, but in a place to die. They were, accordingly, taken down by slaves in the night time, when there were no witnesses of the deed. Then, in completion of the savage task, the same slaves walled up the door, after which they were themselves separated, and sent away never to be heard of more, to save accusation, and, in the event of discovery, to leave himself such justification as might be allowed in a distinction between the infliction of a punishment, and the commission of a double murder. Gratus preferred sinking his victims where natural death was certain, though slow. That they might linger along, he selected a convict who had been made blind and tongueless, and sank him in the only connecting cell, there to serve them with food and drink. Under no circumstances could the poor wretch tell the tale or identify, either the prisoners or their doomsmen. So, with a cunning partly due to Messala, the Roman, under color of punishing a brood of assassins, smoothed a path to confiscation of the estate of the hearse, of which no portion ever reached the imperial coffers. As the last step in the scheme, Gratus summarily removed the old keeper of the prisons, not because he knew what had been done, for he did not, but because, knowing the underground floors as he did, it would be next to impossible to keep the transaction from him. Then, with masterly ingenuity, the procurator had new maps drawn for delivery to a new keeper, with the omission, as we have seen, of cell 6. The instructions given the latter, taken with the omission on the map, accomplished the design. The cell and its unhappy tenants were all alike lost. What may be thought of the life of the mother and daughter during the 8 years must have relation to their culture and previous habits. Conditions are pleasant or grievous to us according to our sensibilities. It is not extreme to say, if there was a sudden exit of all men from the world, heaven, as prefigured in the Christian idea, would not be a heaven to the majority. On the other hand, neither would all suffer equally in the so-called Tophet. Cultivation has its balances. As the mind is made intelligent, the capacity of the soul for pure enjoyment is proportionally increased. Well, therefore, if it be saved, if the young girl's eyebrows were white as snow, oh, the anguish of that assurance! The mother sat a while speechless, motionless, paralyzed of soul, and capable of but one thought, leprosy, leprosy. When she began to think, mother-like, it was not of herself, but her child. And, mother-like, her natural tenderness turned to courage, and she made ready for the last sacrifice of perfect heroism. She buried her knowledge in her heart. Hopeless herself, she redoubled her devotion to Tirzah, and with wonderful ingenuity, wonderful chiefly in its very inexhaustibility, continued to keep the daughter ignorant of what they were beset with, and even hopeful that it was nothing. She repeated her little games, and retold her stories, and invented new ones, and listened with ever so much pleasure to the songs she would have from Tirzah, while on her own wasting lips the psalms of the singing king, and their rays served to bring soothing of forgetfulness, and keep alive in them both the recollection of the God who would seem to have abandoned them, the world not more lightly or utterly. Slowly, steadily, with horrible certainty, the disease spread, after a while bleaching their heads white, eating holes in their lips and eyelids, and covering their bodies with scales. Then it fell to their throats, shrilling their voices, and to their joints, hardening the tissues and cartilages, slowly, and, as the mother well knew, past remedy, it was affecting their lungs and arteries and bones, at each advance making the sufferers more and more loathsome, and so it would continue till death, which might be years before them. Another day of dread at length came, the day the mother, under impulsion of duty, at last told Tirzah the name of their ailment, and the two, in agony of despair, prayed that the end might come quickly. Still, as is the force of habit, these so afflicted grew in time not merely to speak composedly of their disease. They beheld the hideous transformation of their persons as of course, and in despite clung to existence. One tied to earth remained to them, unmindful of their own loneliness. They kept up a certain spirit by talking and dreaming of Ben-Hur. The mother promised reunion with him to the sister, and she to the mother, not doubting, either of them, that he was equally faithful to them, and would be equally happy of the meeting. And with the spinning and respinning of this slender thread they found pleasure, and excused their not dying. In such manner as we have seen, they were solacing themselves the moment Jesus called them, at the end of 12 hours fasting and thirst. The torches flashed redly through the dungeon, and liberty was come. God is good, the widow cried, not for what had been, O reader, but for what was. In thankfulness for present mercy, nothing so becomes us as losing sight of past ills. The tribune came directly, then in the corner to which she had fled, suddenly a sense of duty smote the elder of the women, and straightway the awful warning, unclean, unclean. Ah, the pang the effort to acquit herself of that duty caused the mother. Not all the selfishness of joy over the prospect could keep her blind to the consequences of release. Now that it was at hand, the old happy life could never be again. If she went near the house called home, it would be to stop at the gate and cry, unclean, unclean. She must go about with the yearnings of love alive in her breast, strong as ever, and more sensitive even, because return in kind could not be. The boy of whom she had so constantly thought, and with all sweet promises such as mothers find their purest delight in, must, at meeting her, stand afar off. If he held out his hands to her, and called mother, mother, for very love of him she must answer, unclean, unclean. And this other child, before whom, in want of other covering, she was spreading her long tangled locks, bleached unnaturally white, ah, That she must continue, sole partner of her blasted remainder of life. Yet, O reader, the brave woman accepted the lot, and took up the cry which had been its sign immemorially, and which thenceforward was to be her salutation without change. Unclean, unclean, the tribune heard it with a tremor, but kept his place. Who are you? He asked. 2 women dying of hunger and thirst. Yet, the mother did not falter. Come not near us, nor touch the floor or the wall. Unclean, unclean, give me thy story, woman, thy name, and when thou wert put here, and by whom, and for what. There was once in this city of Jerusalem a Prince Ben-Hur, the friend of all generous Romans, and who had Caesar for his friend. I am his widow, and this one with me is his child. How may I tell you for what we were sunk here, when I do not know, unless it was because we were rich? Valerius Gratus can tell you who our enemy was, and when our imprisonment began. I cannot. See to what we have been reduced. Oh, see, and have pity. The air was heavy with the pest and the smoke of the torches, yet the Roman called one of the torch-bearers to his side, and wrote the answer nearly word for word. It was terse and comprehensive, containing at once a history, an accusation, and a prayer. No common person could have made it, and he could not but pity and believe. Thou shalt have relief, woman, he said, closing the tablets. I will send thee food and drink, and raiment, and purifying water, we pray you, O generous Roman. As thou wilt, he replied. God is good, said the widow, sobbing. May his peace abide with you, and, further he added, I cannot see thee again. Make preparation, and tonight I will have thee taken to the gate of the tower, and set free. Thou knowest the law. Farewell, he spoke to the men, and went out the door. Very shortly some slaves came to the cell with a large gurglet of water, a basin and napkins, a platter with bread and meat, and some garments of women's wear, and, setting them down within reach of the prisoners, they ran away. About the middle of the first watch, the 2 were conducted to the gate, and turned into the street. So the Roman quit himself of them, and in the city of their fathers they were once more free. Up to the stars, twinkling merrily as of old, they looked, then they asked themselves, what next, and where to? Chapter 3. About the hour Jesus, the keeper, made his appearance before the tribune in the tower of Antonia. A footman was climbing the eastern face of Mount Olivet. The road was rough and dusty, and vegetation on that side burned brown, for it was the dry season in Judea. Well for the traveler that he had youth and strength, not to speak of the cool, flowing garments with which he was clothed. He proceeded slowly, looking often to his right and left, not with the vexed, anxious expression which marks a man going forward uncertain of the way, but rather the air with which one approaches his old acquaintance after a long separation, half of pleasure, half of inquiry, as if he were saying, I am glad to be with you again. Let me see in what you are changed. As he arose higher, he sometimes paused to look behind him over the gradually widening view terminating in the mountains of Moab, but when at length he drew near the summit, he quickened his step, unmindful of fatigue, and hurried on without pause or turning of the face. On the summit, to reach which he bent his steps somewhat right of the beaten path, he came to a dead stop, arrested as if by a strong hand. Then one might have seen his eyes dilate, his cheeks flush, his breath quicken, effects all of one bright sweeping glance at what lay before him. The traveler, good reader, was no other than Ben-Hur, the spectacle, Jerusalem, not the holy city of today, but the holy city as left by Herod, the holy city of the Christ. Beautiful yet, as seen from old Olivet, what must it have been then? Ben-Hur betook him to a stone and sat down, and, stripping his head of the close white handkerchief which served it for covering, made a survey at leisure. The same has been done often since by a great variety of persons, under circumstances surpassingly singular, by the son of Vespasian, by the Islamite, by the Crusader, conquerors all of them, by many a pilgrim from the great New World, which waited discovery nearly 1500 years after the time of our story, but of the multitude probably not one has taken that view with sensations more keenly poignant, more sadly sweet, more proudly bitter, than Ben-Hur. He was stirred by recollections of his countrymen, their triumphs and vicissitudes, their history, the history of God, The city was of their building, at once a lasting testimony of their crimes and devotion, their weakness and genius, their religion and their irreligion. Though he had seen Rome to familiarity, he was gratified. The sight filled a measure of pride, which would have made him drunk with vainglory, but for the thought, princely as the property was, it did not any longer belong to his countrymen. The worship in the temple was by permission of strangers. The hill where David dwelt was a marble cheat, an office in which the chosen of the Lord were wrung and wrung for taxes, and scourged for very deathlessness of fate. These, however, were pleasures and griefs of patriotism common to every Jew of the period. In addition, Ben-Hur brought with him a personal history which would not out of mind for other consideration whatever, which the spectacle served only to freshen and vivify. A country of hills changes but little. Where the hills are of rock, it changes not at all. The scene Ben-Hur beheld is the same now, except as respects the city. The failure is in the handiwork of man alone. The sun dealt more kindly by the west side of Olivet than by the east, and men were certainly more loving towards it. The vines with which it was partially clad, and the sprinkling of trees, chiefly figs and old wild olives, were comparatively green. Down to the dry bed of the Cedron the verdure extended, a refreshment to the vision. There Olivet ceased and Moriah began, a wall of bluff boldness, white as snow, founded by Solomon, completed by Herod. Up the wall the eye climbed course by course of the ponderous rocks composing it, up to Solomon's porch, which was as the pedestal of the monument, the hill being the plinth. Lingering there a moment, the eye resumed its climbing, going next to the Gentiles' court, then to the Israelites' court, then to the women's court, then to the court of the priests, each a pillar tier of white marble, one above the other in terraced retrocession, over them all a crown of crowns infinitely sacred, infinitely beautiful, majestic in proportions, effulgent with beaten gold. Lo, the tent, the tabernacle, the Holy of Holies. The ark was not there, but Jehovah was. In the faith of every child of Israel he was there, a personal presence. As a temple, as a monument, there was nowhere anything of man's building to approach that superlative apparition. Now, not a stone of it remains above another. Who shall rebuild that building? When shall the rebuilding be begun? So asks every pilgrim who has stood where Ben-Hur was. He asks, knowing the answer is in the bosom of God, whose secrets are not least marvelous in their well-keeping. And then the third question, what of him who foretold the ruin which has so certainly befallen? God, or man of God? Or, enough that the question is for us to answer. And still Ben-Hur's eyes climbed on and up over the roof of the temple, to the hill Zion, consecrated to sacred memories, inseparable from the anointed kings. He knew the Cheesemonger's Valley dipped deep down between Moriah and Zion, that it was spanned by the Ziztas, that there were gardens and palaces in its depths, but over them all his thoughts soared with his vision to the great grouping on the royal hill, the house of Caiaphas, the central synagogue, the Roman praetorium, Hippicus the Eternal, and the sad but mighty Senate of Phasaelus and Mariam, all relieved against Gareb, purpling in the distance, and amidst them he singled out the palace of Herod. What could he but think of the king who was coming, to whom he was himself devoted, whose path he had undertaken to smooth, whose empty hands he dreamed of filling, and forward ran his fancy to the day the new king should come to claim his own and take possession of it, of Moriah and its temple, of Zion and its towers and palaces, of Antonia, frowning darkly there just to the right of the temple, of the new unwalled city of Bezetha, of the millions of Israel to assemble with palm branches and banners, to sing rejoicing because the Lord had conquered and given them the world. Men speak of dreaming as if it were a phenomenon of night and sleep. They should know better. All results achieved by us are self-promised, and all self-promises are made in dreams awake. Dreaming is the relief of labor, the wine that sustains us in act. We learn to love labor, not for itself, but for the opportunity it furnishes for dreaming, which is the great undermonotone of real life, unheard, unnoticed, because of its constancy. Living is dreaming. Only in the grave are there no dreams. Let no one smile at Ben-Hur for doing that which he himself would have done at that time and place under the same circumstances. The sun stooped low in its course, while the flaring disk seemed to perch itself on the far summit of the mountains in the west. brazening all the sky above the city, and rimming the walls and towers with the brightness of gold. Then it disappeared as with a plunge. The quiet turned Ben-Hur's thought homeward. There was a point in the sky, a little north of the peerless front of the Holy of Holies, upon which he fixed his gaze. Under it, straight as a lead line would have dropped, lay his father's house, if yet the house endured. The mellowing influences of the evening mellowed his feelings, and, putting his ambitions aside, he thought of the duty that was bringing him to Jerusalem. Out in the desert while with Ilderim, looking for strong places and acquainting himself with it generally, as a soldier studies a country in which he has projected a campaign, a messenger came one evening with the news that Gratus was removed, and Pontius Pilate sent to take his place. Messala was disabled and believed him dead. Gratus was powerless and gone. Why should Ben-Hur longer defer the search for his mother and sister? There was nothing to fear now. If he could not himself see into the prisons of Judea, he could examine them with the eyes of others. If the lost were found, Pilate could have no motive in holding them in custody. None, at least, which could not be overcome by purchase. If found, he would carry them to a place of safety, and then, in calmer mind, his conscience at rest, this one first duty done, he could give himself more entirely to the king who was coming. He resolved at once. That night he counseled with Ilderim, and obtained his assent. 3 Arabs came with him to Jericho, where he left them and the horses, and proceeded alone and on foot. Malach was to meet him in Jerusalem. Ben-Hur's scheme, be it observed, was as yet a generality. In view of the future, it was advisable to keep himself in hiding from the authorities, particularly the Romans. Malach was shrewd and trusty, the very man to charge with the conduct of the investigation. Where to begin was the first point. He had no clear idea about it. His wish was to commence with the Tower of Antonia. Tradition not of long-standing planted the gloomy pile over a labyrinth of prison cells, which, more even than the strong garrison, kept it a terror to the Jewish fancy. A burial, such as his people had been subjected to, might be possible there. Besides, in such a strait, the natural inclination is to start search at the place where the loss occurred, and he could not forget that his last sight of the loved ones was as the guard pushed them along the street in the direction to the tower. If they were not there now, but had been, some record of the fact must remain, a clue which had only to be followed faithfully to the end. Under this inclination, moreover, there was a hope which he could not forego. From Simonides he knew Amra, the Egyptian nurse, was living. It will be remembered, doubtless, that the faithful creature, the morning the calamity overtook the Hurs, broke from the guard and ran back into the palace, where, along with other chattels, she had been sealed up. During the years following, Simonides kept her supplied, so she was there now, sole occupant of the great house, which, with all his offers, Gratus had not been able to sell. The story of its rightful owners sufficed to secure the property from strangers, whether purchasers or mere occupants. People going to and fro passed it with whispers. Its reputation was that of a haunted house, derived probably from the infrequent glimpses of poor old Amra, sometimes on the roof, sometimes in a latticed window. Certainly no more constant spirit ever abided than she, nor was there ever a tenement so shunned and fitted for ghostly habitation. Now, if he could get to her, Ben-Hur fancied she could help him to knowledge which, though faint, might yet be serviceable. Anyhow, sight of her in that place, so endeared by recollection, would be to him a pleasure next to finding the objects of his solicitude. So, first of all things, he would go to the old house, and look for Amra. Thus resolved, he arose shortly after the going down of the sun, and began to descend the mount by the road which, from the summit, bends a little north of east. Down nearly at the foot, close by the bed of the Cedron, he came to the intersection with the road leading south to the village of Siloam, and the pool of that name. There he fell in with a herdsman driving some sheep to market. He spoke to the man, and joined him, and in his company passed by Gethsemane on into the city through the fish gate. Chapter 4. It was dark when, parting with the drover inside the gate, Ben-Hur turned into a narrow lane leading to the south. A few of the people whom he met saluted him. The bouldering of the pavement was rough. The houses on both sides were low, dark, and cheerless, the doors all closed, from the roofs. Occasionally, he heard women crooning to children. The loneliness of his situation, the night, the uncertainty cloaking the object of his coming, all affected him cheerlessly. With feelings sinking lower and lower, he came directly to the deep reservoir now known as the Pool of Bethesda, in which the water reflected the overpending sky. Looking up, he beheld the northern wall of the Tower of Antonia, a black frowning heap reared into the dim steel-gray sky. He halted as if challenged by a threatening sentinel. The tower stood up so high and seemed so vast, resting apparently upon foundations so sure, that he was constrained to acknowledge its strength. If his mother were there in living burial, what could he do for her? By the strong hand, nothing. An army might beat the stony face with ballista and ram, and be laughed at. Against him alone, the gigantic southeasterette looked down in the self-containment of a hill, and he thought, cunning is so easily baffled, and God, always the last resort of the helpless, God is sometimes so slow to act. In doubt and misgiving, he turned into the street in front of the tower, and followed it slowly on to the west. Over in Bezetha he knew there was a khan, where it was his intention to seek lodging while in the city. But just now he could not resist the impulse to go home. His heart drew him that way. The old formal salutation, which he received from the few people who passed him, had never sounded so pleasantly. Presently, all the eastern sky began to silver and shine, and objects before invisible in the west, chiefly the tall towers on Mount Zion, emerged as from a shadowy depth, and put on spectral distinctness, floating, as it were, above the yawning blackness of the valley below, very castles in the air. He came, at length, to his father's house. Of those who read this page, some there will be to divine his feelings without prompting. They are such as have happy homes in their youth, no matter how far that may have been back in time, homes which are now the starting points of all recollection, paradises from which they went forth in tears, and which they would now return to, if they could, as little children, places of laughter and singing, and associations dearer than any or all the triumphs of after-life. At the gate on the north side of the old house Ben-Hur stopped. In the corners the wax used in the sealing up was still plainly seen, and across the valves was the board with the inscription, "This site as the property of the emperor." Nobody had gone in or out the gate since the dreadful day of the separation. Should he knock as of old? It was useless, he knew, yet he could not resist the temptation. Amra might hear, and look out of one of the windows on that side. Taking a stone, he mounted the broad stone step, and tapped 3 times. A dull echo replied. He tried again, louder than before, and again, pausing each time to listen. The silence was mocking. Retiring into the street, he watched the windows, but they, too, were lifeless. The parapet on the roof was defined sharply against the brightening sky. Nothing could have stirred upon it unseen by him, and nothing did stir. From the north side he passed to the west, where there were 4 windows which he watched long and anxiously, but with as little effect. At times his heart swelled with impotent wishes, at others, he trembled at the deceptions of his own fancy. Amra made no sign, not even a ghost stirred. Silently, then, he stole round to the south. There, too, the gate was sealed and inscribed. The mellow splendor of the August moon, pouring over the crest of Olivet, since termed the Mount of Offense, brought the lettering boldly out, and he read, and was filled with rage. All he could do was to wrench the board from its nailing and hurl it into the ditch. Then he sat upon the step, and prayed for the new king, and that his coming might be hastened. As his blood cooled, insensibly he yielded to the fatigue of long travel in the summer heat, and sank down lower, and, at last, slept. About that time 2 women came down the street from the direction of the Tower of Antonia, approaching the palace of the hearse. They advanced stealthily, with timid steps, pausing often to listen. At the corner of the rugged pile, one said to the other, in a low voice, "This is it, Tirzah." And Tirzah, after a look, caught her mother's hand, and leaned upon her heavily, sobbing, but silent. "Let us go on, my child, because..." The mother hesitated and trembled. Then, with an effort to be calm, continued, "Because when morning comes they will put us out of the gate of the city to return no more." Tirzah sank almost to the stones. "Ah, yes," she said, between sobs, "I forgot. I had the feeling of going home, but we are lepers and have no homes, we belong to the dead. The mother stooped and raised her tenderly, saying, We have nothing to fear. Let us go on. Indeed, lifting their empty hands, they could have run upon a legion and put it to flight. And, creeping in close to the rough wall, they glided on, like two ghosts, till they came to the gate, before which they also paused. Seeing the board, they stepped upon the stone in the scarce cold tracks of Ben-Hur, and read the inscription, This is the property of the emperor. Then the mother clasped her hands, and, with upraised eyes, moaned in unutterable anguish, What now, mother? You scare me, and the answer was, Presently, oh, Tirzah, the poor are dead. He is dead. Who, mother? Your brother. They took everything from him, everything, even this house. Pure, said Tirzah, vacantly. He will never be able to help us. And then, mother. Tomorrow, my child, we must find a seat by the wayside, and beg alms as the lepers do. Beg. Or, Tirzah leaned upon her again, and said, whispering, Let us die. No, the mother said, firmly, The Lord has appointed our times, and we are believers in the Lord. We will wait on him even in this. Come away. She caught Tirzah's hand as she spoke, and hastened to the west corner of the house, keeping close to the wall. No one being inside there, they kept on to the next corner, and shrank from the moonlight, which lay exceedingly bright over the whole south front, and along a part of the street. The mother's will was strong. Casting one look back and up to the windows on the west side, she stepped out into the light, drawing Tirzah after her, and the extent of their affliction was then to be seen, on their lips and cheeks, in their bleared eyes, in their cracked hands, especially in the long, snaky locks, stiff with loathsome ichor, and, like their eyebrows, ghastly white. Nor was it possible to have told which was mother, which daughter. Both alike seemed witch-like old. Hist, said the mother, there is someone lying upon the step, a man. Let us go round him. They crossed to the opposite side of the street quickly, and, in the shade there, moved on till before the gate, where they stopped. He is asleep, Tirzah. The man was very still. Stay here, and I will try the gate. So saying, the mother stole noiselessly across, and ventured to touch the wicket. She never knew if it yielded. For that moment the man sighed, and, turning restlessly, shifted the handkerchief on his head in such manner that the face was left upturned and fair in the broad moonlight. She looked down at it and started, then looked again, stooping a little, and arose and clasped her hands and raised her eyes to heaven in mute appeal. An instant so, and she ran back to Tirzah. As the Lord liveth, the man is my son, my brother, she said, in an awe-inspiring whisper. My brother, Judah. The mother caught her hand eagerly. Come, she said, in the same enforced whisper. Let us look at him together. Once more. Only once, then help thou thy servants, Lord. They crossed the street hand in hand, ghostly quick, ghostly still. When their shadows fell upon him, they stopped. One of his hands was lying out upon the step, palm up. Tirzah fell upon her knees, and would have kissed it, but the mother drew her back. Not for thy life, not for thy life. Unclean, unclean, she whispered. Tirzah shrank from him, as if he were the leprous one. Ben-Hur was handsome as the manly are. His cheeks and forehead were swarthy from exposure to the desert sun and air, yet under the light mustache the lips were red, and the teeth shone white, and the soft beard did not hide the full roundness of chin and throat. How beautiful he appeared to the mother's eyes! How mightily she yearned to put her arms about him, and take his head upon her bosom and kiss him, as had been her wont in his happy childhood. Where got she the strength to resist the impulse? From her love, oh, reader, her mother love, which, if thou wilt observe well, hath this unlikeness to any other love. Tender to the object, it can be infinitely tyrannical to itself, and thence all its power of self-sacrifice, not for restoration to health and fortune, not for any blessing of life, not for life itself, would she have left her leprous kiss upon his cheek. Yet touch him she must. In that instant of finding him she must renounce him forever. How bitter, bitter hard it was, let some other mother say. She knelt down, and, crawling to his feet, touched the sole of one of his sandals with her lips, yellow though it was with the dust of the street, and touched it again, and her very soul was in the kisses. He stirred and tossed his hand. They moved back, but heard him mutter in his dream, "Mother, Amra," whereas he fell off into the deep sleep. Tirzah stared wistfully. The mother put her face in the dust, struggling to suppress a sob so deep and strong it seemed her heart was bursting. Almost she wished he might waken. He had asked for her, she was not forgotten. In his sleep he was thinking of her. Was it not enough? Presently mother beckoned to Tirzah, and they arose, and taking one more look, as if to print his image past fading, hand in hand they recrossed the street. Back in the shade of the wall there, they retired and knelt, looking at him, waiting for him to wake, waiting some revelation, they knew not what. Nobody has yet given us a measure for the patience of a love like theirs. By and by, the sleep being yet upon him, another woman appeared at the corner of the palace. The two in the shade saw her plainly in the light, a small figure, much bent, dark-skinned, gray-haired, dressed neatly in servant's garb, and carrying a basket full of vegetables. At sight of the man upon the step the newcomer stopped, then, as if decided, she walked on, very lightly as she drew near the sleeper. Passing round him, she went to the gate, slid the wicket latch easily to one side, and put her hand in the opening. One of the broad boards in the left valve swung ajar without noise. She put the basket through, and was about to follow, when, yielding to curiosity, she lingered to have one look at the stranger whose face was below her in open view. The spectators across the street heard a low exclamation, and saw the woman rub her eyes as if to renew their power, bend closer down, clasp her hands, gaze wildly around, look at the sleeper, stoop and raise the outlying hand, and kiss it fondly, that which they wished so mightily to do, but dared not. Awakened by the action, Ben-Hur instinctively withdrew the hand. As he did so, his eyes met the woman's. "Amra, O Amra, is it thou?" he said. The good heart made no answer in words, but fell upon his neck, crying for joy. Gently he put her arms away, and lifting the dark face wet with tears, kissed it, his joy only a little less than hers. Then those across the way heard him say, "Mother, Tirzah, O Amra, tell me of them. Speak, speak, I pray thee." Amra only cried afresh, "Thou hast seen them, Amra. Thou knowest where they are. Tell me they are at home." Tirzah moved, but her mother, divining her purpose, caught her and whispered, "Do not go, not for life. Unclean, unclean." Her love was in tyrannical mood. Though both their hearts broke, he should not become what they were, and she conquered. Meantime, Amra, so entreated, only wept the more. "Wert thou going in?" he asked, presently, seeing the board swung back. "Come, then, I will go with thee." He arose as he spoke. "The Romans, be the curse of the Lord upon them." The Romans lied. "The house is mine. Rise, Amra, and let us go in." A moment and they were gone, leaving the two in the shade to behold the gate staring blankly at them, the gate which they might not ever enter more. They nestled together in the dust. They had done their duty. Their love was proven. Next morning they were found, and driven out the city with stones. "Begone, ye are of the dead, go to the dead." With the doom ringing in their ears, they went forth. Chapter 5. Nowadays travelers in the Holy Land looking for the famous place with the beautiful name, the King's Garden, descend the bed of the Cedron, or the curve of Jihan and Hinnom, as far as the old well and Rogel, take a drink of the sweet living water, and stop, having reached the limit of the interesting in that direction. They look at the great stones with which the well is curbed, ask its depth, smile at the primitive mode of drawing the purling treasure, and waste some pity on the ragged wretch who presides over it. Then, facing about, they are enraptured with the Mounts Moriah and Zion, both of which slope towards them from the north, one terminating in Ophel, the other in what used to be the side of the city of David. In the background, up far in the sky, the garniture of the sacred places is visible. Here the Haram, with its graceful dome. Yonder the stalwart remains of Hippicus, defiant even in ruins. When that view has been enjoyed, and is sufficiently impressed upon the memory, the travelers glance at the Mount of Offense standing in rugged stateliness at their right hand, and then at the hill of evil counsel over on the left, in which, if they be well up in scriptural history and in the traditions rabbinical and monkish, they will find a certain interest not to be overcome by superstitious horror. It were long to tell all the points of interest grouped around that hill, for the present purpose, enough that its feet are planted in the veritable orthodox hell of the moderns, the hell of brimstone and fire, in the old nomenclature Gehenna, and that now, as in the days of Christ, its bluff face opposite the city on the south and southeast is seamed and pitted with tombs which have been immemorially the dwelling places of lepers, not singly, but collectively. There they set up their government and established their society. There they founded a city and dwelt by themselves, avoided as the accursed of God. The second morning after the incidents of the preceding chapter, Emra drew near the well en Rogel, and seated herself upon a stone. One familiar with Jerusalem, looking at her, would have said she was the favorite servant of some well-to-do family. She brought with her a water jar and a basket, the contents of the latter covered with a snow-white napkin. Placing them on the ground at her side, she loosened a shawl which fell from her head, knit her fingers together in her lap, and gazed demurely up to where the hill dropped steeply down into Aceldama and the potter's field. It was very early, and she was the first to arrive at the well. Soon, however, a man came bringing a rope and a leathern bucket. Saluting the little dark-faced woman, he undid the rope, fixed it to the bucket, and waited customers. Others who chose to do so might draw water for themselves. He was a professional in the business, and would fill the largest jar the stoutest woman could carry for a gira. Amra sat still and had nothing to say. Seeing the jar, the man asked after a while if she wished it filled. She answered him civilly, "Not now," whereupon he gave her no more attention. When the dawn was fairly defined over Olivet, his patrons began to arrive, and he had all he could do to attend to them. All the time she kept her seat, looking intently up at the hill. The sun made its appearance, yet she sat watching and waiting, and while she thus waits, let us see what her purpose is. Her custom had been to go to market after nightfall. Stealing out unobserved, she would seek the shops in the Erypian, or those over by the fish gate in the east, make her purchases of meat and vegetables, and return and shut herself up again. The pleasure she derived from the presence of Ben-Hur, in the old house once more may be imagined. She had nothing to tell him of her mistress or Tirzah, nothing. He would have had her moved to a place not so lonesome. She refused. She would have had him take his own room again, which was just as he had left it, but the danger of discovery was too great, and he wished above all things to avoid inquiry. He would come and see her often as possible. Coming in the night, he would also go away in the night. She was compelled to be satisfied, and at once occupied herself contriving ways to make him happy. That he was a man now did not occur to her, nor did it enter her mind that he might have put by or lost his boyish tastes. To please him, she thought to go on her old round of services. He used to be fond of confections. She remembered the things in that line which delighted him most, and resolved to make them, and have a supply always ready when he came. Could anything be happier? So next night, earlier than usual, she stole out with her basket and went over to the fish gate market. Wandering about, seeking the best honey, she chanced to hear a man telling a story. What the story was the reader can arrive at with sufficient certainty when told that the narrator was one of the men who had held torches for the commandant of the Tower of Antonia, when, down in cell 6, the hers were found. The particulars of the finding were all told, and she heard them, with the names of the prisoners, and the widow's account of herself. The feelings with which Amra listened to the recital were such as became the devoted creature she was. She made her purchases, and returned home in a dream. What a happiness she had in store for her boy! She had found his mother. She put the basket away, now laughing, now crying. Suddenly she stopped and thought, it would kill him to be told that his mother and Tirzah were lepers. He would go through the awful city over on the hill of evil counsel, into each infected tomb he would go without rest, asking for them, and the disease would catch him, and their fate would be his. She wrung her hands. What should she do? Like many a one before her, and many a one since, she derived inspiration, if not wisdom, from her affection, and came to a singular conclusion. The lepers, she knew, were accustomed of mornings to come down from their sepulchral abodes in the hill, and take a supply of water for the day from the well en rogal. Bringing their jars, they would set them on the ground and wait, standing afar until they were filled. 2. That the mistress and Tirzah must come, for the law was inexorable, and admitted no distinction. A rich leper was no better than a poor one. So Emra decided not to speak to Ben-Hur of the story she had heard, but go alone to the well and wait. Hunger and thirst would drive the unfortunates thither, and she believed she could recognize them at sight. If not, they might recognize her. Meantime Ben-Hur came, and they talked much. Tomorrow Malak would arrive, then the search should be immediately begun. He was impatient to be about it. To amuse himself he would visit the sacred places in the vicinity. The secret, we may be sure, weighed heavily on the woman, but she held her peace. When he was gone she busied herself in the preparation of things good to eat, applying her utmost skill to the work. At the approach of day, as signaled by the stars, she filled the basket, selected a jar, and took the road to En-Rogel, going out by the fish gate which was earliest open, and arriving as we have seen, shortly after sunrise, when business at the well was most pressing, and the drawer of water most hurried, when, in fact, half a dozen buckets were in use at the same time, everybody making haste to get away before the cool of the morning melted into the heat of the day. The tenantry of the hill began to appear and move about the doors of their tombs. Somewhat later they were discernible in groups, of which not a few were children so young that they suggested the holiest relation. Numbers came momentarily around the turn of the bluff. Women with jars upon their shoulders, old and very feeble men hobbling along on staffs and crutches. Some leaned upon the shoulders of others, a few, the utterly helpless, lay, like heaps of rags, upon litters. Even that community of superlative sorrow had its love light to make life endurable and attractive. Distance softened without entirely veiling the misery of the outcasts. From her seat by the well Amra kept watch upon the spectral groups. She scarcely moved. More than once she imagined she saw those she sought. That they were there upon the hill she had no doubt. That they must come down and near she knew. When the people at the well were all served they would come. Now, quite at the base of the bluff, there was a tomb which had more than once attracted Amra by its wide gaping. A stone of large dimensions stood near its mouth. The sun looked into it through the hottest hours of the day, and altogether it seemed uninhabitable by anything living, unless, perchance, by some wild dogs returning from scavenger duty down in Gehenna. Thence, however, and greatly to her surprise, the patient Egyptian beheld 2 women come, one half supporting, half leading, the other. They were both white-haired, both looked old, but their garments were not rent, and they gazed about them as if the locality were new. The witness below thought she even saw them shrink terrified at the spectacle offered by the hideous assemblage, of which they found themselves part. Slight reasons, certainly, to make her heart beat faster, and draw her attention to them exclusively, but so they did. The two remained by the stone a while, then they moved slowly, painfully, and with much fear towards the well, whereat several voices were raised to stop them, yet they kept on. The drawer of water picked up some pebbles, and made ready to drive them back. The company cursed them. The greater company on the hill shouted shrilly, "Unclean, unclean!" Surely, thought Amra of the two, as they kept coming, surely, they are strangers to the usage of lepers. She arose, and went to meet them, taking the basket and jar. The alarm at the well immediately subsided. "What a fool," said one, laughing, "what a fool to give good bread to the dead in that way." "And to think of her coming so far," said another. "I would at least make them meet me at the gate." Amra, with better impulse, proceeded, "if she should be mistaken." Her heart arose into her throat, and the farther she went the more doubtful and confused she became. 4 or 5 yards from where they stood waiting for her she stopped. That the mistress she loved, whose hand she had so often kissed in gratitude, whose image of matronly loveliness she had treasured in memory so faithfully, and that the tears as she had nursed through babyhood, whose pains she had soothed, whose sports she had shared, that the smiling, sweet-faced, songful Tirzah, the light of the great house, the promised blessing of her old age, her mistress, her darling, the soul of the woman sickened at the sight. "These are old women," she said to herself. "I never saw them before. I will go back. She turned away. Amra, said one of the lepers. The Egyptian dropped the jar and looked back, trembling. Who called me? She asked. Amra, the servant's wondering eyes settled upon the speaker's face. Who are you? She cried. We are they you are seeking. Amra fell upon her knees. Oh my mistress, as I have made your God my God, be he praised that he has led me to you. And upon her knees the poor overwhelmed creature began moving forward. Stay, Amra, come not nearer. Unclean, unclean, the word sufficed. Amra fell upon her face, sobbing so loud the people at the well heard her. Suddenly she arose upon her knees again. Oh my mistress, where is tears? Here I am, Amra, here. Will you not bring me a little water? The habit of the servant renewed itself. Putting back the coarse hair fallen over her face, Amra arose and went to the basket and uncovered it. See, she said, here are bread and meat. She would have spread the napkin upon the ground, but the mistress spoke again. Do not so, Amra. Those yonder may stone you, and refuse us drink. Leave the basket with me. Take up the jar and fill it, and bring it here. We will carry them to the tomb with us, for this day you will then have rendered all the service that is lawful. Haste, Amra. The people under whose eyes all this had passed made way for the servant, and even helped her fill the jar. So piteous was the grief her countenance showed. Who are they? A woman asked. Amra meekly answered, they used to be good to me. Raising the jar upon her shoulder, she hurried back. In forgetfulness, she would have gone to them, but the cry unclean, unclean, beware arrested her. Placing the water by the basket, she stepped back and stood off a little way. Thank you, Amra, said the mistress, taking the articles into possession. This is very good of you. Is there nothing more I can do? Asked Amra. The mother's hand was upon the jar, and she was fevered with thirst. Yet she paused, and rising, said firmly, Yes, I know that Judah has come home. I saw him at the gate night before last asleep on the step. I saw you wake him. Amra clasped her hands. Oh my mistress, you saw it and did not come. That would have been to kill him. I can never take him in my arms again. I can never kiss him more. Oh Amra, Amra, you love him, I know. Yes, said the true heart, bursting into tears again, and kneeling. I would die for him. Prove to me what you say, Amra. I am ready. Then you shall not tell him where we are or that you have seen us. Only that, Amra, but he is looking for you. He has come from afar to find you. He must not find us. He shall not become what we are. Here, Amra, you shall serve us as you have this day. You shall bring us the little we need, not long now, not long. You shall come every morning and evening thus, and, the voice trembled, the strong will almost broke down. And you shall tell us of him, Amra, but to him you shall say nothing of us. Hear you, oh, it will be so hard to hear him speak of you, and see him going about looking for you, to see all his love, and not tell him so much as that you are alive. Can you tell him we are well, Amra? The servant bowed her head in her arms. No, the mistress continued, wherefore to be silent altogether. Go now, and come this evening. We will look for you. Till then, farewell. The burden will be heavy, oh my mistress, and hard to bear, said Amra, falling upon her face. How much harder would it be to see him as we are? The mother answered as she gave the basket to Tirsa. Come again this evening, she repeated, taking up the water and starting for the tomb. Amra waited kneeling until they had disappeared, then she took the road sorrowfully home. In the evening she returned, and thereafter it became her custom to serve them in the morning and evening, so that they wanted for nothing needful. The tomb, though ever so stony and desolate, was less cheerless than the cell in the tower had been. Daylight gilded its door, and it was in the beautiful world. Then, one can wait death with so much more faith out under the open sky. Chapter 6. The morning of the first day of the 7th month, Tishri in the Hebrew, October in English. Ben-Hur arose from his couch in the Khan ill-satisfied with the whole world. Little time had been lost in consultation upon the arrival of Malik. The latter began the search at the Tower of Antonia, and began it boldly, by a direct inquiry of the tribune commanding. He gave the officer a history of the Hurs, and all the particulars of the accidental gratis. describing the affair as wholly without criminality. The object of the quest now, he said, was if any of the unhappy family were discovered alive to carry a petition to the feet of Caesar, praying restitution of the estate and return to their civil rights. Such a petition, he had no doubt, would result in an investigation by the imperial order, a proceeding of which the friends of the family had no fear. In reply, the tribune stated circumstantially the discovery of the women in the tower, and permitted a reading of the memorandum he had taken of their account of themselves. When leave to copy it was prayed, he even permitted that. Malak thereupon hurried to Ben-Hur. It were useless to attempt description of the effect the terrible story had upon the young man. The pain was not relieved by tears or passionate outcries. It was too deep for any expression. He sat still a long time, with pallid face and laboring heart. Now and then, as if to show the thoughts which were most poignant, he muttered, "Lepers, lepers. They, my mother and tears, they lepers. How long, O Lord?" One moment he was torn by a virtuous rage of sorrow, next by a longing for vengeance which, it must be admitted, was scarcely less virtuous. At length he arose. "I must look for them. They may be dying." "Where will you look?" asked Malak. "There is but one place for them to go," Malak interposed, and finally prevailed so far as to have the management of the further attempt entrusted to him. Together they went to the gate over on the side opposite the Hill of Evil Counsel, immemorially the lepers' begging ground. There they stayed all day, giving alms, asking for the two women, and offering rich rewards for their discovery. So they did in repetition day after day through the remainder of the 5th month, and all the 6th. There was diligent scouring of the dread city on the hill by lepers, to whom the rewards offered were mighty incentives, for they were only dead-in-law. Over and over again the gaping tomb down by the well was invaded, and its tenants subjected to inquiry, but they kept their secret fast. The result was failure. And now, the morning of the 1st day of the 7th month, the extent of the additional information gained was that not long before 2 leprous women had been stoned from the fish gate by the authorities. A little pressing of the clue, together with some shrewd comparison of dates, led to the sad assurance that the sufferers were the hers, and left the old questions darker than ever. Where were they, and what had become of them? "It was not enough that my people should be made lepers," said the son, over and over again, with what intensity of bitterness the reader may imagine. That was not enough. Oh no, they must be stoned from their native city. "My mother is dead. She has wandered to the wilderness. She is dead. Tirzah is dead. I alone am left. And for what? How long, O God, thou Lord God of my fathers, how long shall this Rome endure?" Angry, hopeless, vengeful, he entered the court of the Khan, and found it crowded with people come in during the night. While he ate his breakfast, he listened to some of them. To one party he was specially attracted. They were mostly young, stout, active, hardy men, in manner and speech provincial. In their look, the certain indefinable air, the pose of the head, glance of the eye, there was a spirit which did not, as a rule, belong to the outward seeming of the lower orders of Jerusalem. The spirit thought by some to be a peculiarity of life in mountainous districts, but which may be more surely traced to a life of healthful freedom. In a short time he ascertained they were Galileans, in the city for various purposes, but chiefly to take part in the Feast of Trumpets, set for that day. They became to him at once objects of interest, as hailing from the region in which he hoped to find readiest support in the work he was shortly to set about. While observing them, his mind running ahead in thought of achievements possible to a legion of such spirits disciplined after the severe Roman style, a man came into the court, his face much flushed, his eyes bright with excitement. "Why are you here?" he said to the Galileans. "The rabbis and elders are going from the temple to see Pilate. Come, make haste, and let us go with them." They surrounded him in a moment. To see Pilate, for what they have discovered a conspiracy. Pilate's new aqueduct is to be paid for with money of the temple. "What, with the sacred treasure?" They repeated the question to each other with flashing eyes. "It is Korban, money of God. Let him touch a shekel of it if he dare." "Come," cried the messenger. "The procession is by this time across the bridge. The whole city is pouring after. We may be needed. Make haste." As if the thought and the act were one, There was quick putting away of useless garments, and the party stood forth bareheaded, and in the short sleeveless under tunics they were used to wearing as reapers in the field and boatmen on the lake, the garb in which they climbed the hills following the herds, and plucked the ripened vintage, careless of the sun, lingering only to tighten their girdles. They said, "We are ready." Then Ben-Hur spoke to them. "Men of Galilee," he said, "I am a son of Judah. Will you take me in your company? We may have to fight," they replied. "Oh, then, I will not be first to run away." They took the retort in good humor, and the messenger said, "You seem stout enough. Come along." Ben-Hur put off his outer garments. "You think there may be fighting?" he asked, quietly, as he tightened his girdle. "Yes, with whom? The guard, legionaries, whom else can a Roman trust? What have you to fight with?" They looked at him silently. "Well," he continued, "we will have to do the best we can, but had we not better choose a leader? The legionaries always have one, and so are able to act with one mind." The Galileans stared more curiously, as if the idea were new to them. "Let us at least agree to stay together," he said. "Now I am ready, if you are." "Yes, let us go." The Khan, it should not be forgotten, was in Bethsaida, the new town, and to get to the Praetorium, as the Romans resonantly styled the palace of Herod on Mount Zion, the party had to cross the lowlands north and west of the temple. By streets, if they may be so called, trending north and south, with intersections hardly up to the dignity of valleys, they passed rapidly round the Acre district to the Tower of Mariam, from which the way was short to the grand gate of the walled heights. In going, they overtook, or were overtaken by, people like themselves stirred to wrath by news of the proposed desecration. When, at length, they reached the gate of the Praetorium, the procession of elders and rabbis had passed in with a great following, leaving a greater crowd clamoring outside. A centurion kept the entrance with a guard drawn up full-armed under the beautiful marble battlements. The sun struck the soldiers fervidly on helm and shield, but they kept their ranks indifferent alike to its dazzle and to the mouthings of the rabble. Through the open bronze gates a current of citizens poured in, while a much lesser one poured out. "What is going on?" one of the Galileans asked an outcomer. "Nothing," was the reply. "The rabbis are before the door of the palace asking to see Pilate. He has refused to come out. They have sent one to tell him they will not go away till he has heard them. They are waiting." "Let us go in," said Ben-Hur, in his quiet way, seeing what his companions probably did not, that there was not only a disagreement between the suitors and the governor, but an issue joined, and a serious question as to who should have his will. Inside the gate there was a row of trees and leaf with seats under them. The people, whether going or coming, carefully avoided the shade cast gratefully upon the white, clean-swept pavement. For, strange as it may seem, a rabbinical ordinance, alleged to have been derived from the law, permitted no green thing to be grown within the walls of Jerusalem. Even the wise king, it was said, wanting a garden for his Egyptian bride, was constrained to found it down in the meeting place of the valleys above En Rogel. Through the tree-tops shone the outer fronts of the palace. Turning to the right, the party proceeded a short distance to a spacious square, on the west side of which stood the residence of the governor. An excited multitude filled the square. Every face was directed towards a portico built over a broad doorway which was closed. Under the portico there was another array of legionaries. The throng was so close the friends could not well have advanced if such had been their desire. They remained therefore in the rear, observers of what was going on. About the portico they could see the high turbans of the rabbis, whose impatience communicated at times to the mass behind them. A cry was frequent to the effect, "Pilate, if thou be a governor, come forth. Come forth." Once a man coming out pushed through the crowd, his face red with anger. "Israel is of no account here," he said, in a loud voice. "On this holy ground we are no better than dogs of Rome. Will he not come out, think you? Come? Has he not thrice refused? What will the rabbis do, as at Caesarea? Camp here till he gives them ear? He will not dare touch the treasure, will he?" asked one of the Galileans. "Who can say? Did not a Roman profane the Holy of Holies? Is there anything sacred from Romans?" An hour passed, and though Pilate deigned them no answer, the rabbis and crowd remained. Noon came, bringing a shower from the west, but no change in the situation. except that the multitude was larger and much noisier, and the feeling more decidedly angry. The shouting was almost continuous, "Come forth, come forth." The cry was sometimes with disrespectful variations. Meanwhile Ben-Hur held his Galilean friends together. He judged the pride of the Roman would eventually get the better of his discretion, and that the end could not be far off. Pilate was but waiting for the people to furnish him an excuse for resort to violence, and at last the end came. In the midst of the assemblage there was heard the sound of blows, succeeded instantly by yells of pain and rage, and a most furious commotion. The venerable men in front of the portico faced about aghast. The common people in the rear at first pushed forward. In the center, the effort was to get out, and for a short time the pressure of opposing forces was terrible. 1,000 voices made inquiry, raised all at once. As no one had time to answer, the surprise speedily became a panic. Ben-Hur kept his senses. "You cannot see," he said to one of the Galileans. "No, I will raise you up." He caught the man about the middle, and lifted him bodily. "What is it?" "I see now," said the man. "There are some armed with clubs, and they are beating the people. They are dressed like Jews." "Who are they?" "Romans, as the Lord liveth." "Romans in disguise. Their clubs fly like flails." "There, I saw a rabbi struck down, an old man. They spare nobody." Ben-Hur let the man down. "Men of Galilee," he said, "it is a trick of Pilate's. Now, will you do what I say? We will get even with the clubmen." The Galilean spirit arose. "Yes, yes," they answered. "Let us go back to the trees by the gate, and we may find the planting of Herod, though unlawful, has some good in it after all. Come." They ran back all of them fast as they could, and, by throwing their united weight upon the limbs, tore them from the trunks. In a brief time they, too, were armed. Returning, at the corner of the square they met the crowd rushing madly for the gate. Behind, the clamor continued, a medley of shrieks, groans, and execrations. "To the wall," Ben-Hur shouted. "To the wall, and let the herd go by." So, clinging to the masonry at their right hand, they escaped the might of the rush, and little by little made headway until, at last, the square was reached. "Keep together now, and follow me." By this time Ben-Hur's leadership was perfect, and as he pushed into the seething mob his party closed after him in a body, and when the Romans, clubbing the people and making merry as they struck them down, came hand to hand with the Galileans, lithe of limb, eager for the fray, and equally armed, they were in turn surprised. Then the shouting was close and fierce, the crash of sticks rapid and deadly, the advance furious as hate could make it. No one performed his part as well as Ben-Hur, whose training served him admirably, for, not merely he knew to strike and guard, his long arm, perfect diction, and incomparable strength helped him, also, to success in every encounter. He was at the same time fighting man and leader. The club he wielded was of goodly length and weighty, so he had need to strike a man but once. He seemed, moreover, to have eyes for each combat of his friends, and the faculty of being at the right moment exactly where he was most needed. In his fighting cry there were inspiration for his party and alarm for his enemies. Thus surprised and equally matched, the Romans at first retired, but finally turned their backs and fled to the portico. The impetuous Galileans would have pursued them to the steps, but Ben-Hur wisely restrained them. "Stay, my men," he said. "The centurion yonder is coming with the guard. They have swords and shields. We cannot fight them. We have done well. Let us get back and out of the gate while we may." They obeyed him, though slowly, for they had frequently to step over their countrymen lying where they had been felled, some writhing and groaning, some praying help, others mute as the dead. But the fallen were not all Jews, in that there was consolation. The centurion shouted to them as they went off. Ben-Hur laughed at him, and replied in his own tongue, "If we are dogs of Israel, you are jackals of Rome. Remain here, and we will come again." The Galileans cheered, and laughing went on. Outside the gate there was a multitude the like of which Ben-Hur had never seen, not even in the circus at Antioch. The housetops, the streets, the slope of the hill, appeared densely covered with people wailing and praying. The air was filled with their cries and imprecations. The party were permitted to pass without challenge by the outer guard. But hardly were they out before the centurion in charge at the portico appeared, and in the gateway called to Ben-Hur, "Ho, insolent, art thou a Roman or a Jew?" Ben-Hur answered, "I am a son of Judah, born here. What wouldst thou with me? Stay and fight, singly, as thou wilt." Ben-Hur laughed derisively. "O brave Roman, worthy son of the bastard Roman Jove. I have no arms, thou shalt have mine," the centurion answered. "I will borrow of the guard here." The people in hearing of the colloquy became silent, and from them the hush spread afar. But lately Ben-Hur had beaten a Roman under the eyes of Antioch and the farther east. Now, could he beat another one under the eyes of Jerusalem? The honor might be vastly profitable to the cause of the new king. He did not hesitate. Going frankly to the centurion, he said, "I am willing." "Lend me thy sword and shield, and the helm and breastplate," asked the Roman. "Keep them. They might not fit me." The arms were as frankly delivered, and directly the centurion was ready. All this time the soldiers in rank close by the gate never moved, they simply listened. As to the multitude, only when the combatants advanced to begin a fight the question sped from mouth to mouth, "Who is he?" and no one knew. Now the Roman supremacy in arms lay in three things: submission to discipline, the legionary formation of battle, and a peculiar use of the short sword. In combat, they never struck or cut, from first to last they thrust, they advanced thrusting, they retired thrusting, and generally their aim was at the foeman's face. All this was well known to Ben-Hur. As they were about to engage he said, "I told thee I was a son of Judah, but I did not tell that I am taught. Defend thyself." At the last word Ben-Hur closed with his antagonist. A moment, standing foot to foot, they glared at each other over the rims of their embossed shields. Then the Roman pushed forward and feinted an underthrust. The Jew laughed at him. A thrust at the face followed. The Jew stepped lightly to the left. Quick as the thrust was, the step was quicker. Under the lifted arm of the foe he slid his shield, advancing it until the sword and sword arm were both caught on its upper surface. Another step, this time forward and left, and the man's whole right side was offered to the point. The centurion fell heavily on his breast, clanging the pavement, and Ben-Hur had won. With this foot upon his enemy's back, he raised his shield overhead after a gladiatorial custom, and saluted the imperturbable soldiers by the gate. When the people realized the victory they behaved like mad. On the houses far as the Xystus, fast as the word could fly, they waved their shawls and handkerchiefs and shouted, and if he had consented, the Galileans would have carried Ben-Hur off upon their shoulders. To a petty officer who then advanced from the gate he said, "Thy comrade died like a soldier. I leave him undespoiled, only his sword and shield are mine." With that, he walked away. Off a little he spoke to the Galileans, "Brethren, you have behaved well. Let us now separate, lest we be pursued. Meet me tonight at the Khan in Bethany. I have something to propose to you of great interest to Israel." "Who are you?" they asked him. "A son of Judah," he answered, simply. A throng eager to see him surged around the party. "Will you come to Bethany?" he asked. "Yes, we will come." "Then bring with you this sword and shield that I may know you." Pushing brusquely through the increasing crowd, he speedily disappeared. At the instance of Pilate, the people went up from the city, and carried off their dead and wounded, and there was much mourning for them. But the grief was greatly lightened by the victory of the unknown champion, who was everywhere sought, and by everyone extolled. The fainting spirit of the nation was revived by the brave deed, insomuch that in the streets and up in the temple even, amidst the solemnities of the feast, old tales of the Maccabees were told again, and thousands shook their heads whispering wisely, "A little longer, only a little longer, brethren, and Israel will come to her own." Let there be faith in the Lord, and patience. In such manner Ben-Hur obtained hold on Galilee, and paved the way to greater services in the cause of the King who was coming. And with what result we shall see. Book 7th, Chapter I. And, waking, I beheld her there dreaming in the moated air, a siren lithe and debonair, with wristlets woven of scarlet weeds, and oblong lucent amber beads of sea kelp shining in her hair. Thomas Bailey Aldrich. The meeting took place in the Khan of Bethany as appointed. Thence Ben-Hur went with the Galileans into their country, where his exploits up in the old marketplace gave him fame and influence. Before the winter was gone he raised 3 legions, and organized them after the Roman pattern. He could have had as many more, for the martial spirit of that gallant people never slept. The proceeding, however, required careful guarding as against both Rome and Herod Antipas. Contenting himself for the present with the 3, he strove to train and educate them for systematic action. For that purpose he carried the officers over into the lava beds of Trachonitis, and taught them the use of arms, particularly the javelin and sword, and the maneuvering peculiar to the legionary formation, after which he sent them home as teachers, and soon the training became a pastime of the people. As may be thought, the task called for patience, skill, zeal, faith, and devotion on his part, qualities into which the power of inspiring others in matters of difficulty is always resolvable, and never man possessed them in greater degree or used them to better effect. How he labored, and with utter denial of self, yet withal he would have failed but for the support he had from Simonides, who furnished him arms and money, and from Ildarim, who kept watch and brought him supplies, and still he would have failed but for the genius of the Galileans. Under that name were comprehended the 4 tribes, Asher, Zebulun, Issachar, and Naphtali, and the districts originally set apart to them. The Jew born inside of the temple despised these brethren of the north, but the Talmud itself has said, the Galilean loves honor, and the Jew money. Hating Rome fervidly as they loved their own country, in every revolt they were first in the field and last to leave it. 150,000 Galilean youths perished in the final war with Rome. For the great festal days, they went up to Jerusalem marching and camping like armies, yet they were liberal in sentiment, and even tolerant to heathenism. In Herod's beautiful cities, which were Roman in all things, in Sepphoris and Tiberias especially, they took pride, and in the building them gave loyal support. They had 4 fellow citizens, men from the outside world everywhere, and lived in peace with them. To the glory of the Hebrew name, they contributed poets, like the singer of the Song of Songs, and prophets, like Hosea. Upon such a people, so quick, so proud, so brave, so devoted, so imaginative, a tale like that of the coming of the king was all-powerful. That he was coming to put Rome down would have been sufficient to enlist them in the scheme proposed by Ben-Hur, but when, besides, they were assured he was to rule the world, more mighty than Caesar, more magnificent than Solomon, and that the rule was to last forever, the appeal was irresistible, and they vowed themselves to the cause body and soul. They asked Ben-Hur his authority for the sayings, and he quoted the prophets, and told them of Balthazar in waiting over in Antioch, and they were satisfied, for it was the old much-loved legend of the Messiah, familiar to them almost as the name of the Lord, the long-cherished dream with the time fixed for its realization. The king was not merely coming now, he was at hand. So with Ben-Hur the winter months rolled by, and spring came, with gladdening showers blown over from the summering sea in the west, and by that time so earnestly and successfully had he toiled that he could say to himself and his followers, "Let the good king come, he has only to tell us where he will have his throne set up, we have the sword hands to keep it for him," and in all his dealings with the many men they knew him only as a son of Judah, and by that name. One evening, over in Trachonitis, Ben-Hur was sitting with some of his Galileans at the mouth of the cave in which he quartered, when an Arab courier rode to him, and delivered a letter. Breaking the package, he read, "Jerusalem, Nisan IV, a prophet has appeared whom men say is Elias. He has been in the wilderness 4 years, and to our eyes he is a prophet, and such also is his speech, the burden of which is of one much greater than himself, who, he says, is to come presently, and for whom he is now waiting on the eastern shore of the river Jordan. I have been to see and hear him, and the one he is waiting for is certainly the king you are awaiting. Come and judge for yourself. All Jerusalem is going out to the prophet, and with many people else the shore on which he abides is like Mount Olivet, in the last days of the Passover." Malik, Ben-Hur's face flushed with joy. "By this word, O my friends," he said, "by this word, our waiting is at end. The herald of the king has appeared and announced him." Upon hearing the letter read, they also rejoiced at the promise it held out. "Get ready now," he added, "and in the morning set your faces homeward. When arrived there, send word to those under you, and bid them be ready to assemble as I may direct. For myself and you, I will go see if the king be indeed at hand, and send you report. Let us, in the meantime, live in the pleasure of the promise." Going into the cave, he addressed a letter to Ilderim, and another to Simonides, giving notice of the news received, and of his purpose to go up immediately to Jerusalem. The letters he dispatched by swift messengers. When night fell, and the stars of direction came out, he mounted, and with an Arab guide set out for the Jordan, intending to strike the track of the caravans between Rabbath Ammon and Damascus. The guide was sure, and Aldebaran swift, so by midnight the two were out of the lava fastness speeding southward. Chapter 2. It was Ben-Hur's purpose to turn aside at the break of day, and find a safe place in which to rest, but the dawn overtook him while out in the desert, and he kept on, the guide promising to bring him after a while to a vale shut in by great rocks, where there were a spring, some mulberry trees, and herbage in plenty for the horses. As he rode thinking of the wondrous events so soon to happen, and of the changes they were to bring about in the affairs of men and nations, the guide, ever on the alert, called attention to an appearance of strangers behind them. Everywhere around the desert stretched away in waves of sand, slowly yellowing in the growing light, and without any green thing visible. Over on the left, but still far off, a range of low mountains extended, apparently interminable. In the vacancy of such a waste an object in motion could not long continue a mystery. "It is a camel with riders," the guide said, directly. "Are there others behind?" said Ben-Hur. "It is alone." "No, there is a man on horseback." "The driver?" "Probably." A little later Ben-Hur himself could see the camel was white and unusually large, reminding him of the wonderful animal he had seen bring Balthazar and Dioraes to the fountain in the grove of Daphne. There could be no other like it. Thinking then of the fair Egyptian, insensibly his gait became slower, and at length fell into the merest loiter, until finally he could discern a curtained howdah, and two persons seated within it. If they were Balthazar and Dioraes, should he make himself known to them? But it could not be. This was the desert, and they were alone. But while he debated the question, the long swinging stride of the camel brought its riders up to him. He heard the ringing of the tiny bells, and beheld the rich housings which had been so attractive to the crowd at the Castalian fount. He beheld also the Ethiopian, always attendant upon the Egyptians. The tall brute stopped close by his horse, and Ben-Hur, looking up, lo! Dioraes herself under the raised curtain looking down at him, her great swimming eyes bright with astonishment and inquiry. "The blessing of the true God upon you," said Balthazar, in his tremulous voice. "And to thee and thine be the peace of the Lord," Ben-Hur replied. "My eyes are weak with years," said Balthazar, "but they approve you that son of her whom lately I knew an honored guest in the tent of Ilderim the generous, and thou art that Balthazar, the wise Egyptian, whose speech concerning certain holy things in expectation, is having so much to do with the finding me in this waste place. What dost thou here?" "He is never alone who is where God is, and God is everywhere," Balthazar answered, gravely, "but in the sense of your asking, there is a caravan short way behind us going to Alexandria, and as it is to pass through Jerusalem, I thought best to avail myself of its company as far as the holy city, whither I am journeying. This morning, however, in discontent with its slow movement, slower because of a Roman cohort in attendance upon it, we rose early, and ventured thus far in advance. As to robbers along the way, we are not afraid, for I have here a signet of Sheikh Ilderim. Against beasts of prey, God is our sufficient trust." Ben-Hur bowed and said, "The good Sheikh's signet is a safeguard wherever the wilderness extends, and the lion shall be swift that overtakes this king of his kind." He patted the neck of the camel as he spoke. "Yet," said Dioraes, with a smile which was not lost upon the youth, whose eyes, it must be admitted, had several times turned to her during the interchange of speeches with the elder, "yet even he would be better if his fast were broken. Kings have hunger and headaches. If you be, indeed, the Ben-Hur of whom my father has spoken, and whom it was my pleasure to have known as well, you will be happy, I am sure, to show us some near path to living water, that with its sparkle we may grace a morning's meal in the desert." Ben-Hur, nothing loath, hastened to answer, "Fair Egyptian, I give you sympathy. Can you bear suffering a little longer? We will find the spring you ask for, and I promise that its draught shall be as sweet and cooling as that of the more famous Castalia. With leave, we will make haste. I give you the blessing of the thirsty, she replied, and offer you in return a bit of bread from the city ovens, dipped in fresh butter from the dewy meadows of Damascus, a most rare favor. Let us go on. So saying, Ben-Hur rode forward with the guide. One of the inconveniences of traveling with camels being that it is necessarily an interdiction of polite conversation. After a while the party came to a shallow wadi, down which, turning to the right hand, the guide led them. The bed of the cut was somewhat soft from recent rains, and quite bold in its descent. Momentarily, however, it widened, and ere long the sides became bluffs ribbed with rocks, much scarred by floods rushing to lower depths ahead. Finally, from a narrow passage, the travelers entered a spreading vale which was very delightful, but come upon suddenly from the yellow, unrelieved, verdureless plain, it had the effect of a freshly discovered paradise, the water channels winding here and there, definable by crisp white shingling, appeared like threads tangled among islands green with grasses and fringed with reeds. Up from the final depths of the valley of the Jordan some venturous oleanders had crept, and with their large bloom now starred the sunken place. One palm tree arose in royal assertion. The bases of the boundary walls were cloaked with clambering vines, and under a leaning cliff over on the left the mulberry grove had planted itself, proclaiming the spring which the party were seeking, and thither the guide conducted them, careless of whistling partridges and lesser birds of brighter hues roused whirring from the reedy coverts. The water started from a crack in the cliff, which some loving hand had enlarged into an arched cavity. Graven over it in bold Hebraic letters was the word God. The graver had no doubt drunk there, and tarried many days, and given thanks in that durable form. From the arch the stream ran merrily over a flag spotted with bright moss, and leaped into a pool glassy clear. Thence it stole away between grassy banks, nursing the trees before it vanished in the thirsty sand. A few narrow paths were noticeable about the margin of the pool, otherwise the space around was untrodden turf, at sight of which the guide was assured of rest free from intrusion by men. The horses were presently turned loose, and from the kneeling camel the Ethiopian assisted Balthazar and Iras, whereupon the old man, turning his face to the east, crossed his hands reverently upon his breast and prayed. "Bring me a cup," Iras said, with some impatience. From the Howdah a slave brought her a crystal goblet. Then she said to Ben-Hur, "I will be your servant at the fountain." They walked to the pool together. He would have dipped the water for her, but she refused his offer, and kneeling, held the cup to be filled by the stream itself. Nor yet content, when it was cooled and overrunning, she tendered him the first draught. "No," he said, putting the graceful hand aside, and seeing only the large eyes half hidden beneath the arches of the upraised brows, "Be the service mine, I pray." She persisted in having her way. "In my country, O son of Hur, we have a saying, better a cup-bearer to the fortunate than ministered to a king fortunate," he said. There were both surprise and inquiry in the tone of his voice and in his look, and she said quickly, "The gods give us success as a sign by which we may know them on our side. Were you not winner in the circus?" His cheeks began to flush. "That was one sign. There is another. In a combat with swords you slew a Roman." The flush deepened, not so much for the triumphs themselves as the flattery there was in the thought that she had followed his career with interest. A moment, and the pleasure was succeeded by a reflection. The combat, he knew, was matter of report throughout the East, but the name of the victor had been committed to a very few, Malak, Ildarim, and Simonides. Could they have made a confidant of the woman? So with wonder and gratification he was confused, and seeing it, she arose and said, holding the cup over the pool, "O gods of Egypt, I give thanks for a hero discovered, thanks that the victim in the palace of Iderne was not my king of men, and so, O holy gods, I pour and drink." Part of the contents of the cup she returned to the stream, the rest she drank. When she took the crystal from her lips, she laughed at him. "O son of Hur, is it a fashion of the very brave to be so easily overcome by a woman? Take the cup now, and see if you cannot find a happy word in it for me." He took the cup, and stooped to refill it. A son of Israel has no gods whom he can lie bait, he said, playing with the water to hide his amazement, now greater than before. What more did the Egyptian know about him? Had she been told of his relations with Simonides? And there was the treaty with Ilderim. Had she knowledge of that also? He was struck with mistrust. Somebody had betrayed his secrets, and they were serious. And, besides, he was going to Jerusalem. Just then of all the world, the place where such intelligence possessed by an enemy might be most dangerous to him, his associates, and the cause. But was she an enemy? It is well for us that, while writing is slow, thought is instantaneous. When the cup was fairly cooled, he filled it and arose, saying, with indifference well affected, "Most fair, were I an Egyptian or a Greek or a Roman, I would say." He raised the goblet overhead as he spoke, "O you better gods, I give thanks that there are yet left to the world, despite its wrongs and sufferings, the charm of beauty and the solace of love. And I drink to her who best represents them, to Iris, loveliest of the daughters of the Nile." She laid her hand softly upon his shoulder. "You have offended against the law. The gods you have drunk to are false gods. Why shall I not tell the rabbis on you?" "Oh," he replied, laughing, "that is very little to tell for one who knows so much else that is really important. I will go further. I will go to the little Jewess who makes the roses grow, and the shadows flame in the house of the great merchant over in Antioch. To the rabbis I will accuse you of impenitence. To her, well, to her, I will repeat what you have said to me under the lifted cup, with the gods for witnesses." He was still a moment, as if waiting for the Egyptian to go on. With quickened fancy he saw Esther at her father's side listening to the dispatches he had forwarded, sometimes reading them. In her presence he had told Simonides the story of the affair in the palace of Iderne. She and Iris were acquainted. This one was shrewd and worldly, the other was simple and affectionate, and therefore easily won. Simonides could not have broken faith, nor Ilderim, for if not held by honor, there was no one, unless it might be himself, to whom the consequences of exposure were more serious and certain. Could Esther have been the Egyptian's informant? He did not accuse her, yet a suspicion was sown with the thought, and suspicions, as we all know, are weeds of the mind which grow of themselves, and most rapidly when least wanted. Before he could answer the allusion to the little Jewess, Balthazar came to the pool. "We are greatly indebted to you, son of her," he said, in his grave manner. "This vale is very beautiful. The grass, the trees, the shade, invite us to stay and rest, and the spring here has the sparkle of diamonds in motion, and sings to me of a loving God. It is not enough to thank you for the enjoyment we find. Come sit with us, and taste our bread. Suffer me first to serve you." With that Ben-Hur filled the goblet, and gave it to Balthazar, who lifted his eyes in thanksgiving. Immediately the slave brought napkins, and after laving their hands and drying them, the three seated themselves in Eastern style under the tent which years before had served the wise men at the meeting in the desert. And they ate heartily of the good things taken from the camel's pack. Chapter 3. The tent was cozily pitched beneath a tree, where the gurgle of the stream was constantly in ear. Overhead the broad leaves hung motionless on their stems, the delicate reed stalks off in the pearly haze stood up arrowy straight. Occasionally a home-returning bee shot humming athwart the shade, and a partridge creeping from the sedge drank, whistled to his mate, and ran away. The restfulness of the vale, the freshness of the air, the garden beauty, the Sabbath stillness, seemed to have affected the spirits of the elder Egyptian. His voice, gestures, and whole manner were unusually gentle, and often as he bent his eyes upon Ben-Hur conversing with Iris, they softened with pity. "When we overtook you, son of her," he said, at the conclusion of the repast, "it seemed your face was also turned towards Jerusalem. May I ask, without offense, if you are going so far?" "I am going to the holy city. For the great need I have to spare myself prolonged toil." "I will further ask you, is there a shorter road than that by Rabbath-Ammon?" "A rougher route, but shorter, lies by Jerisa and Rabbath-Gilead." "It is the one I design taking." "I am impatient," said Balthazar. "Latterly my sleep has been visited by dreams, or rather by the same dream in repetition. A voice, it is nothing more, comes and tells me, 'Haste, arise, he whom thou hast so long awaited is at hand.' You mean he that is to be king of the Jews? Ben-Hur asked, gazing at the Egyptian in wonder. Even so, then you have heard nothing of him, nothing, except the words of the voice in the dream. Here, then, are tidings to make you glad as they made me. From his gown Ben-Hur drew the letter received from Malak. The hand the Egyptian held out trembled violently. He read aloud, and as he read his feelings increased, the limp veins in his neck swelled and throbbed. At the conclusion he raised his suffused eyes in thanksgiving and prayer. He asked no questions, yet had no doubts. Thou hast been very good to me, O God, he said. Give me, I pray thee, to see the Savior again, and worship him, and thy servant will be ready to go in peace. The words, the manner, the singular personality of the simple prayer, touched Ben-Hur with a sensation new and abiding. God never seemed so actual and so nearby. It was as if he were there bending over them or sitting at their side. A friend whose favors were to be had by the most unceremonious asking. A father to whom all his children were alike in love. Father, not more of the Jew than of the Gentile. The universal Father, who needed no intermediates, no rabbis, no priests, no teachers. The idea that such a God might send mankind a savior instead of a king appeared to Ben-Hur in a light not merely new, but so plain that he could almost discern both the greater want of such a gift and its greater consistency with the nature of such a deity. So he could not resist asking, now that he has come, O Balthazar, you still think he is to be a savior, and not a king? Balthazar gave him a look thoughtful as it was tender. How shall I understand you? He asked, in return. The Spirit, which was the star that was my guide of old, has not appeared to me since I met you in the tent of the good sheik. That is to say, I have not seen or heard it as formerly. I believe the voice that spoke to me in my dreams was it, but other than that I have no revelation. I will recall the difference between us, said Ben-Hur, with deference. You were of opinion that he would be a king, but not as Caesar is. You thought his sovereignty would be spiritual, not of the world. Oh yes, the Egyptian answered, and I am of the same opinion now. I see the divergence in our fate. You are going to meet a king of men, I a savior of souls. He paused with the look often seen when people are struggling, with introverted effort, to disentangle a thought which is either too high for quick discernment, or too subtle for simple expression. Let me try, O son of Hur, he said, directly, and help you to a clear understanding of my belief. Then it may be, seeing how the spiritual kingdom I expect him to set up can be more excellent in every sense than anything of mere Caesarean splendor, you will better understand the reason of the interest I take in the mysterious person we are going to welcome. I cannot tell you when the idea of a soul in every man had its origin. Most likely the first parents brought it with them out of the garden in which they had their first dwelling. We all do know, however, that it has never perished entirely out of mind. By some peoples it was lost, but not by all. In some ages it dulled and faded, in others it was overwhelmed with doubts. But, in great goodness, God kept sending us at intervals mighty intellects to argue it back to faith and hope. Why should there be a soul in every man? Look, O son of Hur, for one moment look at the necessity of such a device. To lie down and die, and be no more forever. Time never was when man wished for such an end, nor has the man ever been who did not in his heart promise himself something better. The monuments of the nations are all protests against nothingness after death, so are statues and inscriptions, so is history. The greatest of our Egyptian kings had his effigy cut out of a hill of solid rock. Day after day he went with a host in chariots to see the work. At last it was finished. Never effigy so grand, so enduring. It looked like him, the features were his, faithful even in expression. Now may we not think of him saying in that moment of pride, let death come, there is an afterlife for me. He had his wish. The statue is there yet. But what is the afterlife he thus secured? Only a recollection by men, a glory unsubstantial as moonshine on the brow of the great bust, a story in stone, nothing more. Meantime what has become of the king? There is an embalmed body up in the royal tombs which once was his, an effigy not so fair to look at as the other out in the desert. But where, O son of Hur, where is the king himself? Is he fallen into nothingness? 2,000 years have gone since he was a man alive as you and I are. Was his last breath the end of him? To say yes would be to accuse God. Let us rather accept his better plan of attaining life after death for us. Actual life. I mean, the something more than a place in mortal memory. Life with going and coming, with sensation, with knowledge, with power and all appreciation. Life eternal in term though it may be with changes of condition. Ask you what God's plan is? The gift of a soul to each of us at birth, with this simple law, there shall be no immortality except through the soul. In that law see the necessity of which I spoke. Let us turn from the necessity now. A word as to the pleasure there is in the thought of a soul in each of us. In the first place, it robs death of its terrors by making dying a change for the better, and burial but the planting of a seed from which there will spring a new life. In the next place, behold me as I am, weak, weary, old, shrunken in body, and graceless. Look at my wrinkled face, think of my failing senses, listen to my shrilled voice. Ah, what happiness to me in the promise that when the tomb opens, as soon it will, to receive the worn-out husk I call myself, the now viewless doors of the universe, which is but the palace of God, will swing wide ajar to receive me, a liberated immortal soul. And would I could tell the ecstasy there must be in that life to come. Do not say I know nothing about it. This much I know, and it is enough for me. The being a soul implies conditions of divine superiority. In such a being there is no dust, nor any gross thing. It must be finer than air, more impalpable than light, purer than essence. It is life in absolute purity. What now, O son of her? Knowing so much, shall I dispute with myself or you about the unnecessaries, about the form of my soul, or where it is to abide, or whether it eats and drinks, or is winged, or wears this or that? No, it is more becoming to trust in God. The beautiful in this world is all from his hand, declaring the perfection of taste. He is the author of all form. He clothes the lily. He colors the rose. He distills the dewdrop. He makes the music of nature. In a word, he organized us for this life, and imposed its conditions, and they are such guarantee to me that, trustful as a little child, I leave to him the organization of my soul, and every arrangement for the life after death. I know he loves me. The good man stopped and drank, and the hand carrying the cup to his lips trembled, and both Iras and Ben-Hur shared his emotion and remained silent. Upon the latter a light was breaking. He was beginning to see, as never before, that there might be a spiritual kingdom of more import to men than any earthly empire, and that after all a Savior would indeed be a more godly gift than the greatest king. I might ask you now, said Balthazar, continuing, whether this human life, so troubled and brief, is preferable to the perfect and everlasting life designed for the soul? But take the question, and think of it for yourself, formulating thus, supposing both to be equally happy, is 1 hour more desirable than 1 year? From that then advance to the final inquiry, what are 70 years on earth to all eternity with God? By and by, son of her, thinking in such manner, you will be filled with the meaning of the fact I present you next, to me the most amazing of all events, and in its effects the most sorrowful. It is that the very idea of life as a soul is a light almost gone out in the world. Here and there, to be sure, a philosopher may be found who will talk to you of a soul, likening it to a principle, but because philosophers take nothing upon faith, they will not go the length of admitting a soul to be a being, and on that account its purposes compress darkness to them. Everything animate has a mind measurable by its wants. Is there to you no meaning in the singularity that power in full degree to speculate upon the future was given to man alone? By the sign as I see it, God meant to make us know ourselves created for another and a better life, such being in fact the greatest need of our nature. But, alas, into what a habit the nations have fallen. They live for the day, as if the present were the all in all, and go about saying, there is no tomorrow after death, or if there be, since we know nothing about it, be it a care unto itself, so when death calls them, come, they may not enter into enjoyment of the glorious afterlife because of their unfitness. That is to say, the ultimate happiness of man was everlasting life in the society of God. Alice, O son of her, that I should say it, but as well yon sleeping camel constant in such society, as the holiest priests this day serving the highest altars in the most renowned temples. So much are men given to this lower earthly life. So nearly have they forgotten that other which is to come. See now, I pray you, that which is to be saved to us. For my part, speaking with the holiness of truth, I would not give 1 hour of life as a soul for 1,000 years of life as a man. Here the Egyptians seem to become unconscious of companionship and fall away into abstraction. This life has its problems, he said, and there are men who spend their days trying to solve them, but what are they to the problems of the hereafter? What is there like knowing God? Not a scroll of the mysteries, but the mysteries themselves would for that hour at least lie before me revealed. Even the innermost and most awful, the power which now we shrink from thought of, which rimmed the void with shores, and lighted the darkness, and out of nothing appointed the universe, all places would be opened. I would be filled with divine knowledge, I would see all glories, taste all delights, I would revel in being. And if, at the end of the hour, it should please God to tell me, I take thee into my service forever, the furthest limit of desire would be passed. After which the attainable ambitions of life, and its joys of whatever kind, would not be so much as the tinkling of little bells. Balthazar paused as if to recover from very ecstasy of feeling, and to Ben-Hur it seemed the speech had been the delivery of a soul speaking for itself. I pray pardon, son of Hur, the good man continued, with a bow the gravity of which was relieved by the tender look that followed it. I meant to leave the life of a soul, its conditions, pleasures, superiority, to your own reflection and finding out. The joy of the thought has betrayed me into much speech. I set out to show, though ever so faintly, the reason of my fate. It grieves me that words are so weak, but help yourself to truth. Consider first the excellence of the existence which was reserved for us after death, and give heed to the feelings and impulses the thought is sure to awaken in you. Heed them, I say, because they are your own solister, doing what it can to urge you in the right way. Consider next that the afterlife has become so obscured as to justify calling it a lost light. If you find it, rejoice, O son of Hur, rejoice as I do, though in beggary of words, for then, besides the great gift which is to be saved to us, you'll have found the need of a Savior so infinitely greater than the need of a king, and he we are going to meet will not longer hold place in your hope, a warrior with a sword, or a monarch with a crown. A practical question presents itself: how shall we know him at sight? If you continue in your belief as to his character, that he is to be a king as Herod was, of course you will keep on until you meet a man clothed in purple, and with a scepter. On the other hand, he I look for will be one poor, humble, undistinguished, a man in appearance as other men, and the sign by which I will know him will be never so simple. He will offer to show me and all mankind the way to the eternal life, the beautiful pure life of the soul. The company sat a moment in silence, which was broken by Balthazar. Let us arise now, he said, let us arise and set forward again. What I have said has caused a return of impatience to see him who is ever in my thought, and if I seem to hurry you, O son of Hur, and you, my daughter, be that my excuse. At his signal the slave brought them wine in a skin bottle, and they poured and drank, and shaking the lap cloths out arose, while the slave restored the tent and wares to the box under the howdah, and the Arab brought up the horses. The three principals laved themselves in the pool. In a little while they were retracing their steps back through the wadi, intending to overtake the caravan if it had passed them by. Chapter 4. The caravan, stretched out upon the desert, was very picturesque. In motion, however, it was like a lazy serpent. By and by its stubborn dragging became intolerably irksome to Balthazar. Patient as he was, so, at his suggestion, the party determined to go on by themselves. If the reader be young, or if he has yet a sympathetic recollection of the romanticisms of his youth, he will relish the pleasure with which Ben-Hur, riding near the camel of the Egyptians, gave a last look at the head of the straggling column, almost out of sight, on the shimmering plain. To be definite as may be, and perfectly confidential, Ben-Hur found a certain charm in Iris's presence. If she looked down upon him from her high place, he made haste to get near her. If she spoke to him, his heart beat out of its usual time. The desire to be agreeable to her was a constant impulse. Objects on the way, though ever so common, became interesting the moment she called attention to them. A black swallow in the air pursued by her pointing finger went off in a halo. If a bit of quartz or a flake of mica was seen to sparkle in the drab sand under kissing of the sun, at a word he turned aside and brought it to her. And if she threw it away in disappointment, far from thinking of the trouble he had been put to, he was sorry it proved so worthless, and kept a lookout for something better, a ruby, perchance a diamond. So the purple of the far mountains became intensely deep and rich, if she distinguished it with an exclamation of praise, and when, now and then, the curtain of the howdah fell down, it seemed a sudden dullness had dropped from the sky, bedraggling all the landscape. Thus disposed, yielding to the sweet influence, which shall save him from the dangers there are in days of the close companionship with the fair Egyptian incident to the solitary journey they were entered upon, for that there is no logic in love, nor the least mathematical element, it is simply natural that she shall fashion the result who has the wielding of the influence. To quicken the conclusion, there were signs, too, that she well knew the influence she was exercising over him. From some place underhand she had since morning drawn a caul of golden coins, and adjusted it so the gleaming strings fell over her forehead and upon her cheeks, blending lustrously with the flowing of her blue-black hair. From the same safe deposit she had also produced articles of jewelry, rings for finger and ear, bracelets, a necklace of pearls, also a shawl embroidered with threads of fine gold, the effect of all which she softened with a scarf of Indian lace, skillfully folded about her throat and shoulders, and so arrayed, she plied Ben-Hur with countless coquetries of speech and manner, showering him with smiles, laughing in flute-like tremolo, and all the while following him with glances, now melting tender, now sparkling bright. By such play Antony was weaned from his glory, yet she who wrought his ruin was really not half so beautiful as this her countrywoman. And so to them the nooning came, and the evening. The sun at its going down behind a spur of the old Bashan, left the party halted by a pool of clear water of the rains out in the Abilene desert. There the tent was pitched, the supper eaten, and preparations made for the night. The second watch was Ben-Hur's, and he was standing, spear in hand, within arm reach of the dozing camel, looking a while at the stars, then over the veiled land. The stillness was intense, only after long spells a warm breath of wind would sough past, but without disturbing him, for yet in thought he entertained the Egyptian, recounting her charms, and sometimes debating how she came by his secrets, the uses she might make of them, and the course he should pursue with her. And through all that debate love stood off but a little way, a strong temptation, the stronger of a gleam of policy behind. At the very moment he was most inclined to yield to the allurement, a hand very fair even in the moonless gloaming was laid softly upon his shoulder. The touch thrilled him, he started, turned, and she was there. "I thought you asleep," he said, presently. "Sleep is for old people and little children, and I came out to look at my friends, the stars in the south, those now holding the curtains of midnight over the Nile. But confess yourself surprised." He took the hand which had fallen from his shoulder, and said, "Well, was it by an enemy?" "Oh no. To be an enemy is to hate, and hating is a sickness which Isis will not suffer to come near me. She kissed me, you should know, on the heart when I was a child." "Your speech does not sound in the least like your father's. Are you not of his faith?" "I might have been," and she laughed low. "I might have been had I seen what he has. I may be when I get old like him. There should be no religion for youth, only poetry and philosophy, and no poetry except such as is the inspiration of wine and mirth and love, and no philosophy that does not excuse for follies which cannot outlive a season. My father's God is too awful for me. I failed to find him in the grove of Daphne. He was never heard of as present in the atria of Rome. But, son of her, I have a wish, a wish. Where is he who could say it? No, I will try you." "Tell it then, it is very simple." "I wish to help you." She drew closer as she spoke. He laughed, and replied, lightly, "O Egypt, I came near saying dear Egypt. Does not the Sphinx abide in your country? Well, you are one of its riddles. Be merciful, and give me a little clue to help me understand you. In what do I need help? And how can you help me?" She took her hand from him, and, turning to the camel, spoke to it endearingly, and patted its monstrous head as it were a thing of beauty. "O thou last and swiftest and stateliest of the herds of Job, Sometimes thou, too, goest stumbling, because the way is rough and stony and the burden grievous. How is it thou knowest the kind intent by a word, and always makest answer gratefully, though the help offered is from a woman? I will kiss thee, thou royal brute. She stooped and touched its broad forehead with her lips, saying immediately, because in thy intelligence there is no suspicion. And Ben-Hur, restraining himself, said calmly, the reproach has not failed its mark, O Egypt. I seem to say thee no, may it not be because I am under seal of honor, and by my silence cover the lives and fortunes of others? Maybe, she said, quickly. It is so. He shrank a step, and asked, his voice sharp with amazement, what all knowest thou? She answered, after a laugh, why do men deny that the senses of women are sharper than theirs? Your face has been under my eyes all day. I had but to look at it to see you bore some weight in mind, and to find the weight. What had I to do more than recall your debates with my father, son of Hur? She lowered her voice with singular dexterity, and, going nearer, spoke so her breath was warm upon his cheek. Son of Hur? He thou art going to find is to be king of the Jews, is he not? His heart beat fast and hard. A king of the Jews like Herod, only greater, she continued. He looked away, into the night, up to the stars, then his eyes met hers, and lingered there, and her breath was on his lips, so near was she. Since morning, she said, further, we have been having visions. Now if I tell you mine, will you serve me as well? Rut, silent still, she pushed his hand away, and turned as if to go, but he caught her, and said, eagerly, stay, stay and speak. She went back, and with her hand upon his shoulder, leaned against him, and he put his arm around her, and drew her close, very close, and in the caress was the promise she asked. Speak, and tell me thy visions, O Egypt, dear Egypt. A prophet, nay, not the Tishbite, not even the lawgiver, could have refused an asking of thine. I am at thy will. Be merciful, merciful, I pray. The entreaty passed apparently unheard. For looking up and nestling in his embrace, she said, slowly, the vision which followed me was of magnificent war, war on land and sea, with clashing of arms and rush of armies, as if Caesar and Pompey were come again, and Octavius and Antony. A cloud of dust and ashes arose and covered the world, and Rome was not any more. All dominion returned to the east. Out of the cloud issued another race of heroes, and there were vaster satrapies and brighter crowns for giving away than were ever known. And, son of Hur, while the vision was passing, and after it was gone, I kept asking myself, what shall he not have who served the king earliest and best? Again Ben-Hur recoiled. The question was the very question which had been with him all day. Presently he fancied he had the clue he wanted. So, he said, I have you now. The satrapies and crowns are the things to which you would help me. I see, and there never was such queen as you would be, so shrewd, so beautiful, so royal, never. But, alas, dear Egypt, by the vision as you show it me the prizes are all of war, and you are but a woman, though Isis did kiss you on the heart, and crowns are starry gifts beyond your power of help, unless, indeed, you have a way to them more certain than that of the sword. If so, O Egypt, Egypt, show it me, and I will walk in it, if only for your sake. She removed his arm, and said, spread your cloak upon the sand, here, so I can rest against the camel. I will sit and tell you a story which came down the Nile to Alexandria, where I had it. He did as she said, first planting the spear in the ground nearby. And what shall I do? He said, ruefully, when she was seated. In Alexandria is it customary for the listeners to sit or stand, from the comfortable place against the old domestic? She answered, laughing. The audiences of storytellers are willful, and sometimes they do as they please. Without more ado he stretched himself upon the sand, and put her arm about his neck. I am ready, he said. And directly she began, how the beautiful came to the earth. You must know, in the first place, that Isis was, and, for that matter, she may yet be, the most beautiful of deities, and Osiris, her husband, though wise and powerful, was sometimes stung with jealousy of her, for only in their loves are the gods like mortals. The palace of the divine wife was of silver, crowning the tallest mountain in the moon, and then she passed off into the sun, in the heart of which, a source of eternal light, Osiris kept his palace of gold too shining for men to look at. One time, there are no days with the gods, while she was full pleasantly with him on the roof of the golden palace, she chanced to look, and afar, just on the line of the universe, saw Indra passing with an army of simians, all borne upon the backs of flying eagles. He, the friend of the living things, so with much love is Indra called, was returning from his final war with the hideous Rakshakas, returning victorious, and in his suite were Rama, the hero, and Sita, his bride, who, next to Isis herself, was the very most beautiful. And Isis arose, and took off her girdle of stars, and waved it to Sita, mind you, waved it in glad salute, and instantly, between the marching host and the two on the golden roof, a something as of night fell, and shut out the view, but it was not night, only the frown of Osiris. It happened the subject of his speech that moment was such as none else than they could think of, and he arose, and said, majestically, get thee home, I will do the work myself. To make a perfectly happy being I do not need thy help. Get thee gone. Now Isis had eyes large as those of the white cow which in the temple eats sweet grasses from the hands of the faithful, even while they say their prayers, and her eyes were the color of the cow's, and quite as tender. And she too arose and said, smiling as she spoke, so her look was little more than the glow of the moon in the hazy harvest month, farewell, good my lord, you will call me presently, I know, for without me you cannot make the perfectly happy creature of which you were thinking, any more. And she stopped to laugh, knowing well the truth of the saying, any more, my lord, than you yourself can be perfectly happy without me. We will see, he said. And she went her way, and took her needles and her chair, and on the roof of the silver palace sat watching and knitting. And the will of Osiris, at labor in his mighty breast, was as the sound of the mills of all the other gods grinding at once, so loud that the near stars rattled like seeds in a parched pod, and some dropped out and were lost. And while the sound kept on she waited and knit, nor lost she ever a stitch the while. Soon a spot appeared in the space over towards the sun, and it grew until it was great as the moon, and then she knew a world was intended. But when, growing and growing, at last it cast her planet in the shade, all save the little point lighted by her presence, she knew how very angry he was. Yet she knit away, assured that the end would be as she had said, and so came the earth, at first but a cold gray mass hanging listless in the hollow void. Later she saw it separate into divisions, here a plain, there a mountain, yonder a sea, all as yet without a sparkle. And then, by a river bank, something moved, and she stopped her knitting for wonder. The something arose, and lifted its hands to the sun in sign of knowledge whence it had its being. And this first man was beautiful to see. And about him were the creations we call nature, the grass, the trees, birds, beasts, even the insects and reptiles. And for a time the man went about happy in his life. It was easy to see how happy he was. And in the lull of the sound of the laboring will Isis heard a scornful laugh, and presently the words, blown across from the sun, thy help, indeed. Behold a creature perfectly happy, and Isis fell to knitting again, for she was patient as Osiris was strong, and if he could work, she could wait, and wait she did, knowing that mere life is not enough to keep anything content. And sure enough, not long until the divine wife could see a change in the man. He grew listless, and kept to one place prone by the river, and looked up but seldom, and then always with a moody face. Interest was dying in him. And when she made sure of it, even while she was saying to herself, the creature is sick of his being, there was a roar of the creative will at work again, and in a twinkling the earth, theretofore all a thing of coldest gray, flamed with colors. The mountains swam in purple, the plains bearing grass and trees turned green, the sea blue, and the clouds varied infinitely, and the man sprang up and clapped his hands, for he was cured and happy again. And Isis smiled, and knit away, saying to herself, it was well thought, and will do a little while, but mere beauty in a world is not enough for such a being. My lord must try again. With the last word, the thunder of the will at work shook the moon. And, looking, Isis dropped her knitting and clapped her hands, for theretofore everything on the earth but the man had been fixed to a given place, Now all living, and much that was not living, received the gift of motion. The birds took to wing joyously, beasts great and small went about, each in its way. The trees shook their verdurous branches, nodding to the enamored winds. The rivers ran to the seas, and the seas tossed in their beds and rolled in crested waves, and with surging and ebbing painted the shores with glistening foam, and over all the clouds floated like sailed ships unanchored. And a man rose up happy as a child, whereat Osiris was pleased, so that he shouted, "Hot, hot, see how well I am doing without thee." The good wife took up her work, and answered ever so quietly, "It was well thought, my lord, ever so well thought, and will serve a while." And as before, so again, the sight of things in motion became to the man as of course. The birds in flight, the rivers running, the seas in tumult of action, ceased to amuse him, and he pined again even worse. And Isis waited, saying to herself, "Poor creature, he is more wretched than ever." And, as if he heard the thought, Osiris stirred, and the noise of his will shook the universe. The sun in its central seat alone stood firm, and Isis looked, but saw no change. Then while she was smiling, assured that her lord's last invention was sped, suddenly the creature arose, and seemed to listen, and his face brightened, and he clapped his hands for joy, for sounds were heard the first time on earth, sounds dissonant, sounds harmonious. The winds murmured in the trees, the birds sang, each kind a song of its own, or chattered in speech. The rivulets running to the rivers became so many harpers with harps of silver strings all tinkling together, and the rivers running to the seas surged on in solemn accord, while the seas beat the land to a tune of thunder. There was music, music everywhere, and all the time, so the man could not but be happy. Then Isis mused, thinking how well, how wondrous well, her lord was doing. But presently she shook her head. Color, motion, sound, and she repeated them slowly. There was no element else of beauty except form and light, and to them the earth had been born. Now, indeed, Osiris was done, and if the creature should again fall off into wretchedness, her help must be asked. And her fingers flew, 2, 3, 5, even 10 stitches she took at once. And the man was happy a long time, longer than ever before. It seemed, indeed, he would never tire again. But Isis knew better, and she waited and waited, nor minded the many laughs flung at her from the sun. She waited and waited, and at last saw signs of the end. Sounds became familiar to him, and in their range, from the chirruping of the cricket under the roses to the roar of the seas, and the bellow of the clouds in storm, there was not anything unusual, and he pined and sickened, and sought his place of moping by the river, and at last fell down motionless. Then Isis in pity spoke. "My lord," she said, "the creature is dying." But Osiris, though seeing it all, held his peace. He could do no more. "Shall I help him?" she asked. Osiris was too proud to speak. Then Isis took the last stitch in her knitting, and gathering her work in a roll of brilliance flung it so it fell close to the man, and he, hearing the sound of the fall so nearby, looked up, and lo, a woman, the first woman, was stooping to help him. She reached a hand to him, he caught it and arose, and nevermore was miserable, but evermore happy. Such, O son of Hur, is the genesis of the beautiful. As they tell it on the Nile. She paused. "A pretty invention, and cunning," he said, directly, "but it is imperfect." "What did Osiris afterwards?" "Oh yes," she replied. "He called the divine wife back to the sun, and they went on all pleasantly together, each helping the other. And shall I not do as the first man?" He carried the hand resting upon his neck to his lips. In love," he said. His head dropped softly into her lap. "You will find the king," she said, placing her other hand caressingly upon his head. "You will go on and find the king and serve him. With your sword you will earn his richest gifts, and his best soldier will be my hero." He turned his face, and saw hers close above. In all the sky there was that moment nothing so bright to him as your eyes, and shut out though they were. Presently he sat up, and put his arms about her, and kissed her passionately, saying, "O Egypt, Egypt, if the king has crowns in gift, one shall be mine, and I will bring it and put it here over the place my lips have marked. You shall be a queen, my queen, no one more beautiful." and we will be ever, ever so happy, and you will tell me everything, and let me help you in all," she said, kissing him in return. The question chilled his fervor. "Is it not enough that I love you?" he asked. "Perfect love means perfect faith," she replied. "But never mind, you will know me better." She took her hand from him and arose. "You are cruel," he said. Moving away, she stopped by the camel and touched its front face with her lips. "O thou noblest of thy kind, that, because there is no suspicion in thy love, an instant," and she was gone. Chapter 5. The third day of the journey, the party nooned by the river Jabbok, where there were 100 or more men, mostly of Perea, resting themselves and their beasts. Hardly had they dismounted, before a man came to them with a pitcher of water and a bowl, and offered them drink. As they received the attention with much courtesy, he said, looking at the camel, "I am returning from the Jordan, where just now there are many people from distant parts, traveling as you are, illustrious friend, but they had none of them the equal of your servant here, a very noble animal. May I ask of what breed he is sprung?" Balthazar answered, and sought his rest, but Ben-Hur, more curious, took up the remark. "At what place on the river are the people?" he asked. "At Bethabara. It used to be a lonesome ford," said Ben-Hur. "I cannot understand how it can have become of such interest." "I see," the stranger replied. "You, too, are from abroad, and have not heard the good tidings." "What tidings?" "Well, a man has appeared out of the wilderness, a very holy man, with his mouth full of strange words, which take hold of all who hear them. He calls himself John the Nazarite, son of Zacharias, and says he is the messenger sent before the Messiah." Even IRAs listened closely while the men continued. "They say of this John that he has spent his life from childhood in a cave down by Engedi, praying and living more strictly than the Essenes. Crowds go to hear him preach. I went to hear him with the rest." "Have all these, your friends, been there?" "Most of them are going, a few are coming away." "What does he preach?" "A new doctrine, one never before taught in Israel, as all say. He calls it repentance and baptism. The rabbis do not know what to make of him, nor do we. Some have asked him if he is the Christ, others if he is Elias, but to them all he has the answer. 'I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, make straight the way of the Lord.'" At this point the man was called away by his friends. As he was going, Balthazar spoke. "Good stranger," he said, tremulously, "tell us if we shall find the preacher at the place you left him." "Yes, at Bethabara." "Who should this Nazarite be?" said Ben-Hur to IRAs. "If not the herald of our king?" In so short a time he had come to regard the daughter as more interested in the mysterious personage he was looking for than the aged father. Nevertheless, the latter with a positive glow in his sunken eyes half arose, and said, "Let us make haste. I am not tired." They turned away to help the slave. There was little conversation between the three at the stopping place for the night west of Ramoth Gilead. "Let us arise early, son of Hur," said the old man. "The Savior may come, and we not there. The king cannot be far behind his herald." IRAs whispered, as she prepared to take her place on the camel. "Tomorrow we will see," Ben-Hur replied, kissing her hand. Next day about the third hour, out of the pass through which, skirting the base of Mount Gilead, they had journeyed since leaving Ramoth, the party came upon the barren steppe east of the sacred river. Opposite them they saw the upper limit of the old palm lands of Jericho, stretching off to the hill country of Judea. Ben-Hur's blood ran quickly, for he knew the ford was close at hand. "Content you, good Balthazar," he said, "we are almost there." The driver quickened the camel's pace. Soon they caught sight of booths and tents and tethered animals, and then of the river, and a multitude collected down close by the bank, and yet another multitude on the western shore. Knowing that the preacher was preaching, they made greater haste, yet, as they were drawing near, suddenly there was a commotion in the mass, and it began to break up and disperse. They were too late. "Let us stay here," said Ben-Hur to Balthazar, who was wringing his hands. "The Nazarite may come this way." The people were too intent upon what they had heard, and too busy in discussion, to notice the newcomers. When some hundreds were gone by, and it seemed the opportunity to so much as see the Nazarite was lost to the latter, up the river not far away, they beheld a person coming towards them of such singular appearance, they forgot all else. Outwardly the man was rude and uncouth, even savage. Over a thin, gaunt visage of the hue of brown parchment, over his shoulders and down his back below the middle, in which like locks, fell a covering of sun-scorched hair, his eyes were burning bright, all his right side was naked, and of the color of his face, and quite as meager. A shirt of the coarsest camel's hair, coarse as Bedouin tent cloth, clothed the rest of his person to the knees, being gathered at the waist by a broad girdle of untanned leather. His feet were bare. A scrip, also of untanned leather, was fastened to the girdle. He used a knotted staff to help him forward. His movement was quick, decided, and strangely watchful. Every little while he tossed the unruly hair from his eyes, and peered round as if searching for somebody. The fair Egyptian surveyed the son of the desert with surprise, not to say disgust. Presently, raising the curtain of the howdah, she spoke to Ben-Hur, who sat his horse nearby. "Is that the herald of thy king?" "It is the Nazarite," he replied, without looking up. In truth, he was himself more than disappointed. Despite his familiarity with the ascetic colonists in Engedi, their dress, their indifference to all worldly opinion, their constancy to vows which gave them over to every imaginable suffering of body, and separated them from others of their kind as absolutely as if they had not been born like them, and notwithstanding he had been notified on the way to look for a Nazarite whose simple description of himself was a voice from the wilderness, still Ben-Hur's dream of the king who was to be so great and do so much had colored all his thought of him, so that he never doubted to find in the forerunner some sign or token of the goodliness and royalty he was announcing. Gazing at the savage figure before him, the long trains of courtiers whom he had been used to see in the Thermae and imperial corridors at Rome arose before him, forcing a comparison. Shocked, shamed, bewildered, he could only answer, "It is the Nazarite." With Balthazar it was very different. The ways of God, he knew, were not as men would have them. He had seen the Savior a child in a manger, and was prepared by his faith for the rude and simple in connection with the divine reappearance. So he kept his seat, his hands crossed upon his breast, his lips moving in prayer. He was not expecting a king. In this time of such interest to the newcomers, and in which they were so differently moved, another man had been sitting by himself on a stone at the edge of the river, thinking yet, probably, of the sermon he had been hearing. Now, however, he arose, and walked slowly up from the shore, in a course to take him across the line the Nazarite was pursuing and bring him near the camel, and the two, the preacher and the stranger, kept on until they came, the former within 20 yards of the animal, the latter within 10 feet. Then the preacher stopped, and flung the hair from his eyes, looked at the stranger, threw his hands up as a signal to all the people in sight, and they also stopped, each in the pose of a listener, and when the hush was perfect, slowly the staff in the Nazarite's right hand came down and pointed to the stranger. All those who before were but listeners became watchers also. At the same instant, under the same impulse, Balthazar and Ben-Hur fixed their gaze upon the man pointed out, and both took the same impression, only in different degree. He was moving slowly towards them in a clear space a little to their front, a form slightly above the average in stature, and slender, even delicate. His action was calm and deliberate, like that habitual to men much given to serious thought upon grave subjects, and it well became his costume, which was an undergarment full-sleeved and reaching to the ankles, and an outer robe called the talith. On his left arm he carried the usual handkerchief for the head, the red fillet swinging loose down his side. Except the fillet and a narrow border of blue at the lower edge of the talith, his attire was of linen yellowed with dust and road stains. Possibly the exception should be extended to the tassels, which were blue and white, as prescribed by law for rabbis. His sandals were of the simplest kind. He was without scrip or girdle or staff. These points of appearance, however, the three beholders observed briefly, and rather as accessories to the head and face of the man, which, especially the latter, were the real sources of the spell they caught in common with all who stood looking at him. The head was open to the cloudless light, except as it was draped with hair long and slightly waved, and parted in the middle, and auburn in tint, with a tendency to reddish golden where most strongly touched by the sun. Under a broad, Low forehead, under black well-arched brows, beamed eyes dark blue and large, and softened to exceeding tenderness by lashes of the great length sometimes seen on children, but seldom, if ever, on men. As to the other features, it would have been difficult to decide whether they were Greek or Jewish. The delicacy of the nostrils and mouth was unusual to the latter type, and when it was taken into account with the gentleness of the eyes, the pallor of the complexion, the fine texture of the hair, and the softness of the beard, which fell in waves over his throat to his breast, never a soldier but would have laughed at him in encounter, never a woman who would not have confided in him at sight, never a child that would not, with quick instinct, have given him its hand and heartless trust, nor might anyone have said he was not beautiful. The features, it should be further said, were ruled by a certain expression which, as the viewer chose, might with equal correctness have been called the effect of intelligence, love, pity, or sorrow, though, in better speech, it was a blending of them all, a look easy to fancy as the mark of a sinless soul doomed to the sight and understanding of the utter sinfulness of those among whom it was passing. Yet withal no one could have observed the face with a thought of weakness in the man. So, at least, would not they who know that the qualities mentioned, love, sorrow, pity, are the results of a consciousness of strength to bear suffering oftener than strength to do. Such has been the might of martyrs and devotees and the myriads written down in saintly calendars, and such, indeed, was the air of this one. Slowly he drew nearer the three. Now Ben-Hur, mounted and spear in hand, was an object to claim the glance of a king. Yet the eyes of the men approaching were all the time raised above him, and not to Iras, whose loveliness has been so often remarked, but to Balthazar, the old and unserviceable. The hush was profound. Presently the Nazarite, still pointing with his staff, cried, in a loud voice, "Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world." The many standing still, arrested by the action of the speaker, and listening for what might follow, were struck with awe by words so strange and past their understanding. Upon Balthazar they were overpowering. He was there to see once more the Redeemer of men. The faith which had broadened the singular privileges of the time long gone abode yet in his heart, and if now it gave him a power of vision above that of his fellows, a power to see and know him for whom he was looking, better than calling the power a miracle, let it be thought of as the faculty of a soul not yet entirely released from the divine relations to which it had been formerly admitted, or as the fitting reward of a life in that age so without examples of holiness, a life itself a miracle. The ideal of his faith was before him, perfect in face, form, dress, action, age, and he was in its view, and the view was recognition. Now if something should happen to identify the stranger beyond all doubt, and that was what did happen, exactly at the fitting moment, as if to assure the trembling Egyptian, the Nazarite repeated the outcry. "Behold the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world." Balthazar fell upon his knees. For him there was no need of explanation, and as if the Nazarite knew it, he turned to those more immediately about him staring in wonder, and continued, "This is he of whom I said, After me cometh a man which is preferred before me, for he was before me, and I knew him not, but that he should be manifest to Israel, therefore am I come baptizing with water. I saw the Spirit descending from heaven like a dove, and it abode upon him. And I knew him not, but he that sent me to baptize with water, the same said unto me, Upon whom thou shalt see the Spirit descending and remaining on him, the same is he which baptizeth with the Holy Ghost. And I saw and bear record, that this," he paused, his staff still pointing at the stranger in the white garments, as if to give a more absolute certainty to both his words and the conclusions intended, "I bear record, that this I is the Son of God, it is he, Balthazar cried, with upraised tearful eyes. Next moment he sank down insensible. In this time, it should be remembered, Ben-Hur was studying the face of the stranger, though with an interest entirely different. He was not insensible to its purity of feature, and its thoughtfulness, tenderness, humility, and holiness, but just then there was room in his mind for but one thought: who is this man? And what, Messiah or King? Never was apparition more unroyal. Nay, looking at that calm, benignant countenance, the very idea of war and conquest, and lust of dominion, smote him like a profanation. He said, as if speaking to his own heart, Balthazar must be right and Simonides wrong. This man has not come to rebuild the throne of Solomon. He has neither the nature nor the genius of Herod. King he may be, but not of another and greater than Rome. It should be understood now that this was not a conclusion with Ben-Hur, but an impression merely, and while it was forming, while yet he gazed at the wonderful countenance, his memory began to throw and struggle. Surely, he said to himself, I have seen the man, but where and when? That the look, so calm, so pitiful, so loving, had somewhere in a past time beamed upon him as that moment it was beaming upon Balthazar became an assurance. Faintly at first, at last a clear light, a burst of sunshine, the scene by the well at Nazareth what time the Roman guard was dragging him to the galleys returned, and all his being thrilled. Those hands had helped him when he was perishing. The face was one of the pictures he had carried in mind ever since. In the effusion of feeling excited, the explanation of the preacher was lost by him. All but the last words. Words so marvelous that the world yet rings with them. This is the Son of God. Ben-Hur leaped from his horse to render homage to his benefactor, but Iras cried to him, Help, son of Hur, help, or my father will die. He stopped, looked back, then hurried to her assistance. She gave him a cup, and leaving the slave to bring the camel to its knees, he ran to the river for water. The stranger was gone when he came back. At last Balthazar was restored to consciousness. Stretching forth his hands, he asked, feebly, Where is he? Who? Asked Iras. An intense instant interest shone upon the good man's face, as if a last wish had been gratified, and he answered, Hey, the Redeemer, the Son of God, whom I have seen again. Believest thou so? Iras asked in a low voice of Ben-Hur. The time is full of wonders, let us wait, was all he said. And next day while the three were listening to him, the Nazarite broke off in mid-speech, saying reverently, Behold the Lamb of God. Looking to where he pointed, they beheld the stranger again. As Ben-Hur surveyed the slender figure, and wholly beautiful countenance compassionate to sadness, a new idea broke upon him. Balthazar is right, so is Simonides. May not the Redeemer be a king also? And he asked one at his side, Who is the man walking yonder? The other laughed mockingly, and replied, He is the son of a carpenter over in Nazareth. Book 8. Chapter I. Who could resist? Who in this universe? She did so breathe ambrosia, so immerse my fine existence in a golden clime. She took me like a child of suckling time, and cradled me in roses. Thus condemned, the current of my former life was stemmed, and to this arbitrary queen of sense I bowed a tranced vassal. Keats, Endymion. I am the resurrection and the life. Esther, Esther, speak to the servant below that he may bring me a cup of water. Would you not rather have wine, father? Let him bring both. This was in the summer house upon the roof of the old palace of the Hurs in Jerusalem. From the parapet overlooking the courtyard Esther called to a man in waiting there. At the same moment another manservant came up the steps and saluted respectfully. A package for the master, he said, giving her a letter enclosed in linen cloth, tied and sealed. For the satisfaction of the reader, we stop to say that it is the 21st day of March, nearly 3 years after the Annunciation of the Christ at Bethabara. In the meanwhile, Malach, acting for Ben-Hur, who could not longer endure the emptiness and decay of his father's house, had bought it from Pontius Pilate, and, in process of repair, gates, courts, lewens, stairways, terraces, rooms, and roof had been cleansed and thoroughly restored. Not only was there no reminder left of the tragic circumstances so ruinous to the family, but the refurnishment was in a style richer than before. At every point, indeed, a visitor was met by evidences of the higher tastes acquired by the young proprietor during his years of residence in the villa by Misenum, and in the Roman capital. Now it should not be inferred from this explanation that Ben-Hur had publicly assumed ownership of the property. In his opinion, the hour for that was not yet come, neither had he yet taken his proper name. Passing the time in the labors of preparation in Galilee, he waited patiently the action of the Nazarene, who became daily more and more a mystery to him, and by prodigies done, often before his eyes, kept him in a state of anxious doubt both as to his character and mission. Occasionally he came up to the holy city, stopping at the paternal house, always, however, as a stranger and a guest. These visits of Ben-Hur, it should also be observed, were for more than mere rest from labor. Balthazar and Diores made their home in the palace, and the charm of the daughter was still upon him with all its original freshness, while the father, though feebler in body, held him an unflagging listener to speeches of astonishing power, urging the divinity of the wandering miracle worker of whom they were also expectant. As to Simonides and Esther, they had arrived from Antioch only a few days before this their reappearance, a wearisome journey to the merchant, borne, as he had been, in a palanquin swung between two camels, which, in their careening, did not always keep the same step. But now that he was come, the good man, it seemed, could not see enough of his native land. He delighted in the perch upon the roof, and spent most of his day hours there seated in an armchair, the duplicate of that one kept for him in the cabinet over the storehouse by the Orontes. In the shade of the summer house, he could drink fully of the inspiring air lying lightly upon the familiar hills. He could better watch the sun rise, run its course, and set as it used to in the far gone, not a habit lost, and with Esther by him it was so much easier up there close to the sky, to bring back the other Esther, his love and youth, his wife, dearer growing with the passage of years. And yet he was not unmindful of business. Every day a messenger brought him a dispatch from Sanballat, in charge of the big commerce behind, and every day a dispatch left him for Sanballat with directions of such minuteness of detail as to exclude all judgment save his own, and all chances except those the Almighty has refused to submit to the most mindful of men. As Esther started in return to the summer house, the sunlight fell softly upon the dustless roof, showing her a woman now, small, graceful in form, of regular features, rosy with youth and health, bright with intelligence, beautiful with the outshining of a devoted nature, a woman to be loved because loving was a habit of life irrepressible with her. She looked at the package as she turned, paused, looked at it a second time more closely than at first, and the blood rose reddening her cheeks. The seal was Ben-Hur's. With quickened steps she hastened on. Simonides held the package a moment while he also inspected the seal. Breaking it open, he gave her the roll it contained. "Read," he said. His eyes were upon her as he spoke, and instantly a troubled expression fell upon his own face. "You know who it is from, I see, Esther." "Yes, from our master." Though the manner was halting, she met his gaze with modest sincerity. Slowly his chin sank into the roll of flesh puffed out under it like a cushion. "You love him, Esther," he said, quietly. "Yes," she answered. "Have you thought well of what you do?" "I have tried not to think of him, Father, except as the master to whom I am dutifully bound. The effort has not helped me to strength." A good girl, even as thy mother was," he said, dropping into reverie, from which she roused him by unrolling the paper. "The Lord forgive me, but thy love might not have been vainly given had I kept fast hold of all I had, as I might have done. Such power is there in money. It would have been worse for me had you done so, Father, for then I had been unworthy a look from him, and without pride in you. Shall I not read now?" "In a moment," he said. "Let me, for your sake, my child, show you the worst. Seeing it with me may make it less terrible to you. His love, Esther, is all bestowed." "I know it," she said, calmly. "The Egyptian has him in her net," he continued. "She has the cunning of her race, with beauty to help her, much beauty, great cunning, but, like her race again, no heart. The daughter who despises her father will bring her husband to grief." "Does she that?" Simonides went on. "Balthazar is a wise man who has been wonderfully favored for a Gentile, and his faith becomes him, yet she makes a jest of it. I heard her say, speaking of him yesterday, 'The follies of youth are excusable. Nothing is admirable in the aged except wisdom, and when that goes from them, they should die.' A cruel speech, fit for a Roman. I applied it to myself, knowing a feebleness like her father's will come to me also. Nay, it is not far off. But you, Esther, will never say of me, 'No, never. It were better he were dead.'" "No, Your mother was a daughter of Judah. With half-formed tears, she kissed him, and said, I am my mother's child, yes, and my daughter, who is to me all the temple was to Solomon. After a silence, he laid his hand upon her shoulder, and resumed, when he has taken the Egyptian to wife, Esther, he will think of you with repentance and much calling of the Spirit, for at last he will awake to find himself but the minister of her bad ambition. Rome is the center of all her dreams. To her he is the son of Arius the Triumvir, not the son of her, Prince of Jerusalem. Esther made no attempt to conceal the effect of these words. Save him, father, it is not too late, she said, entreatingly. He answered, with a dubious smile, a man drowning may be saved, not so a man in love, but you have influence with him. He is alone in the world. Show him his danger. Tell him what a woman she is, that might save him from her. Would it give him to you, Esther? No, and his brows fell darkly over his eyes. I am a servant, as my fathers were for generations, yet I could not say to him, Lo, master, my daughter, she is fairer than the Egyptian, and loves thee better. I have caught too much from years of liberty and direction. The words would blister my tongue. The stones upon the old hills yonder would turn in their beds for shame, when I go out to them. No, by the patriarchs, Esther, I would rather lay us both with your mother to sleep as she sleeps. A blush burned Esther's whole face. I did not mean you to tell him so, father. I was concerned for him alone, for his happiness, not mine. Because I have dared love him, I shall keep myself worthy his respect, so only can I excuse my folly. Let me read his letter now. Yes, read it, she began at once, in haste to conclude the distasteful subject. Nisan, 8th day. On the road from Galilee to Jerusalem, the Nazarene is on the way also. With him, though without his knowledge, I am bringing a full legion of mine. A second legion follows. The Passover will excuse the multitude. He said upon setting out, we will go up to Jerusalem, and all things that are written by the prophets concerning me shall be accomplished. Our waiting draws to an end. In haste. Peace to thee, Simonides. Ben-Hur. Esther returned the letter to her father, while a choking sensation gathered in her throat. There was not a word in the missive for her, not even in the salutation had she a share, and it would have been so easy to have written and to dine. Peace. For the first time in her life she felt the smart of a jealous sting. The 8th day, said Simonides, the 8th day, and this, Esther, this is the 9th, she replied. Ah, then, they may be in Bethany now, and possibly we may see him tonight, she added, pleased into momentary forgetfulness. It may be. Tomorrow is the feast of unleavened bread, and he may wish to celebrate it, so may the Nazarene, and we may see him. We may see both of them, Esther. At this point the servant appeared with the wine and water. Esther helped her father, and in the midst of the service IRAs came upon the roof. To the Jewess the Egyptian never appeared so very beautiful as at that moment. Her gauzy garments fluttered about her like a little cloud of mist. Her forehead, neck, and arms glittered with the massive jewelry so affected by her people. Her countenance was suffused with pleasure. She moved with buoyant steps and self-conscious, though without affectation. Esther at the sight shrank within herself, and nestled closer to her father. Peace to you, Simonides, and to the pretty Esther. Peace, said Iris, inclining her head to the latter. You remind me, good master, if I may say it without offense, you remind me of the priests in Persia who climb their temples at the decline of day to send prayers after the departing sun. Is there anything in the worship you do not know? Let me call my father. He is Magian bred, fair Egyptian, the merchant replied, nodding with grave politeness. Your father is a good man who would not be offended if he knew I told you his Persian lore is the least part of his wisdom. Iris's lip curled slightly. To speak like a philosopher, as you invite me, she said, the least part always implies a greater. Let me ask what you esteem the greater part of the rare quality you are pleased to attribute to him? Simonides turned upon her somewhat sternly. Pure wisdom always directs itself towards God. The purest wisdom is knowledge of God, and no man of my acquaintance has it in higher degree, or makes it more manifest in speech and act, than the good Balthazar to end the parley. He raised the cup and drank. The Egyptian turned to Esther a little testily. A man who has millions in store and fleets of ships at sea cannot discern in what simple women like us find amusement. Let us leave him. By the wall yonder we can talk. They went to the parapet then, stopping at the place where, years before, Ben-Hur loosed the broken tile upon the head of Gratus. You have not been to Rome, Iras began, toying the while with one of her unclasped bracelets. No, said Esther, demurely. Have you not wished to go? No. Ah, how little there has been of your life. The sigh that succeeded the exclamation could not have been more piteously expressive had the loss been the Egyptian's own. Next moment her laugh might have been heard in the street below, and she said, Oh, my pretty simpleton. The half-fledged birds nested in the ear of the great busk out on the Memphian sands know nearly as much as you. Then, seeing Esther's confusion, she changed her manner, and said in a confiding tone, You must not take offense. Oh no, I was playing. Let me kiss the hurt, and tell you what I would not to any other, not if Symbol himself asked it of me, offering a lotus cup of the spray of the Nile. Another laugh, masking excellently the look she turned sharply upon the Jewess, and she said, The king is coming. Esther gazed at her in innocent surprise. The Nazarene Iras continued, He whom our fathers have been talking about so much, whom Ben-Hur has been serving and toiling for so long. Her voice dropped several tones lower. The Nazarene will be here tomorrow, and Ben-Hur tonight. Esther struggled to maintain her composure, but failed. Her eyes fell, the telltale blood surged to her cheek and forehead, and she was saved sight of the triumphant smile that passed, like a gleam, over the face of the Egyptian. See, here is his promise. And from her girdle she took a roll. Rejoice with me, O my friend. He will be here tonight. On the Tiber there is a house, a royal property, which he has pledged to me, and to be its mistress is to be. A sound of someone walking swiftly along the street below interrupted the speech, and she leaned over the parapet to see. Then she drew back and cried, with hands clasped above her head, Now blessed be Isis. 'Tis he, Ben-Hur himself, that he should appear while I had such thought of him. There are no gods if it be not a good omen. Put your arms about me, Esther, and a kiss. The Jewess looked up. Upon each cheek there was a glow. Her eyes sparkled with a light more nearly of anger than ever her nature emitted before. Her gentleness had been too roughly overridden. It was not enough for her to be forbidden more than fugitive dreams of the man she loved. A boastful rival must tell her in confidence of her better success, and of the brilliant promises which were its rewards. Of her, the servant of a servant, there had been no hint of remembrance. This other could show his letter, leaving her to imagine all it breathed. So she said, Dost thou love him so much? Then, or Rome so much better? The Egyptian drew back a step. Then she bent her haughty head quite near her questioner. What is he to thee, daughter of Simonides? Esther, all thrilling, began, He is my. A thought blasting as lightning stayed the words. She paled, trembled, recovered, and answered, He is my father's friend. Her tongue had refused to admit her servile condition. Iras laughed more lightly than before. Not more than that, she said. Ah, by the lover gods of Egypt, thou mayst keep thy kisses, keep them. Thou hast taught me, but now that there are others vastly more estimable waiting me here in Judea. And, she turned away, looking back over her shoulder, I will go get them. Peace to thee. Esther saw her disappear down the steps, when, putting her hands over her face, she burst into tears so they ran scalding through her fingers, tears of shame and choking passion, and, to deepen the paroxysm to her even temper so strange, up with a new meaning of withering force rose her father's words, Thy love might not have been vainly given had I kept fast hold of all I had, as I might have done, and all the stars were out, burning low above the city and the dark wall of mountains about it, before she recovered enough to go back to the summer house, and in silence take her accustomed place at her father's side, humbly waiting his pleasure. To such duty it seemed her youth, if not her life, must be given. And, let the truth be said, now that the pang was spent, she went not unwillingly back to the duty. Chapter 2. An hour or thereabouts after the scene upon the roof, Balthazar and Simonides, the latter attended by Esther, met in the great chamber of the palace, and while they were talking, Ben-Hur and Diores came in together. The young Jew, advancing in front of his companion, walked first to Balthazar, and saluted him, and received his reply. Then he turned to Simonides, but paused at sight of Esther. It is not often we have hearts roomy enough for more than one of the absorbing passions at the same time. In its blaze the others may continue to live, but only as lesser lights. So with Ben-Hur, much study of possibilities, indulgence of hopes and dreams, influences born of the condition of his country, influences more direct, that of Diores, for example, had made him in the broadest worldly sense ambitious, and as he had given the passion place, allowing it to become a rule, and finally an imperious governor, the resolves and impulses of former days faded imperceptibly out of being, and at last almost out of recollection. It is at best so easy to forget our youth. In his case it was but natural that his own sufferings and the mystery darkening the fate of his family should move him less and less as, in hope at least, he approached nearer and nearer the goals which occupied all his visions. Only let us not judge him too harshly. He paused in surprise at seeing Esther, a woman now, and so beautiful, and as he stood looking at her a still voice reminded him of broken vows and duties undone. Almost his old self returned. For an instant he was startled, but recovering, he went to Esther, and said, "Peace to thee, sweet Esther." "Peace? And thou, Simonides?" He looked to the merchant as he spoke. "The blessing of the Lord be thine, if only because thou hast been a good father to the fatherless." Esther heard him with downcast face. Simonides answered, "I repeat the welcome of the good Balthazar, son of Hur. Welcome to thy father's house, and sit, and tell us of thy travels, and of thy work, and of the wonderful Nazarene, who he is, and what. If thou art not at ease here, who shall be? Sit, I pray, there, between us, that we may all hear." Esther stepped out quickly and brought a covered stool, and set it for him. "Thanks," he said to her, gratefully. When seated, after some other conversation, he addressed himself to the men. "I have come to tell you of the Nazarene." The two became instantly attentive. "For many days now I have followed him with such watchfulness, as one may give another upon whom he is waiting so anxiously. I have seen him under all circumstances said to be trials and tests of men, and while I am certain he is a man as I am, not less certain am I that he is something more." "What more?" asked Simonides. "I will tell you." Someone coming into the room interrupted him. He turned, and arose with extended hands. "Amra, dear old Amra," he cried. She came forward, and they, seeing the joy in her face, thought not once how wrinkled and tawny it was. She knelt at his feet, clasped his knees, and kissed his hands over and over, and when he could he put the lank gray hair from her cheeks, and kissed them, saying, "Good Amra, have you nothing of them, not a word, not one little sign?" Then she broke into sobbing which made him answer plainer even than the spoken word. "God's will has been done," he next said, solemnly, in a tone to make each listener know he had no hope more of finding his people. In his eyes there were tears which he would not have them see, because he was a man. When he could again, he took seat, and said, "Come, sit by me, Amra, here. No, then at my feet, for I have much to say to these good friends of a wonderful man come into the world." But she went off, and stooping with her back to the wall, joined her hands before her knees, content, they all thought, with seeing him. Then Ben-Hur, bowing to the old men, began again, "I fear to answer the question asked me about the Nazarene without first telling you some of the things I have seen him do, and to that I am the more inclined, my friends, because tomorrow he will come to the city, and go up into the temple, which he calls his father's house, where, it is further said, he will proclaim himself. So, whether you are right, O Balthazar, or you, Simonides, we and Israel shall know tomorrow." Balthazar rubbed his hands tremulously together, and asked, "Where shall I go to see him? The pressure of the crowd will be very great. Better, I think, that you all go upon the roof above the cloisters, say upon the porch of Solomon. Can you be with us?" "No," said Ben-Hur. "My friends will require me, perhaps, in the procession." "Procession?" exclaimed Simonides. Does he travel in state? Ben-Hur saw the argument in mind. He brings 12 men with him, fishermen, tillers of the soil, one a publican, all of the humbler class, and he and they make their journeys on foot, careless of wind, cold, rain, or sun. Seeing them stop by the wayside at nightfall to break bread or lie down to sleep, I have been reminded of a party of shepherds going back to their flocks from market, not of nobles and kings. Only when he lifts the corners of his handkerchief to look at someone or shake the dust from his head, I am made known he is their teacher as well as their companion, their superior not less than their friend. You are shrewd men, Ben-Hur resumed, after a pause. You know what creatures of certain master motives we are, and that it has become little less than a law of our nature to spend life in eager pursuit of certain objects. Now, appealing to that law is something by which we may know ourselves. What would you say of a man who could be rich by making gold of the stones under his feet, yet is poor of choice? The Greeks would call him a philosopher, said Iras. Nay, daughter, said Balthazar, the philosophers had never the power to do such thing. How know you this man has? Ben-Hur answered quickly. I saw him turn water into wine. Very strange, said Simonides, but it is not so strange to me as that he should prefer to live poor when he could be so rich. Is he so poor? He owns nothing, and envies nobody his owning. He pities the rich. But passing that, what would you say to see a man multiply 7 loaves and 2 fishes, all his store, into enough to feed 5,000 people, and have full baskets over? That I saw the Nazarene do. You saw it, exclaimed Simonides. I and ate of the bread and fish. More marvelous still, Ben-Hur continued, what would you say of a man in whom there is such healing virtue, that the sick have but to touch the hem of his garment to be cured, or cry to him afar? That, too, I witnessed, not once, but many times. As we came out of Jericho, 2 blind men by the wayside called to the Nazarene, and he touched their eyes, and they saw. So they brought a palsied man to him, and he said merely, Go unto thy house, and the man went away well. What say you to these things? The merchant had no answer. Think you now, as I have heard others argue, that what I have told you are tricks of jugglery? Let me answer by recalling greater things which I have seen him do. Look first to that curse of God, comfortless, as you all know, except by death, leprosy. At these words Amra dropped her hands to the floor, and in her eagerness to hear him half arose. What would you say, said Ben-Hur, with increased earnestness, what would you say to have seen that I now tell you? A leper came to the Nazarene while I was with him down in Galilee, and said, Lord, if thou wilt, thou canst make me clean. He heard the cry, and touched the outcast with his hand, saying, Be thou clean, and forthwith the man was himself again, healthful as any of us who beheld the cure, and we were a multitude. Here Amra arose, and with her gaunt fingers held the wiry locks from her eyes. The brain of the poor creature had long since gone to heart, and she was troubled to follow the speech. Then, again, said Ben-Hur, without stop, 10 lepers came to him one day in a body, and falling at his feet, called out, I saw and heard it all, called out, Master, Master, have mercy upon us. He told them, Go, show yourselves to the priest, as the law requires, and before you are come there ye shall be healed. And were they? Yes. On the road going their infirmity left them, so that there was nothing to remind us of it except their polluted clothes. Such thing was never heard before, never in all Israel, said Simonides, in undertone. And then, while he was speaking, Amra turned away, and walked noiselessly to the door, and went out, and none of the company saw her go. The thought stirred by such things done under my eyes I leave you to imagine, said Ben-Hur, continuing, but my doubts, my misgivings, my amazement, were not yet at the full. The people of Galilee are, as you know, impetuous and rash. After years of waiting their swords burned their hands, nothing would do them but action. He is slow to declare himself, let us force him, they cried to me, and I too became impatient. If he is to be king, why not now? The legions are ready, so as he was once teaching by the seaside we would have crowned him whether or not, but he disappeared, and was next seen on a ship departing from the shore. Good Simonides, the desires that make other men mad, riches, power, even kingships offered out of great love by a great people, move this one not at all. What say you? The merchant's chin was low upon his breast. Raising his head, he replied, resolutely, the Lord liveth, and so do the words of the prophets. Time is in the green yet, let tomorrow answer. Be it so, said Balthazar, smiling. And Ben-Hur said, be it so. Then he went on, but I have not yet done. From these things, not too great to be above suspicion by such as did not see them in performance as I did, let me carry you now to others infinitely greater, acknowledged since the world began to be past the power of man. Tell me, has anyone to your knowledge ever reached out and taken from death what death has made his own? Whoever gave again the breath of a life lost? Who but God? Said Balthazar, reverently. Ben-Hur bowed. O wise Egyptian, I may not refuse the name you lend me. What would you, or you, Simonides, what would you either or both have said had you seen as I did? A man, with few words and no ceremony, without effort more than a mother's when she speaks to wake her child asleep, undo the work of death. It was done at Nain. We were about going into the gate, when a company came out bearing a dead man. The Nazarene stopped to let the train pass. There was a woman among them crying. I saw his face soften with pity. He spoke to her, then went and touched the bier, and said to him who lay upon it dressed for burial, young man, I say unto thee, arise. And instantly the dead sat up and talked. God only is so great, said Balthazar to Simonides. Mark you, Ben-Hur proceeded, I do but tell you things of which I was a witness, together with a cloud of other men. On the way hither I saw another act still more mighty. In Bethany there was a man named Lazarus, who died and was buried, and after he had lain 4 days in a tomb, shut in by a great stone, the Nazarene was shown to the place. Upon rolling the stone away, we beheld the man lying inside bound and rotting. There were many people standing by, and we all heard what the Nazarene said, for he spoke in a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. I cannot tell you my feelings when in answer, as it were, the man arose and came out to us with all his cerements about him. Loose him, said the Nazarene next, loose him, and let him go. And when the napkin was taken from the face of the resurrected, lo, my friends, the blood ran anew through the wasted body, and he was exactly as he had been in life before the sickness that took him off. He lives yet, and is hourly seen and spoken to. You may go see him tomorrow. And now, as nothing more is needed for the purpose, I ask you that which I came to ask, it being but a repetition of what you asked me. O Simonides, what more than a man is this Nazarene? The question was put solemnly, and long after midnight the company sat and debated it, Simonides being yet unwilling to give up his understanding of the sayings of the prophets, and Ben-Hur contending that the elder disputants were both right, that the Nazarene was the Redeemer, as claimed by Balthazar, and also the destined king the merchant would have. Tomorrow we will see. Peace to you all. So saying, Ben-Hur took his leave, intending to return to Bethany. Chapter 3. The first person to go out of the city upon the opening of the sheep's gate next morning was Emra, basket on arm. No questions were asked her by the keepers, since the morning itself had not been more regular in coming than she. They knew her somebody's faithful servant, and that was enough for them. Down the eastern valley she took her way. The side of Olivet, darkly green, was spotted with white tents recently put up by people attending the feasts. The hour, however, was too early for the strangers to be abroad. Still, had it not been so, no one would have troubled her. Past Gethsemane, past the tombs at the meeting of the Bethany roads, past the sepulchral village of Siloam she went. Occasionally the decrepit little body staggered. Once she sat down to get her breath. Rising shortly, she struggled on with renewed haste. The great rocks on either hand, if they had had ears, might have heard her mutter to herself. Could they have seen, it would have been to observe how frequently she looked up over the mount, reproving the dawn for its promptness. If it had been possible for them to gossip, not improbably they would have said to each other, "Our friend is in a hurry this morning, the mouse she goes to feed must be very hungry." When at last she reached the king's garden she slackened her gait, for then the grim city of the lepers was in view, extending far round the pitted south hill of Hinnom. As the reader must by this time have surmised, she was going to her mistress, whose tomb, it will be remembered, overlooked the well en Rugel. Early as it was, the unhappy woman was up and sitting outside, leaving Tirzah asleep within. The course of the malady had been terribly swift in the 3 years. Conscious of her appearance, with the refined instincts of her nature, she kept her whole person habitually covered. Seldom as possible she permitted even Tirzah to see her. This morning she was taking the air with bared head, knowing there was no one to be shocked by the exposure. The light was not full, but enough to show the ravages to which she had been subject. Her hair was snow-white and unmanageably coarse, falling over her back and shoulders like so much silver wire. The eyelids, the lips, the nostrils, the flesh of the cheeks, were either gone or reduced to fetid rawness. The neck was a mass of ash-colored scales. One hand lay outside the folds of her habit rigid as that of a skeleton. The nails had been eaten away. The joints of the fingers, if not bare to the bone, were swollen knots crusted with red secretion. Head, face, neck, and hand indicated all too plainly the condition of the whole body. Seeing her thus, it was easy to understand how the once fair widow of the princely Hur had been able to maintain her incognito so well through such a period of years. When the sun would gild the crest of Olivet and the mount of a fence with light sharper and more brilliant in that old land than in the west, she knew Amrah would come, first to the well, then to a stone midway the well and the foot of the hill on which she had her abode, and that the good servant would there deposit the food she carried in the basket, and fill the water jar afresh for the day. Of her former plenitude of happiness, that brief visit was all that remained to the unfortunate. She could then ask about her son, and be told of his welfare, with such bits of news concerning him as the messenger could glean. Usually the information was meager enough, yet comforting. At times she heard he was at home. Then she would issue from her dreary cell at break of day, and sit till noon, and from noon to set of sun, a motionless figure draped in white, looking, statue-like, invariably to one point, over the temple to the spot under the rounded sky where the old house stood, dear in memory, and dearer because he was there. Nothing else was left her. Tears as she counted of the dead, and as for herself, she simply waited the end, knowing every hour of life was an hour of dying, happily, of painless dying. The things of nature about the hill to keep her sensitive to the world's attractions were wretchedly scant. Beasts and birds avoided the place as if they knew its history and present use. Every green thing perished in its first season. The winds warred upon the shrubs and venturous grasses, leaving to drought such as they could not uproot. Look where she would, the view was made depressingly suggestive by tombs. Tombs above her, tombs below, tombs opposite her own tomb, all now freshly whitened in warning to visiting pilgrims. In the sky, clear, fair, inviting, one would think she might have found some relief to her ache of mind. But, alas, in making the beautiful elsewhere the sun served her never so unfriendly, it did but disclose her growing hideousness. But for the sun she would not have been the horror she was to herself, nor been waked so cruelly from dreams of tears as she used to be. The gift of seeing can be sometimes a dreadful curse. Does one ask why she did not make an end to her sufferings? The law forbade her. A Gentile may smile at the answer, but so will not a son of Israel. While she sat there peopling the dusky solitude with thoughts even more cheerless, suddenly a woman came up the hill staggering and spent with exertion. The widow arose hastily, and covering her head, cried, in a voice unnaturally harsh, "Unclean, unclean." In a moment, heedless of the notice, Amrah was at her feet. All the long-pent love of the simple creature burst forth. With tears and passionate exclamations she kissed her mistress's garments, and for a while the latter strove to escape from her. Then, seeing she could not, she waited till the violence of the paroxysm was over. "What have you done, Amrah?" she said. "Is it by such disobedience you prove your love for us? Wicked woman, you are lost, and he, your master, you can never, never go back to him." Amrah grovelled sobbing in the dust. "The ban of the law is upon you, too. You cannot return to Jerusalem. What will become of us? Who will bring us bread? O wicked, wicked Amrah, we are all undone alike." "Mercy, mercy," Amrah answered from the ground. "You should have been merciful to yourself, and by so doing been most merciful to us. Now where can we fly? There is no one to help us, O false servant. The wrath of the Lord was already too heavy upon us. Here Tirzah, awakened by the noise, appeared at the door of the tomb. The paintings from the picture she presented, in the half-clad apparition, patched with scales, lividly seamed, nearly blind, its limbs and extremities swollen to grotesque largeness. Familiar eyes, however sharpened by love, could not have recognized the creature of childish grace and purity. We first beheld her. Is it Amra, mother? The servant tried to crawl to her also. Stay, Amra, the widow cried, imperiously. I forbid you touching her. Rise, and get you gone before any at the well see you here. Nay, I forgot, it is too late. You must remain now and share our doom. Rise, I say. Amra rose to her knees, and said, brokenly and with clasped hands, O good mistress, I am not false, I am not wicked. I bring you good tidings of Judah. And as she spoke, the widow half withdrew the cloth from her head. There is a wonderful man, Amra continued, who has power to cure you. He speaks a word, and the sick are made well, and even the dead come to life. I have come to take you to him. Poor Amra, said Tirzah, compassionately. No, cried Amra, detecting the doubt underlying the expression. No, as the Lord lives, even the Lord of Israel, my God as well as yours, I speak the truth. Go with me, I pray, and lose no time. This morning he will pass by on his way to the city. See, the day is at hand. Take the food here, eat, and let us go. The mother listened eagerly. Not unlikely she had heard of the wonderful man, for by this time his fame had penetrated every nook in the land. Who is he? She asked. A Nazarene. Who told you about him? Judah. Judah told you? Is he at home? He came last night. The widow, trying to still the beating of her heart, was silent a while. Did Judah send you to tell us this? She next asked. No, he believes you dead. There was a prophet once who cured a leper, the mother said thoughtfully to Tirzah, but he had his power from God. Then addressing Amra, she asked, how does my son know this man so possessed? He was traveling with him, and heard the lepers call, and saw them go away well. First there was one man, then there were 10, and they were all made whole. The elder listener was silent again. The skeleton hand shook. We may believe she was struggling to give the story the sanction of faith, which is always an absolutist in demand, and that it was with her as with the men of the day, eyewitnesses of what was done by the Christ, as well as the myriads who have succeeded them. She did not question the performance, for her own son was the witness testifying through the servant, but she strove to comprehend the power by which work so astonishing could be done by a man, well enough to make inquiry as to the fact. To comprehend the power, on the other hand, it is first necessary to comprehend God, and he who waits for that will die waiting. With her, however, the hesitation was brief. To Tirzah she said, this must be the Messiah. She spoke not coldly, like one reasoning a doubt away, but as a woman of Israel familiar with the promises of God to her race, a woman of understanding, ready to be glad over the least sign of the realization of the promises. There was a time when Jerusalem and all Judea were filled with the story that he was born. I remember it. By this time he should be a man. It must be. It is he. Yes, she said to Amra, we will go with you. Bring the water which you will find in the tomb in a jar, and set the food for us. We will eat and be gone. The breakfast, partaken under excitement, was soon dispatched, and the 3 women set out on their extraordinary journey. As Tirzah had caught the confident spirit of the others, there was but one fear that troubled the party. Bethany, Amra said, was the town the man was coming from. Now from that to Jerusalem there were 3 roads, or rather paths, one over the first summit of Olivet, a second at its base, a third between the second summit and the Mount of Offense. The 3 were not far apart, far enough, however, to make it possible for the unfortunates to miss the Nazarene if they failed the one he chose to come by. A little questioning satisfied the mother that Amra knew nothing of the country beyond the Cedron, and even less of the intentions of the man they were going to see, if they could. She discerned, also, that both Amra and Tirzah, the one from confirmed habits of servitude, the other from natural dependency, looked to her for guidance, and she accepted the charge. We will go first to Bethphage, she said to them. There, if the Lord favor us, we may learn what else to do. They descended the hill to Tophet and the king's garden, and paused in the deep trail furrowed through them by centuries of wayfaring. I am afraid of the road, the matron said. Better that we keep to the country among the rocks and trees. This is feast day, and on the hillsides yonder I see signs of a great multitude in attendance. By going across the mount of offense here we may avoid them. Tirzah had been walking with great difficulty. Upon hearing this her heart began to fail her. The mount is steep, mother, I cannot climb it. Remember, we are going to find health and life. See, my child, how the day brightens around us. And yonder are women coming this way to the well. They will stone us if we stay here. Come, be strong this once. Thus the mother, not less tortured herself, sought to inspire the daughter, and Amra came to her aid. To this time the latter had not touched the persons of the afflicted, nor they her. Now, in disregard of consequences as well as of command, the faithful creature went to Tirzah, and put her arm over her shoulder, and whispered, "Lean on me, I am strong, though I am old, and it is but a little way off. There, now we can go." The face of the hill they essayed to cross was somewhat broken with pits, and ruins of old structures, but when at last they stood upon the top to rest, and looked at the spectacle presented them over in the northwest, at the temple and its courtly terraces, at Zion, at the enduring towers white beetling into the sky beyond, the mother was strengthened with a love of life for life's sake. "Look, Tirzah," she said, "look at the plates of gold on the gate, beautiful, how they give back the flames of the sun, brightness for brightness. Do you remember we used to go up there? Will it not be pleasant to do so again? And think, home is but a little way off. I can almost see it over the roof of the Holy of Holies, and Judah will be there to receive us." From the side of the middle summit garnished green with myrtle and olive trees, they saw, upon looking that way next, thin columns of smoke rising lightly and straight up into the pulseless morning, each a warning of restless pilgrims astir, and of the flight of the pitiless hours, and the need of haste. Though the good servant toiled faithfully to lighten the labor in descending the hillside, not sparing herself in the least, the girl moaned at every step. Sometimes in extremity of anguish she cried out. Upon reaching the road, that is, the road between the mount of offense in the middle or second summit of Olivet, she fell down exhausted. "Go on with Amra, mother, and leave me here," she said, faintly. "No, no, Tirzah. What would the gain be to me if I were healed and you not? When Judah asks for you, as he will, what would I have to say to him were I to leave you? Tell him I loved him." The elder leper arose from bending over the fainting sufferer, and gazed about her with that sensation of hope perishing which is more nearly like annihilation of the soul than anything else. The supremest joy of the thought of cure was inseparable from Tirzah, who was not too old to forget, in the happy